Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, Shunsui Kyoraku. In the classroom of the Konoha Shinobi Academy, students sat in straight rows as they looked at their sensei. The sensei was a chunin who adjusted his glasses and began calling out names for attendance in a loud voice so that everyone could hear it. Obito Uchiha, he said first. Hi. Obito shouted back right away. Asuma Sarutobi, the sensei continued without pause. Hi, Asuma answered. Kurinai Yuhi, the sensei called next. Hi, came a gentle reply from Kurinai. She did not notice the smile that Asuma gave to her. The sensei looked down at his list again. He paused for a second before saying the next name. Shunsui Kyoraku. No answer came. The classroom stayed completely quiet. A few students turned their heads, looking around curiously. They were pretty sure that they had seen Shunsui come to class today. The sensei's eyebrow started to twitch as he said the name again. A thick vein popped out on his forehead as his patience ran out. He took a deep breath and shouted much louder this time. Shunsui Kyoraku. From the far back corner of the classroom, a slow and sleepy voice finally drifted out. Hi. Every head in the room turned at once. There, leaning against the desk with his legs stretched out, was a 9-year-old boy who looked completely out of place in a shinobi academy. He wore a loose pink kimono that was way too girly for him. A wide straw hat sat low on his head, covering his eyes completely. It was obvious he had been napping because his arms were still folded on the desk like a pillow. Slowly, he lifted his head just enough for the hat to tilt back a little. His eyes stayed closed, and his face showed nothing but boredom and tiredness. The sensei stared at him with a glare that could melt metal. Kyoraku. Sit up straight when your name is called. This is an academy, not your personal bedroom. Shunsui let out a long, tired breath. He moved his body a tiny bit, but he still slouched. Sorry about that, sensei. It won't happen again, he said with a yawn. His words sounded polite, but everyone could tell he did not mean them at all. He tugged the brim of his straw hat down lower and rested his head against the wall again, ready to sleep some more. The hat was not just a fashion choice. It was something that also made it hard to notice his closed eyes. Obito leaned toward Asuma. That guy is as strange as ever. He still wears that pink kimono even when I called him Miss Shunsui. What boy even wears pink? Why did he even get promoted to our class A? Asuma gave a quiet laugh. Well, he has always been like this. I heard that he did not want to become a shinobi. But people say his chakra is off the charts for someone his age, so he was forced to join the Shinobi Academy, and he is pretty good in taijutsu, so he was promoted to our class this year. Kurinai looked back for a moment. He does not seem interested in being a shinobi at all. It is kind of sad. The sensei shook his head hard, trying to control his anger. He is as lazy as always, the sensei thought to himself. Maybe a genin team would do him good. Dangerous missions and a strict jonin leader might finally get rid of that laid-back attitude and laziness. He has too much talent to throw it away by sleeping and wasting it. Shunsui felt all the eyes on him, but he ignored them completely. He sighed again, softer this time, and let his mind wander. He closed his eyes fully once more and tried to drift back into his nap. Everyone thought that he was wasting his talent, but he knew that if it came to a fight, he can give even a seasoned jonin a run for his money. Yes, he might be a kid and overconfident in his abilities, but he knew that he was not. Shunsui Kyoraku was different from every other child in the academy. While most kids dreamed of wearing headbands, throwing jutsus, and becoming heroes, Shunsui wanted nothing to do with any of it. He was not born in this world the normal way. He had memories from another place called Earth, a life that ended and then started again here in the body of a baby. The name he had back on Earth did not matter anymore. What he did there, who he knew, none of it carried over. In this life, he was simply Kyoraku Shunsui, an orphan boy in Konoha. People might hear his name and think he had all the powers of the famous captain from Bleach. Sadly, that was not the case. He had none of the original Kyoraku's memories. No soul-based powers flowed through him. He could not fire Heido blasts or bind enemies with Bakuto. He had no Reiatsu to crush people with just its pressure. But one thing was similar with him from his Bleach counterpart, his Zanpakutō, Katen Kyōkotsu. The sword was real. Whenever he wanted, he could call it into his hand. And that opened various possibilities for him. He might not be a Shinigami, but he had their strongest tool with them. And most importantly, he could use its abilities freely. More than that, he believed his chakra reserves matched the huge amount of Reiatsu his counterpart once had. His chakra pool was massive, far bigger than any other person his age. And that meant he was not someone ordinary, and in this world, being not ordinary meant attention. And getting attention in this world meant being sent to train as a soldier and then sent to death. Because of that giant chakra, nobody let him live quietly. Something that academy examiners that had visited the orphanage had noticed, and despite his protests of not wanting to become a shinobi, they had sent him to the academy to become one. Chapter 2, No to Peaceful Life. When he had refused to go to the academy, the orphanage matron refused to hear his complaints. "You have a duty to the village," she would yell. When he tried to skip classes or run away after joining the academy as a form of protest, she hunted him down. One time he hid in the forest for a whole day. She found him with a simple scent tracking jutsu, dragged him back by the ear, and spanked him hard in front of everyone. Shunsui had thought, who the hell lets a shinobi woman become an orphanage matron? Send her to the battlefield so the old hag could die and I can live peacefully. Lazy child. You will become a shinobi, or I will make your life even harder, she had shouted. Shunsui rubbed his sore bottom and sighed. Running away took too much effort anyway. Another time he pretended to be sick for a week. The matron forced medicine down his throat and marched him to the academy anyway. No excuses, she said. Shunsui had thought about his life many times. Why would I want to become a shinobi, he had asked himself silently. I could just find a quiet spot outside the village, build a small house, and live a lazy life with no battles. I could nap all day, eat good food, and watch clouds go by. If I had been born normal, maybe they would have let me become a shopkeeper or a farmer. Let the protagonists handle everything. Naruto, Sasuke, whoever shows up to save the world, they can do it without me. But fate had laughed at him. No, I had to be reborn right in Konoha, the busiest hidden village. And not just anywhere, but with chakra reserves so big that everyone noticed the moment they tested me. The proctors almost dropped their tools when they felt it. This boy's chakra is unbelievable, they said. After that, escape was impossible. Now he had to become strong. He would have to wake up early, train until his body hurts, learn complicated hand signs, and go on dangerous missions. He will probably have to fight enemies and even kill people someday. And all of that while the only trump card that he had were large chakra reserves. Large chakra reserves were not something that big of a cheat code, and he had no interest in training, knowing that even with large reserves, he would always be mediocre compared to the true strong people of his people. But all of that changed when Katen Kyōkotsu appeared to him. He had gotten a trump card that was overpowered and something that very much made him looking forward to become a shinobi. His attitude changed since that day. After some time, the sensei finished the attendance. He rolled the scroll tightly and set it down with a loud tap on the desk. The room grew quiet as all the students waited. The sensei looked around slowly, meeting each pair of eyes. Your final exams will start soon. We having conducting early graduations this year, he announced in a firm voice. This is the most important test of your time here. Prepare yourselves properly. Only those who pass will graduate and become genin. The morning sun had barely risen over Konoha when Shunsui sat on the edge of his small bed in the orphanage. The graduation exams were starting today, much sooner than anyone had expected. He stared at the plain wooden floor and let out a sigh at waking up early. Ugh, I will now have to become a shinobi and sacrifice my sleep, he thought miserably. What happened to my dreams of living peacefully in some countryside town far outside the influence of all these shinobi villages? What happened to my dream of having a simple farmer wife, growing rice and vegetables, and then dying old and happy with twin boys running around causing trouble and one sweet little girl who brings me tea every evening? He flopped backward onto the mattress, arms spread wide like he had given up on life itself. I had it all planned out, he continued thinking. Wake up late, eat breakfast slowly, take a long walk to check the crops, come back for lunch, nap again, maybe read a book if I felt energetic. Die peacefully at 90 with my family crying happy tears because I lived so lazily and contentedly. That was the perfect life. But no. Here I am, 9 years old, about to get forced into a headband and a lifetime of danger, and waking up early. This is the worst reincarnation ever. Well, it would have, if not my dear Katen Kyōkotsu. My precious Katen Kyōkotsu. Twin swords in their scabbard had appeared in his hands as Shunsui hugged them tightly to his chest. He stayed like that for a long minute. But finally got up to get ready for academy. The truth was, while he wanted to become a shinobi, he did not want to graduate early. After his plan of not joining the academy had failed and him wanting to become a shinobi after the appearance of his precious, Shunsui had decided on plan B. Shunsui had always planned to graduate at the ripe old age of 12, after dragging out every single year of the academy as long as possible. He figured if he took his time, maybe repeated a year or two on purpose, he could delay the whole shinobi thing until he was bigger, stronger, and was able to use all the abilities of his Zanpakutō. But no, he could not even have that small comfort. The higher-ups in Konoha had other ideas. Stupid Konoha. Stupid Hokage. Stupid wars, he thought angrily as he walked toward the academy grounds. His pink kimono swished around his legs, and his straw hat bounced slightly with each step. The Third Great Shinobi War was heating up again, and the village needed more soldiers fast. So the decision came down from the top: every academy class would face an early graduation test. There were no more extra years of safe classroom learning. They wanted bodies in the field right now, and Shunsui was one of those unlucky bodies. He kicked a small pebble on the path, watching it roll away. They could have at least waited until I turned 10. Or 11. Or never. But no, they have to rush everything. More shinobi. More fighters. More people to die on the front lines. Do they even care that some of us just want to nap and train in peace? Of course not. War makes everyone stupid. He imagined the Hokage sitting in his office, signing papers with a serious face while ruining Shuinsui's life's plan. Thanks a lot, old man. Really appreciate it. The worst part was that he could not even half-ass the exams. If he tried to fail on purpose or do poorly enough to get held back, the teachers would notice immediately. His chakra reserves were too big to hide. One lazy performance, and they would pull him aside for special training. Then the orphanage matron would find out. She had already promised him that if he ever slacked off again, she would make his life a living hell. Shunsui rubbed his backside just thinking about it. No way. I am not letting that woman spank me in front of the whole orphanage again. She hits harder than some jonin that I am sure of. If I have to pass these stupid exams, I will pass them properly. What a drag. Shunsui thought that the Naras might just adopt him after seeing how much he says, what a drag. Chapter 3, I am not going to die easily. Shunsui reached the academy gates and paused, looking at the crowd of nervous students gathering outside. Everyone else looked excited or scared. Shunsui just looked tired. At least I will not die so easily out on the field, he told himself. That thought gave him a tiny bit of comfort. When he had decided to become a shinobi, he had actually trained since the day he joined the academy. Despite his natural laziness, he had put in real effort when no one was watching. With his huge chakra reserves, learning jutsu came easily to him. Sadly, he had no proper teacher outside the academy, so he only knew the 3 basic techniques every student learned: transformation jutsu, clone jutsu, and substitution jutsu. But he had gone further on his own. He remembered the chakra control exercises from what he had watched in the anime back on Earth, so he practiced leaf sticking, tree walking, and water walking in secret. It took him a couple of years because he kept putting it off, napping instead of training in his large chakra reserves, but he eventually mastered all 3. Now he could stick leaves to his forehead for hours, run straight up trees without falling, and walk on rivers without getting wet. Not bad for someone who hated effort. He had also worked on his body. He did push-ups, sit-ups, and running every morning. He did enough to build decent strength, speed, and endurance. The academy offered elective kenjutsu lessons, and he signed up for those too. Swinging a wooden sword felt better than throwing kunai, and it reminded him of the Zanpakutō waiting inside him. He practiced basic forms until his arms ached, then took long breaks to recover. For someone like me, I need the best possible foundation, he had thought back then. If I have to fight, I want to make sure that I am not lacking in even basic kenjutsu. It would be the foundation of my fighting style after all. He had once considered asking his friend Might Guy for training help. Guy was always full of energy and willing to push anyone to their limits. And he was the son of Might Dway, so he thought that there was some good training method in the family for training your body. But after watching Guy do 5,000 kicks before breakfast, Shunsui quickly changed his mind. Guy's training is not for lazy people like me, he decided. That boy trains at a level of pure masochism. He enjoys pain. I enjoy soft pillows and easier ways to gain strength. We are not the same. Shunsui stepped into the classroom and found a spot near the back. He adjusted his straw hat and sat down slowly. As he looked around, he caught his reflection in a small mirror hanging on the wall nearby. He looked just like a younger version of Kyōraku Shunsui from the Bleach world. The only difference was no chest hair yet, since he was still a kid. He smirked a little at that. The pink kimono and straw hat had been his choice after he realized how good he looked in them. People's opinions did not matter to him. He liked feeling comfortable, and the loose fabric let him move easily while still looking stylish in his own way. The matron had actually knitted the kimono herself for his last birthday. She gave it to him as a gift for finally attending the academy regularly without running away. Wear this and remember your duty to the village, she had said with a proud smile. Shunsui had rolled his eyes but put it on anyway. Now it was his favorite thing to wear. Suddenly, someone grabbed his shoulders from behind and shook him hard. Shunsui blinked slowly and turned his head. There stood Might Guy, green jumpsuit shining brightly, bowl-cut hair perfect, teeth sparkling like he had just brushed them 5 times. Where is your youth, my youthful friend? Guy shouted with full enthusiasm. We are going to become shinobi very soon. Let us show our burning youth and join our youthful Konoha shinobi on the battlefield. Together we will run thousands of laps, kick thousands of times, and protect the village with the power of our springtime of youth. Shunsui stared at him for a long second. This boy has way too much energy, he thought. Out loud, he said in his usual lazy drawl, Guy, my friend, I appreciate the excitement. Really, I do. But right now I am thinking of taking a very long nap. Maybe wake me up later. Preferably after lunch and a short rest. Guy was not bothered by my lazy tone. That is not the spirit. Come, let us do 100 push-ups together to greet the day. Shunsui waved his hand weakly. Pass. My arms are already tired from thinking about push-ups. You go ahead. I will cheer for you from here. Guy gave him a thumbs up anyway. Very well. I will do 200 for both of us. Feel the power of youth flowing through you. As Guy ran off to start his push-ups in the corner, Shunsui leaned back in his chair. At least I am not going to die so easily out on the field, he repeated to himself. He had trained hard in his own way. Apart from the physical training, his chakra reserves and chakra control, most important of all, he had his Zanpakutō, Katen Kyōkotsu, and he has managed to unlock its Shirkai. Chapter 4, Graduation Test. As Shunsui sat quietly in the back of the classroom and watched Guy do his push-ups, the graduation test had begun, and names were being called one by one. While he waited, his mind drifted to the one thing that made him really focus on being a shinobi, his Zanpakutō, Katen Kyōkotsu. Back on Earth, he had watched the Bleach anime many times. He knew the name of the sword and the exact words needed to release its Shirkai. That knowledge had been enough for him. When he first summoned the twin blades as a small child, he had whispered the activation command under his breath. He hoped that it worked and it did. He did not need to communicate with the spirit to get to know his name or get mastery over the blade. The blades transformed into their Shirkai state with just the voice command. What surprised him most was that there was no Zanpakutō spirit inside the sword. No mysterious woman with long hair, no voice in his head giving advice or refusing to cooperate. The sword was completely his and he had full control over it. Because there was no spirit, he was free to use the Shirkai however he wanted. He was excited about this because according to him it might be the second most overpowered Shirkai in the Bleach verse. As for who the first place goes to, does it even need to be told? Anyways, the Shirkai ability of Katen Kyōkotsu let him bring any children's game to reality. And by any, he truly meant any game he could remember or imagine. He was not stuck with only the few games shown in the anime. There was no limit set by some Zanpakutō spirit's knowledge. And it was him that made the rules for the game and certainly not the spirit. Since he made the rules himself, he could decide how each game worked, what counted as winning or losing, and what happened to the loser. Of course, he could not just abuse it. The game needs to be fair after all. Shunsui had played plenty of children's games back on Earth. Tag, hide and seek, red light green light, musical chairs, hopscotch, even silly ones like Simon Says or paper rock scissors with twists. He had also played countless board games as well countless children games on PC and mobile games. Now you might say, do those games even count as a child's game? Well, Shunsui played them as a child in his previous life and so did his sister's children. They started using mobile phone when they were 3. He thought of them as children's games and thus he knew that he could bring those abilities to reality. So his Shirkai ability was very versatile. He could turn any of the games into deadly or harmless battles depending on his mood. To be honest, he already knew his Shirkai was overpowered. Way too strong for a fresh Genin. The question was whether to openly reveal his Zanpakutō and his abilities or not. Well then, I am too lazy to hide my powers, he thought with a small smirk under his hat. I will just use my Shirkai whenever I feel like it. Besides, even with just my Shirkai and my large chakra reserves, I might be a very tough opponent to deal with. Thankfully there is no Zanpakutō spirit in my sword to complain or get in my way. He had not unlocked Bankai yet. But Shunsui was sure that it was even more overpowered than what was showed in the anime. The anime showed only one play for the original Kyōraku's Bankai, but Shunsui was sure that once he reached that level, he would not be limited to a single story. He could enact any play or drama he wanted. A tragedy where the enemy slowly lost hope, a comedy where everything went wrong for them in funny ways, or even a romance that ended in their defeat. The possibilities made him chuckle quietly to himself. That would be fun. But Bankai sounds like a lot of work to achieve. Maybe I will get there someday. Or maybe not. Either way, Shirkai is already enough to keep me alive in the Naruto verse mostly. As Shunsui dreamed about playing different games with his enemies, his name finally got called. Kyōraku Shunsui, the sensei announced in a tired voice. Shunsui stood up slowly, stretching his arms like he had just woken from a long nap. Mike Guy, who was doing his push-ups, jumped to his feet and gave him a big thumbs up. Good luck, my youthful friend. Show them the burning power of youth. Shunsui just gave him a small nod and a lazy wave. Thanks, Guy. He walked to the front of the training ground where the sensei waited with 2 other examiners. The area was marked with white lines on the dirt, and a few wooden posts stood around for substitution practice. Shunsui stopped in the center, hands in his kimono sleeves, hat still shading his eyes. Begin with the clone technique, the sensei ordered. Shunsui raised one hand slowly. Chakra flowed easily through his body thanks to his massive reserves and chakra control training. He formed the seals without hurry: ram, snake, tiger. Clone technique, he said in a bored tone. 5 perfect illusion clones appeared around him in a neat circle. Each one looked exactly like him, down to the pink kimono, straw hat, and sleepy expression. They even yawned at the same time he did. The sensei nodded once. He hid his shock of seeing Shunsui perform one-handed seals. Good. Now the transformation jutsu. Shunsui sighed softly. He formed the seals again: dog, boar, ram. Transformation jutsu. In a puff of smoke, his body changed into an exact copy of their sensei. The gray hair, the strict frown, the Jonin vest, even the vein that always popped on the forehead when he got angry. The fake sensei crossed his arms and glared at the real one. Is this good enough? The transformed Shunsui asked in the sensei's exact voice. One of the examiners almost laughed but covered it with a cough. The real sensei rubbed his temples. Change back. Another puff of smoke, and Shunsui returned to normal. He adjusted his hat. Last one. Substitution jutsu. The sensei threw 3 kunai straight at him in quick succession. Shunsui did not flinch. He formed the seals: tiger, boar, ox, dog, snake. Substitution jutsu. His body vanished just as the kunai struck. A wooden log appeared in his place, cut deeply by the kunais. Shunsui was meanwhile sitting casually on top of one of the posts 10 meters away, legs dangling. Done, he said simply. Chapter 5, Matron's Lecture. The examiners looked at each other after Shunsui performed the basic 3 jutsus. The sensei wrote something on his clipboard. Acceptable. You pass. There was no extra requirement for this early graduation. No complicated taijutsu spar, no written test, no survival exercise. The war needed shinobi fast, so the basics were enough. There were no rankings either. Everyone who passed got the same treatment. Of course, Shunsui decided to use one-hand seals despite there being no ranking because he believed that more talented students who would score higher would get a better Jonin sensei. And he needed a good Jonin sensei not only to teach him something good but also to protect him from threats that he couldn't handle himself. Shunsui received his shiny new Konoha headband from a Chunin assistant. He took it without much interest and tied it around his right shoulder like how the original Shunsui would tie his Gotei 13 captain's band. Report to the academy tomorrow morning, the sensei told him. You will meet your Jonin sensei and the rest of your Genin team there. Do not be late. Shunsui gave a lazy salute with 2 fingers. Got it. See you then. He turned and walked away slowly, hands back in his sleeves. The other students cheered or groaned depending on whether they passed or failed. Shunsui did not care. He just wanted to get back to the orphanage before lunch ended. As soon as he stepped through the orphanage gate, a group of smaller children spotted him and came running like a pack of excited puppies. Big brother Shunsui, they shouted together. One little girl with pigtails pointed at the headband hanging around his neck. Whoa, is that the real shinobi headband? You actually passed. A boy with messy brown hair jumped up and down. Cool. You need to buy us lots of sweets as a treat. You promised if you became a ninja you would get us candy. Shunsui ruffled the boy's hair gently. I do not remember promising that. But maybe I will get you 1 piece each. If I feel like it. Suddenly, he felt movement behind him. A small figure lunged with a wooden practice sword raised high. Shuinsui's hand shot out without looking and grabbed the attacker by the collar mid-swing. He lifted the boy off the ground easily. It was Ika, the most troublesome kid in the orphanage, grinning like he had won a prize. How many times have I told you, Ika? Shunsui said in a calm but firm voice. You cannot stab people from behind with a sword, even if it is wooden. It is rude. And dangerous. Mostly rude. Ika dangled in the air, still smiling wide. But you told us that the shinobi job is to stab people behind their backs. You said it last week when we were playing ninja. Shunsui blinked slowly. Ah, did I say that? Well, okay then. I guess I did. But only to real enemies. Not to your big brother who just wants to take a nap. Ika laughed and swung his legs happily. Besides, I have seen you practice with your swords. You are quite cool when you slash. Like whoosh, whoosh, and then the dummy falls apart. The other kids gathered closer, eyes shining. One girl tugged on Shunsui's kimono. Show us. Do the cool sword thing. Shunsui set Ika down gently. Not right now. Swords are for serious business. And I am very tired from being serious all morning. Ika puffed out his chest. When I grow up, I will be a shinobi too. And I will stab everyone from behind. Just like Big Brother taught me. Shunsui sighed and patted the boy's head. Let us hope you find a nicer hobby. Like farming. Or napping. Both are good careers. The matron appeared at the doorway, arms crossed. Shunsui walked over and pulled the headband from around his shoulder. He tossed it lightly onto her desk. It landed with a soft clink. I am a shinobi now, just like you wanted, he said in a flat voice. Now I will probably just die in some mission. Or lose a limb or two. And then you will regret sending me to this life. The matron picked up the headband carefully. She looked at it for a long moment, then fixed her sharp eyes on him. Shunsui, you are a shinobi of Konoha now. Where is your will of fire? Show some respect to that headband. It represents everything this village stands for. It represents the sacrifices of those who came before you, the protection of those who cannot fight, and the hope for a peaceful future for the children playing in that yard right now. Shunsui thought, will of fire again. I fear that Hiruzen is cheating with Buwako. She stepped closer, voice growing stronger. I know you think this life is a drag. I know you want to sleep under trees and avoid trouble. But the world does not always let us choose the easy path. You have power, more than most. That means responsibility. The will of fire is not about being loud or angry. It is about protecting what matters, even when it is hard. Even when you would rather nap. Wear that headband properly. Carry it with pride. Because if you do not, you dishonor everyone who fought so you could have this chance. She softened her tone just a little. I did not raise you to run away from duty. I raised you to face it, even if you complain the whole time. That is what makes you strong. Not the amount of your chakra. Not your sword. Your heart. So stop talking about dying or losing limbs. Start thinking about coming home. To this orphanage. To these children. To me. Shunsui listened quietly through the whole lecture. A tiny smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. He did not interrupt. He just stood there, letting her words wash over him like a familiar scolding. When she finished, he gave a small nod. Understood, matron. She huffed but looked pleased. Now wash your hands. I have prepared a wonderful meal for you. Now that you are an adult and a shinobi, you might not visit this old lady as often. But remember my lessons. Or I am going to spank your ass again, headband or no headband. Shunsui chuckled softly. I will remember. He turned to head toward the wash basin outside. The matron called after him one last time. And Shunsui. I am proud of you. He paused at the doorway. Slowly, he reached up and bowed his straw hat a little in her direction, a quiet gesture of thanks. Then he continued walking. Thank you for supporting me. Chapter 6, Genin Team, 1. The next day arrived far too quickly for Shunsui's liking. He woke up with the sun already climbing high, groaned at the brightness sneaking through the window, and dragged himself out of bed. He had thought of skipping academy today, but he was supposed to get his Jonin sensei today and meet the rest of his team. After a slow breakfast of rice and pickled vegetables that the matron had left for him, he strapped his twin swords to his waist. He probably might have to use them in the test that Jonin sensei would give it to them. The blades rested comfortably against his pink kimono. No one in the village had ever questioned where he got such fine weapons. The only person who ever asked was the matron herself. Years ago, when she first caught him practicing swings in the orphanage backyard, she had narrowed her eyes and demanded answers. Shunsui had calmly told her that a kind shinobi had given them to him after seeing how interested he was in sword training. She had stared at him with deep suspicion, clearly thinking he might have stolen them from some shop or training ground. There was no way that her lazy charge would be interested in sword training. He had sworn on his lazy life that he did not steal them. After a long moment of silence, she had sighed and let it go, though she still gave him warning looks whenever he carried them around. Shunsui preferred to keep the real secret hidden until the end of the academy. The truth was simple, he could summon Katen Kyōkotsu out of thin air whenever he wanted. The swords appeared in his hands with just a thought and a tiny pulse of chakra. Explaining that would raise too many questions, especially about where the blades came from. And an academy student with what looks like a space-time jutsu would attract a lot of attention that Shunsui did not want at that time. He figured he would have to tell his Jonin sensei eventually. For now, though, the mystery amused him. It would be fun to see someone trying to steal them, he thought with a small smirk. They grab the hilt, run away miles, and poof, the swords vanish and reappear right back in my hands the next second. Their faces would be priceless. I might even laugh out loud for once. He arrived at the academy with his usual slow walk, straw hat low over his eyes to block the morning light. The classroom was already half full of the fresh graduates. Shunsui found a spot near the back, leaned against the wall, and scanned the room. There they were, Rin no Era, Obito Uchiha, Kurinai Yui, Asuma Sarutobi, Might Guy, Genma Shiranui, and a few others whose names he vaguely remembered from the Naruto canon. Well, now I know exactly when Obito graduated, Shunsui thought as he watched the Uchiha boy argue loudly with someone about who had the better taijutsu. So it should be around 2 to 3 years before he gives his Sharingan to Kakashi during that bridge mission and becomes Madara's pet project. Poor guy. Gets crushed by a rock, loses an eye, turns evil, causes endless crimes. Classic tragic backstory. He shook his head slightly. Well, cannot say I ever liked the guy anyway. He is way too loud, always disturbs my sleep with his shouting, and he makes fun of my pink kimono every single time he sees me. Calls it girly or weird festival clothes. As if his orange goggles are fashionable. I am a petty man, and I hold grudges over small things like that. Let's hope that I will not be in his Genin team, Shunsui continued thinking. It would be a pain in the ass. Imagine missions with him yelling all the time every 5 minutes while I just want quietness. No thank you. I would prefer being in a team with Naras and Aburame's. Besides, Shunsui did not want Madara's or Zetsu's attention by being in the same team as Obito. What if instead of Rin they decided to kill him to get Obito to unlock his Menjikyu? The door slid open, and the academy instructor stepped in with a scroll. He began reading out team assignments in a flat voice. Rin no Era, Obito Uchiha, your sensei is Minato Namikaze. Shunsui let out a quiet breath of relief. Ah, thanks H for this small mercy, he thought gratefully. At least the canon team was staying together for now. He glanced toward the doorway where a flash of yellow appeared. Minato Namikaze stood there, tall and handsome with his spiky blonde hair and calm blue eyes. The men smiled warmly at his 2 new genin, a smile so bright it probably charmed half the girls in the classroom instantly. Let's get going, Minato said in a friendly tone. Your last teammate is waiting for you. Shunsui nodded to himself. At least this part of the canon did not get changed. Kakashi will be the last member of their team. He must be 6 or 7 right now and already a chunin. He should have been playing hide and seek with children and he is already a shinobi. Shunsui was sure that he had heard rumors of the genius White Fang's son in the first year of the academy. And since the legendary White Fang, Tsukumo Hatake died, Kakashi would have the motivation to become a shinobi soon with very early graduation. Sensei then announced the next team, Rado Namishi, Kurinai Yui, and Asuma Sarutobi. Your sensei would be Senjuren. Ah, it seems like Asuma got his wish, or maybe he pulled some strings with his daddy dearest to get himself into the team with his dearest crush. Well, good for him. I don't know much about Rado though. Shunsui thought. Aoi Yamashiro, Ebisu, and Ibiki Marino, your sensei is Yamanaka Gentai. Sensei announced the next team. Shunsui was happy that he was not in the team with Ebisu. The dude was too stuck in rules and very annoying to deal with. His moment of happiness lasted only a few seconds. The instructor continued. Might Guy, Genma Shiranui, and Shunsui Kyoraku, your sensei is Choza Akimichi. Thank you Msko, Kongzilla, Nathaniel Hayes, and Hafi and King for supporting me. Thank you for supporting me. Chapter 7, Genin Team, 2. Shuinsui's lazy smile faded instantly as he heard the names of his team members. I traded one loudmouth for an even bigger loudmouth, he thought with deep despair. Obito is annoying with his constant talking and yelling about becoming Hokage just like Naruto. But Guy would be on another level. He will probably wake me up at dawn every day for youthful training sessions. He will make me run laps until my legs fall off, all while shouting about the springtime of youth. And he will never stop. Never. I might actually die from exhaustion before any enemy gets me. This is worse than being on Obito's team. At least Obito gets tired sometimes. Guy runs on pure endless energy. What kind of cruel joke is this universe playing on me? Still, a small bright side appeared in his mind. Guy was a nice guy and might be considered his friend. Genma was also a quiet one, so that was a plus. At least I will get a lot of food to eat in this Genin team with an Akimichi sensei, he reasoned. He is even the next clan head, so that means a lot of free food. The Akimichi clan owns most of the restaurants in the Land of Fire and half of Konoha, so I might even get large discounts. He felt a little better about the safety part too. Besides, I do not have to worry much about my safety, he thought. Choza is a strong sensei. Might be the strongest in the current Ino-Shikacho trio of this generation. He can expand his body to giant size, punch through mountains, and probably wrestle a tailed beast for a few minutes if he really tries. With him around, enemies will think twice before attacking. Their sensei arrived a moment later. Chozo Akimichi stepped into the classroom like a walking mountain of muscle and fat. To Shunsui, he looked like a very large, very round man who clearly enjoyed his clan's cooking a little too much. Shunsui wisely kept that observation to himself. Saying something like, "You look like you ate 3 buffets for breakfast and you are very fat," to his new Jonin sensei on the first day seemed like a bad idea. Instead, he just tilted his hat politely in a greeting. Chozo looked at the 3 genin and gave a slow nod. "With me, Team 10. The 3 boys stood up. Guy immediately pumped his fist in the air. "Yash! Let us go, my youthful comrades. We must follow our youthful sensei with the burning flames of youth in our hearts. Today marks the beginning of our glorious journey as shinobi. Sensei, lead the way to greatness. I am ready to give 1000%. He turned to Shunsui and Genma with sparkling eyes. "Come on, friends. We will become the strongest team Konoha has ever seen." Shunsui sighed deeply and adjusted his straw hat. This is going to be so much of a drag, he thought. This is going to get annoying soon. In fact, it's already annoying. I swear if he says youth one more time, I might just snap. What's wrong with being old anyways? They followed Chozo out of the academy and through the village streets. People moved aside as the large man walked, giving respectful nods to the Akimichi clan head. The 3 genin trailed behind. Guy kept doing small jumps and shadow kicks while walking. Genma stayed silent, just chewing on his senbon. Shunsui walked slowest, hands in his sleeves, enjoying the shade from his hat. No one spoke anything during the walk. Not even their sensei. They reached one of the quieter training grounds on the edge of the village. Tall trees surrounded the open field, and a small stream ran nearby. Chozo stopped in the center and turned to face them. "I am Akimichi Chozo," he said in a deep, calm voice. "I might be your future Jonin sensei." Genma raised an eyebrow. "Might." Chozo nodded seriously. "Well, you have to pass another test to become proper genin. So even during wars, we have to take the genin test." Huh. Konoha is consistent in at least one thing. And he is not doing the introduction thing either. At least, he is waiting for us to pass before we introduce ourselves. Shunsui thought. Genma tilted his head. "Otherwise we go back to the academy." "No," Chozo answered with a hint of sadness in his tone. "You would become part of the genin corps. We are in need of every shinobi, even genin, during this period. So we cannot send you back to the academy. The war does not wait." Guy's eyes lit up even brighter. "What is the test, sensei? Tell us. I am prepared for anything." Chozo crossed his massive arms. "You will fight against me. There are no clear objectives for the test. I will just test your ability as well as your teamwork. If you meet the standards, I will be your Jonin sensei. Otherwise, I will be assigned to another team. Jonins are highly valuable during the war, so they are limited right now." The 3 genin stood in silence for a moment, taking in the words. Shunsui looked at the huge man in front of them and felt a tiny spark of interest under his laziness. A fight against an Akimichi clan head. This might actually be interesting. He thought as he knew that he would finally get a chance to use his Zanpakutō and its Shirkai in a real fight. Thank you Lechuza and Nathaniel Hayes. For supporting me. Thank you for supporting me. Chapter 8, Chozo versus his genins. As soon as Guy heard that they would have to fight their sensei, his entire body seemed to light up with energy. His eyes widened, his teeth flashed in a massive grin, and he thrust one fist high into the air while the other pointed straight at Chozo. "Yash! Youth will shine," he shouted at the top of his lungs. "Sensei, prepare yourself. We would come at you with the flames of determination that will never fade. Let the test begin, and let our youthful spirits clash in glorious combat." Shunsui thought, yeah, I have no doubt why Hiruzen made him a Jonin now. Dude is a living embodiment of the will of fire. Guy bounced on the balls of his feet, unable to stand still. He did a quick spin kick in place just to warm up, then punched the air repeatedly. Chozo gave a small nod to Guy with a smile, then spoke in his deep, steady voice. "You have 10 minutes to strategize. Talk it over and come up with something solid. You can attack me with the intention to kill, so go all out. Do not hold back just because I am your sensei." His gaze lingered for a moment on the 2 large swords hanging at Shuansue's sides as he said the last part. The blades looked sharp and well-maintained. Chozo raised one eyebrow slightly. "And I mean it. Come at me like you really want to end this fight. I will not go easy on you." With those words, Chozo turned and walked to the far end of the training ground. He moved with surprising lightness for someone his size. He stopped near a cluster of trees, far enough that the boys had space to plan without him overhearing every word. He leaned against a thick trunk, arms still crossed, and waited patiently. Genma was the first to speak once Choza was out of easy earshot. He pulled the senbon from his mouth for a second, then put it back. "We should work as a team," he said quietly. "Sensei made it clear that our teamwork will also be evaluated. If we just rush in one by one, we fail no matter how strong we hit." "Agreed," Shunsui replied without hesitation. He knew the true goal of the test after all. "Yash!" Guy shouted again, pumping both fists. "Teamwork is the ultimate expression of youth. Together we are unstoppable." Genma took the lead since neither of his teammates objected. He crouched slightly, keeping his voice low. "Let us discuss what each of us can do first. Then we can build a plan around our strengths." He started with himself. "I am a master at throwing weapons, especially senbon. I can hit small targets from long range with good accuracy. Since I am from the Shiranui clan, I am also well versed in poisons. Most of my senbon are laced with different types. Some cause paralysis, some slow reactions, some make the target feel heavy. If any of you get hit by one of my senbon by accident, let me know right away so I can give you the antidote. I also know the Academy 3 jutsu well enough to use them in a fight." Genma looked at Guy next. Guy straightened up proudly. "I am pretty good with taijutsu." Genma waited a few seconds for more details. When nothing else came, he blinked. "That is it? Just taijutsu?" Guy nodded vigorously. "Yes. My taijutsu is strong. I train every day to make my kicks and punches faster and harder. I can keep up the pressure on sensei and create openings for you to use your poison." Genma sighed quietly but did not argue. He turned to Shunsui. Shunsui spoke in his usual lazy drawl. "I am decent in kenjutsu as well as the Academy 3. He paused for a long moment. He looked at his two teammates. "They are my teammates now," he thought. "Might as well tell them. If we are going to work together, they need to know what I can do. Hiding my abilities from them will just get us all hurt or worse killed." He straightened a little, his voice turning more serious. "I have an ability that you can call a Kekkei Genkai, but even my allies are affected by it. So if I use it, I want you to listen to my commands without question. Do not hesitate. Follow what I say exactly." Genma and Guy looked at him curiously. Guy tilted his head like a curious puppy. Genma narrowed his eyes slightly but did not press for details. Both nodded. "Very well then," Genma said after a short silence. "I do not think we can actually defeat someone like Akimichi Choza with our current abilities. I doubt any fresh Genin team could take down a Jonin clan shinobi in a real fight. So we should try our best, show good teamwork, and do everything we can to impress him." He pointed toward Choza in the distance. "Here is the plan. Shunsui-san and Guy-san, you two should keep him busy up close. Guy-san, use your taijutsu to attack directly and force him to move. Shunsui-san, support with your kenjutsu and look for openings. I will stay back and try to find an opportunity to hit him with my poison senbon from a distance. If the plan starts falling apart or we need something stronger, Shunsui-san, you are free to use your ability. Just give us a quick warning so we can adjust." Shunsui and Guy both nodded. The plan was simple, which suited Shunsui just fine. With the 10 minutes almost up, they moved forward together toward the center of the field. Choza watched them approach. Without any warning, Guy exploded into motion. He launched himself at their sensei with impressive speed for a genin. His leg snapped out in a powerful flying kick aimed straight at Choza's chest. The air whistled around his foot from the force. Guy shouted, "Dynamic entry." Choza looked a little surprised at the sudden burst of speed, but his reaction was instant. He raised one hand and caught Guy's ankle midair with ease. The impact made a dull thud, but Choza did not even step back. He held Guy suspended for half a second. Before Choza could throw Guy away or counterattack, a silver flash came from the side. Shunsui had drawn his swords in a smooth motion and swung it in a clean arc toward Choza's throat. Choza dropped Guy immediately and leaned back just enough. The sword passed within an inch of his neck, close enough to slice a thin line across the collar of his Jonin vest. Fabric tore with a soft ripping sound. Shunsui did not stop there. He spun on his heel in a full circle, bringing his second sword around in a low horizontal slash. The blade caught the edge of Choza's pants leg, cutting a neat strip of cloth that fluttered to the ground. Choza jumped back a step, now fully alert. It was not a wound or a serious hit, but it was enough to change his mood. Choza's eyes sharpened. The playful look on his face disappeared. A scroll appeared in his hand from a hidden pouch. With a quick flick, he unrolled it and slammed his palm down. Smoke puffed out, and a thick bow staff materialized in his grip. Choza twirled the staff once, then pointed it loosely toward the three genin. He gave Shunsui a wry smile that did not quite reach his eyes. You really are coming to kill me, huh, Shunsui? Thank you Michael Thomas and Robert Thompson for supporting me. Thank you for supporting me. Chapter 9, Choza Akimichi, 1. Choza Akimichi POV. Choza Akimichi as the future head of the Akimichi clan, he had never pictured himself taking on the role of a Jonin sensei so soon. The Third Great Shinobi War had taken too many lives and left the village short on experienced Jonin that could take the role of a Jonin sensei. And that's where Choza came in. The Hokage himself had called Choza into the office and explained the situation to him. With not many Jonin available, someone had to step up and train the new graduates. It was Konoha's tradition to have genin teams with a Jonin sensei to help grow the next generation. Choza had been given the choice, but it was clear the Hokage expected him to accept. Choza had thought about it for only a short time before agreeing. It was better than the alternatives. He did not want to end up like Inoichi Yamanaka, who spent most days locked in the torture and interrogation department. Inoichi was always busy reading the minds of captured spies and enemy shinobi. He came home late, if at all, with dark circles under his eyes. Choza preferred good food and family time over that kind of work. It was also better than his other teammate, Shikaka Nara's position. As the current Jonin commander, Shikaka dealt with endless meetings, mission assignments, and the constant pressure of planning for the war. Choza liked Shikaka like a brother, but he did not envy the headaches that came with being the brain of the Ino Shikacho trio. So Choza had accepted the proposition without much complaint. The Hokage assigned him 3 students. First was Shiranui Genma from the Shiranui clan. The Shiranui were known for their skill with poisons, and Genma already showed some proficiency in that area. He was also a master at throwing weapons, especially Senbon. Choza had read the reports. The boy could hit moving targets from long distances and often laced his needles with different toxins. It was a dangerous combination for a genin. Next came Might Guy, the son of Might Dewey. Choza had met Dewey months ago during a joint mission. The man had been called the Eternal Genin because he never ranked up, but Choza knew the truth. Dewey was very, very good at taijutsu. His kicks and punches could shatter rocks, and he moved with speed that surprised even seasoned jonin. Choza had seen him in action and knew that Guy was also a master of taijutsu. Though not yet at his father's level. He felt that it was a pity that duty could not be promoted because he could not use ninjutsu. Now his son stood before Choza with the same fire in his eyes. Guy's hands were covered in thick calluses from endless training which he could see. The boy clearly spent hours every day practicing strikes and forms. Choza could respect that kind of dedication, even if the constant shouting about youth made him want to smile and sigh at the same time. The last member of the team was the most unusual. Shunsui Kyoraku was an orphan with no clan name to back him up. In fact, it was the boy that had picked the name for himself at the age of 5 for some reason. Before that he was called Shurshur by the matron of the orphanage. At first, the boy had not wanted to attend the Shinobi Academy at all. He had dreamed of becoming a simple farmer. Choza found it a good peaceful dream but alas. One day an academy assessor had visited the orphanage looking for promising children. They had tested Shunsui and discovered his chakra reserves were immense, far beyond what any normal genin should have. The assessors had even taken blood samples to check if he had some distant relation to the Uzumaki clan. The results came back negative, but the sheer amount of chakra was impossible to ignore. Everyone agreed that letting someone with that much potential become a farmer would be a waste. The matron of the orphanage had no choice but to force the issue. She coerced and punished the boy until he finally joined the academy and started training to become a shinobi. From the reports the Hokage showed Choza, Shunsui had somehow gotten hold of 2 fine swords and started training hard in kenjutsu. It seemed that he finally found interest in becoming a shinobi after getting the 2 swords. The academy's kenjutsu instructor had praised him highly. The boy was pretty good with blades, especially since he used twin swords. That style was very rare among shinobi. Most preferred a single katana or kunai. Of course, the boy did not start that good but constant years of training in kenjutsu made him good with those blades. Shunsui fought with a daisho pair, a longer tachi and a shorter wakizashi. He was also very dedicated in learning taijutsu as per the academy kenjutsu master, which was a surprise considering Shunsui did not want to become a shinobi, initially fearing that he would get hurt. Choza had watched the 3 boys during their 10-minute strategy session. He stayed far enough away not to hear every word, but he could see the way they talked. Genma took the lead without anyone arguing. That showed good leadership skills. He was no Nara genius, but he could see that he was giving the orders. Guy nodded along with endless enthusiasm. Shunsui listened quietly, then spoke up about something important. Choza could not hear the details, but he saw the serious look on the boy's face. Whatever it was, it made the other 2 pay close attention. The fight started without warning. Guy launched forward like a green streak. Choza caught the flying kick easily, but he felt a small ache in his palm from the force behind it. Before he could counter, Shunsui moved in from the side. The boy's sword flashed toward Choza's throat in a clean, deadly arc. Choza leaned back just in time to dodge it. The blade sliced a thin line across his vest collar. Shunsui spun and brought the second sword low, cutting a strip from Choza's pants leg. Choza knew right then that he was going to pass this trio. It had taken only a minute of fighting to see their potential. Thank you Astia and Andrew Morale for supporting me. Thank you for supporting me. Chapter 10, Choza Akimichi, 2. Choza Akimichi PO.V. Choza knew right then that he was going to pass this trio. It had taken only a minute of fighting to see their potential. The teamwork was solid. Genma stayed back to look for openings and had devised a plan. Guy kept up close pressure with taijutsu. Shunsui supported with kenjutsu and created dangerous moments. Choza decided it was time to get serious. Well, serious enough so that the Genins does not manage to cut him even a little, since that would mean he would lose a lot of respect among his peers. He pulled out a scroll, unsealed it, and summoned his bow staff. The thick iron weapon felt comfortable in his large hands. I don't want to fight someone with real proficiency in kenjutsu using only my bare hands. That would be asking for trouble. Choza thought. Choza blocked and parried as Shunsui pressed the attack. The boy moved like water, flowing from one strike to the next. His tachi came down in a heavy overhead chop. Choza raised the staff to meet it. Steel met steel with a sharp crack. Shunsui twisted his body and brought the wakizashi in from the side, aiming for Choza's ribs. Choza spun the staff in a wide circle to deflect the shorter blade. Sparks flew where metal scraped metal again. Shunsui ducked under the counterswing and slashed upward with both swords in a scissor motion. Choza jumped back a step, but the tips of the blades grazed his vest again, leaving shallow cuts in the fabric. Choza thought, he is quite skilled with his kenjutsu, especially for someone his age. It seems that he has devoted most of his attention on working on it. Guy charged in again, this time with a rapid series of punches and kicks. Choza used the staff to block the blows, feeling the impact vibrate up his arms. Guy was strong for his age too. Each strike carried real power. If it was anyone other than Choza who was known for his physical abilities, they would be spotting lots of bruises from Guy's hits. Choza twisted his body and swept the staff low to force Guy to jump. While Guy was in the air, Shunsui closed in once more. The boy leaped forward, crossing his arms so the two blades formed an X. He brought them down together in a powerful descending strike aimed at Choza's shoulder. Choza planted his feet and raised the bow staff horizontally. The two blades slammed into the metal staff with enough force to make Choza's muscles tense. The impact rang out like a bell across the training ground. Shunsui hung in the air for a split second, pressing down with all his strength. With a sudden burst of strength, Choza pushed forward. He shoved the staff upward and outward, using his massive size and raw power to send Shunsui flying backward. The boy sailed through the air for at least 10 meters before crashing to the ground in a roll. Dust kicked up around him as he skidded across the grass. Guy arrived with another kick, but Choza parried it with the staff and then smacked him to the side lightly, which made Guy release a grunt of pain. Choza felt a light tickle on the side of his neck. He looked down to see several senbon sliding harmlessly off his skin and dropping to the ground. The thin needles had struck from Genma's position, but they bounced off like they had hit stone. Choza turned his head and gave Genma a small smile. The boy stood frozen, eyes wide with shock. You did well to exploit that opening. But there is a reason we Akimichi are called thick-skinned, kid, Choza said in a calm voice. He tapped his own cheek with one finger. Our bodies are built tough. And mine is tougher even among the Akimichi clan. Your poison needles are lethal, but they need to pierce their targets first to work. Genma lowered his hand slowly, clearly surprised. He had expected at least some damage to the jonin from the senbons or even the poison. Shunsui pushed himself up from the ground. He dusted off his pink kimono with slow, careful movements. Bits of grass clung to the fabric, but he brushed them away without hurry. He looked at his teammates, then back at Choza. Plan B, he said simply. Choza watched as Shunsui raised his twin swords. The boy set the two blades against each other in a perfect cross, edges touching lightly. The pose looked nothing like any of the Konoha kenjutsu styles. Choza tilted his head in confusion. Oh, what is the kid planning now, he thought. Some kind of special technique? His file did not mention anything about a jutsu or a special kenjutsu technique. Shuansui's voice came next. Flowery winds become disturbed, Shunsui began. His tone carried an eerie calm. The god of flowers sings. The heavenly winds become disturbed. The devil of heaven sneers. Katen Kyōkotsu. Choza was confused and worried. Is he singing some kind of poem? Did I push him too hard? Did he hurt his head? Does he have a concussion? Should I stop the test to get him checked? But the confusion turned into shock as the crossed blades glowed. The blades shifted shape right before Choza's eyes. When the glow faded, the swords were no longer the familiar daisho pair. They had transformed into a pair of huge, black, heavily curved scimitars. Choza stared at the changed blades. His grip tightened on the bow staff. "What is that?" he murmured under his breath. "Thank you Taz and Birdran for supporting me. Thank you for supporting me." Chapter 11, What the F***K was that? Shunsui launched himself forward once again towards Choza. He had activated his Shirkai. The Shirkai release of Katen Kyōkotsu still required the full poem to activate for him. He was not proficient enough yet to release it with just the name of the Zanpakutō. He knew the poem from the anime and had tried using it to activate his Shirkai, which had worked. Every time he wanted to use the transformed state, he had to recite the entire chant. He hoped that in the future, after more practice and perhaps when he grew stronger, he could skip the poem entirely. Just saying the name and having the blades shift would be so much easier. For now, though, the long recitation was necessary, and it gave his enemies a few extra seconds to prepare. As Shunsui closed the distance to his sensei, he expected to take the lead in the attack. To his surprise, Choza moved first. The large man swung his bow staff in a powerful downward arc aimed straight at Shunsui right side. The staff whistled through the air with enough force to crack stone. Shunsui reacted on instinct. He crossed his two scimitars in front of him just in time. The iron staff slammed into the crossed blades with a loud clang that echoed across the training ground. The impact sent vibrations up Shuansui's arms and rattled his teeth. Even with the block, the sheer strength behind Choza's swing was overwhelming. Shuansui's feet left the ground. He was launched backward through the air like a ragdoll caught in a strong wind. Shunsui flew toward a thick tree at the edge of the field. Guy, who had been circling for another opening, saw the trajectory and his eyes widened in worry. "Kyōraku," he shouted, his voice full of concern. The usually energetic boy froze for a split second, afraid his teammate was about to crash hard and get seriously hurt. Shunsui collided with the tree trunk back first. Everyone expected him to slam into it and drop. Instead, to the complete shock of Choza, Guy, and Genma, Shunsui literally bounced off the bark. His body rebounded like a rubber ball. He shot toward a nearby large rock, hit it sideways, and bounced upward again as if the rock was made of rubber. The strange movements looked impossible. Shunsui twisted in midair. He came down from above like a descending meteor, both scimitars raised high over his head. He aimed straight for Choza's shoulder. Choza had just enough time to raise his bow staff horizontally. The two massive blades crashed down onto the staff with tremendous force. The staff bent slightly under the pressure. Choza's boots slid back a few inches, digging furrows in the dirt. The Jonin felt the inertia of the attack push against his entire body. For the first time in the fight, he had to take a real step backward to steady himself. Shunsui landed lightly on his feet, blades still crossed, breathing a little heavier but otherwise calm. The reason for the bouncing and the tree and rocks doing no damage to Shunsui was simple. Shunsui had activated one of the core abilities of his Shirkai. Katen Kyōkotsu could bring any children's game into reality, and he had chosen pinball. The entire training ground that was within his range had transformed without anyone noticing. The trees, rocks, and even patches of ground had turned into giant flippers, bumpers, ramps, and obstacles made of flexible, rubber-like material. And Shunsui himself was the pinball. Of course, they still retained the appearance of what they actually were while still getting the properties of those objects. When Shunsui hit the tree, it acted like a pinball bumper and sent him flying with almost no damage. The rock did the same. He had used the environment itself as part of the game, turning a dangerous crash into a high-speed rebound that gave him an advantage. It's a pity that no one in this world knows about pinball, Shunsui thought as he steadied himself. I just experienced a wave of nostalgia. Back on Earth, I used to play it for hours in arcades. The lights, the sounds, the way the ball zipped around. Good times. Too bad I cannot explain it to these guys without sounding crazy. Guy saw the opening created by Shuansui's aerial assault. He dashed forward with explosive speed. "Dynamic entry," he yelled, launching a powerful roundhouse kick aimed at Choza's side. The Jonin twisted his body to block with the staff, but the force still sent him skidding sideways a few feet. Dirt flew up around his boots. Guy landed in a crouch, grinning wide. Youthful teamwork is unbeatable. Genma took advantage of the moment too. He flicked his wrist and sent a volley of kunai spinning toward Choza. Choza spun his bow staff in a rapid circle like a propeller. The weapon deflected every kunai with sharp clacks, and the kunai clattered harmlessly to the ground. Shunsui raised one hand toward his teammates. "Guy-san, Genma-san," he said in his usual lazy tone. "Please stand where you are for a moment." Guy and Genma obeyed immediately. They froze in place, trusting their teammate completely. Guy gave a thumbs up. We are with you, Kyōraku. Show the power of youth. Shunsui took a deep breath. He decided to switch games. The pinball environment faded slightly as a new set of rules took hold. Choza decided to close the distance. The moment Choza moved, the ground beneath his feet erupted. A massive snake, thick as a tree trunk, shot upward from the earth. Its jaws were opened wide, ready to swallow the Jonin whole. Choza reacted with pure instinct. His right fist enlarged instantly, growing to the size of a boulder thanks to the Akimichi clan's partial expansion technique. He smashed the fist downward like a hammer. The snake's head slammed into the ground with a boom. The snake dissolved into wisps of black smoke. Before Choza could even wonder how a giant snake had appeared out of nowhere under his feet, he felt movement to his right. Shunsui had taken only 2 small steps sideways. In that instant, he appeared directly beside Choza as if he had teleported. The 2 black scimitars came slashing in from opposite directions. One aimed high at the neck, the other low at the waist. Choza blocked the high strike with the middle of his bow staff. The lower blade, however, sliced clean through a large chunk of his armored vest. Choza felt the cold edge graze his side, not deep enough to draw blood but close enough to make his heart skip. Shunsui landed lightly and spoke in a calm, almost polite tone. "Sensei, have you not played snakes and ladders as a child?" Choza stared at him for a heartbeat. The question was an absurd one in the middle of a fight. A large burst of chakra exploded outward from Choza's body on pure reflex. The shockwave of raw power acted like a repulsive force. It sent Shunsui flying backward again. This time he hit the ground hard, rolling twice before coming to a stop. Shunsui pushed himself up slowly. He wiped a thin line of blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand. The impact had hurt, but he looked more annoyed than injured. He dusted off his pink kimono once more, as if the fight were just a minor inconvenience. Choza lowered his staff. His breathing was steady, but there was sweat on his forehead. He looked at the 3 genin standing in front of him. Guy was still in his fighting stance. Genma had fresh senbon ready between his fingers. Shunsui stood casually, his blades resting on his shoulders. Choza exhaled slowly. "The test is over," he announced in a firm voice. "You all have passed." Guy let out a loud cheer. "Yash. We did it. The power of youth has triumphed." Genma relaxed his shoulders and put the senbon back in his pouch. A small smile tugged at his lips. That was intense. Choza walked closer to the group. He looked at each of them in turn. Then his gaze settled on Shunsui. Akimichi Choza was known as the calmest member of the current Inoshikacho trio. He never raised his voice in anger. He never swore. He always spoke with polite words, even in the heat of battle. But right now, staring at the boy with the black scimitars and remembering what happened in the past 2 minutes, something inside him snapped just a little. Choza rubbed the back of his neck, looked up at the sky for a second as if asking for patience from above, then fixed his eyes on Shunsui again. In a voice that was half disbelief, half exasperation, he said, "What the fuck was that? Thank you Joses and Senju Monarch for supporting me. Thank you for supporting me." Chapter 12, revealing his ability. What the fuck was that? The curse slipped out of Choza's mouth before he could stop it. Choza's face turned red almost instantly. He realized what he had said and looked embarrassed. He cleared his throat loudly, trying to regain his usual composure. "I mean, that was highly unusual," he said, fumbling for the right words. "Very impressive, but what exactly did you just do? How did you bounce from a tree and a rock? And do you have a summoning contract with snakes? And how did your swords change shape? And did you just teleport at the end? Explain it to me, kid, because right now my head feels like it got hit by one of my own expansion punches." Shunsui sheathed his transformed blades. As he did, the huge black scimitar shimmered and shifted back to their normal form. They became the familiar Daisho pair again. Shunsui reached up and adjusted his straw hat, which had fallen off during the fight and landed in the grass. He picked it up, dusted it off, and placed it back on his head. Then he answered lazily, "Just a little game, sensei. Nothing too serious." Choza stared at him for a long moment. The silence stretched out. Then the Jonin let out a deep, rumbling laugh that shook his whole body. His belly moved up and down like waves on a pond. "Nothing too serious," he says, Choza repeated, still chuckling. "You bounced from a tree and a rock without breaking a single bone. You summoned a giant snake that almost ate me whole. You cut my vest in half like it was paper after teleporting right next to me. If that is your idea of not serious, I cannot wait to see what you call serious." Choza directed a long, thoughtful look at Shunsui. "So what was really that? No more jokes. Tell me straight." Shunsui paused. He looked at his sensei, then at his 2 teammates. There is no helping it, Shunsui thought. I would have to reveal my abilities now. I am sure the Hokage would also know about it soon. But that is not all bad. Revealing this will protect me from Danzo and his root agents. They will think twice before trying anything sneaky if the whole village knows I have strange powers. Besides, I am confident in my ability to deal with the low-level threats that would come with this. And honestly, I am too lazy to hide my abilities anymore. I would have to use them anyways when my life is in danger and during missions. It's the only ability that I have that I can use in fights. Shunsui took a slow breath and started speaking. When I was 5 years old, I could somehow summon these blades. Summon? Choza asked, raising one eyebrow. With a casual wave of his hand, the swords at Shuansue's side disappeared. One moment they were there, hanging from his belt. The next moment, gone. Choza's eyes widened slightly. Genma leaned forward a bit. Guy let out a small gasp. Shunsui waved his hand again, and the blades reappeared in his grip as if they had never left. That is a very unusual ability, Choza said slowly. You can summon only these blades and nothing else? Yes, Shunsui answered simply. Anyway, Shunsui continued, the swords have what I call a release state. When I recite that poem you heard, it changes their form and grants me the ability to create any children's game in reality. The games become real around us. The rules apply to everyone in the area, not just me. Guy looked completely confused. He scratched his head. Children's games. Like tag or hide and seek. But how does that make snakes and bouncing trees? Genma stayed silent, but his eyes were sharp and thoughtful. He was clearly piecing things together. Shunsui nodded toward Guy. For example, I once saw a merchant who was selling a game called pinball. It was a wooden board with a small metal ball. The merchant used wooden pegs and rubber bands stretched tight to make bumpers and flippers. The player would hit the ball with a little stick, and the ball would bounce around, hitting the pegs and scoring points in holes. I used that idea to turn my surroundings into rubber flippers, rubber bumpers, ramps, and obstacles. That is why I bounced off the tree and the rock without getting hurt. The ground and trees acted like parts of a giant pinball machine. I saved myself from a bad fall and used the bounce to attack you again. Choza rubbed his chin. I have never heard of that game. So that is how you saved yourself from colliding with the tree. You made the tree act like a spring. Shunsui knew the reason that Choza had not heard about the game was because Shunsui had made up the story of the merchant just now. The game was from his previous life after all. Yes, Shunsui said. Next, I changed the game we were playing. You might have heard of the game Snakes and Ladders. It is another version of Chutes and Ladders, the board game where players roll dice and move pieces up ladders or slide down snakes. Choza nodded slowly. I have heard about that game. I even played it a few times when I was a kid. You move across squares, climb ladders to skip ahead, or slide down snakes when you land on the wrong spot. Exactly, Shunsui said. So when I decided to play that game, the area around us turned into an imaginary board. There were hidden snakes and ladders throughout the field. When you took a couple of steps forward, unlucky for you, you stepped on an area with a snake. That is why the snake popped up from the ground to devour you. And as for ladders, they allow me to teleport to different locations within the area. Of course, you could have also teleported if you had landed on a ladder spot. The rules apply to everyone playing, not just me. Choza frowned slightly. But you seemed to know exactly where the ladders and snakes were. You moved like you had a map in your head. Shunsui thought for a second. He noticed that already. Smart. Out loud he said, did I mention that I know the game pretty well? I know all the rules and I also do not need to tell the other players what the rules are. Oh, and I might have memorized exactly how many steps I have to take to reach a ladder or how many steps an enemy needs to take to land on a snake. I know the places where the snakes are and ladders are. It makes things easier for me. In fact, I placed the imaginary board of the game myself. Choza had a thinking look on his face for a full minute. He paced a few steps, arms crossed over his chest. Finally he stopped and looked at Shunsui again. I am still a lot confused. My head hurts trying to wrap around all this. But I think I get most of it. It is quite an interesting ability. Very powerful, very strange. I will have to take help from my old teammate to understand this better. Shikaku is good at figuring out tricky things. Would you mind if I reveal this ability to him and the Hokage? They need to know what one of their genin can do. Shunsui gave a small nod. I do not mind. At least he asked, Shunsui thought, feeling quietly happy at his sensei's manners. Most people in power would have just reported it without checking. It seemed like Choza was different. He respected boundaries, even with a genin. With that settled, Choza placed a large hand on Shuansui's shoulder. The weight was heavy but gentle. Welcome to Team 10, all three of you, he said with a warm smile. You passed with flying colors. That was one of the strangest tests I have ever given, but you showed real teamwork, creativity, and strength. And I don't think that any other Genin teams would have been successfully in pushing their Jonin sensei this far. Now let us go get some barbecue. I need food after that nonsense. My stomach is growling. Guy shouted at full volume. Yash. Barbecue with the power of youth. We will eat until our bellies are as full as our spirits. Genma stayed mostly silent as he walked behind the group. He chewed on his senbon thoughtfully. Every now and then he glanced at Shunsui, clearly still processing everything he had seen and heard. But he did not ask any more questions yet. There would be time for that later. Thank you for supporting me. Chapter 13, Choza's Report, 1. Choza Akimichi walked through the streets of Konoha with a full stomach and a satisfied smile. The barbecue had been perfect as always. The rich smell of grilled meat still clung to his clothes. His new Genin team had eaten like they had never seen food before. Guy had cheered between every bite, declaring the meal a victory celebration of youth. Genma had stayed quiet but devoured his share without complaint. Shunsui had eaten slowly, savoring each piece of tender pork, his eyes half closed in contentment. Choza was sure that their expression brightened up a lot more when he revealed that they could eat with a 50% discount for every visit to the restaurant. Choza himself had polished off enough ribs and skewers to make even his clan proud. He was even more happy about his Genin team. They went all quite well with each other, which could not be said about the other Genin teams. Team 10 was going to work out just fine, he was sure of that. After dropping the boys off at their homes with instructions to rest and meet again in 2 days, Choza headed straight for the Hokage tower. He climbed the stairs to the Hokage's office. The guards at the door nodded and let him pass without question. Inside, the room was quiet except for the scratch of pens on paper. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat behind his large desk, pipe in one hand and a stack of mission reports in front of him. Shikaku Nara lounged in a chair nearby, feet up on a low table, flipping through a thick scroll with a bored expression. Hiruzen looked up first. His sharp eyes caught the barbecue sauce still smeared at the corner of Choza's mouth and the ripped fabric of his vest. A small, knowing smile spread across his face. Ah, Choza. How did your new Genin team do in their test? Did they pass? Looking at the barbecue sauce on your lips and your torn vest, it looks like they did and they performed exceptionally well. Choza wiped his mouth quickly with the back of his hand. A bit of sauce came away on his fingers. He chuckled and rubbed it off on his pants. They were a surprise. Yes, I passed them. All three showed real potential. But I have something very important to report. The last words made the mood shift instantly. Hiruzen's smile faded. His expression turned serious. He set his pipe down carefully on the desk. Shikaku let out a long sigh and muttered under his breath, another troublesome report. He dropped his feet to the floor and sat up straighter, though he still looked half asleep. Choza took a seat across from the Hokage. One of my students, Shunsui Kyoraku, has a Kekei Genkai. A very unusual one. Hiruzen raised one eyebrow. It was not bad news, so some tension left his shoulders. His voice stayed calm. A Kekei Genkai, huh? That's fabulous news. Our village has been lacking in that department. We have dojutsus and clan secret techniques but rarely had an elemental Kekei Genkai. Hiruzen always wanted to have shinobi with elemental Kekei Genkais that are formed by the combination of 2 chakra releases. Like lava release that is formed of fire and earth release chakra or ice release. They would have given Konoha something that they did not have currently and would have made them more stronger than other villages. Hiruzen asked, which one? We have records of most bloodlines that have been observed in the village and also in other villages. If it is something new, that could be significant. Choza shook his head slowly. A very strange one. But a very powerful one from what I have seen and heard. He can somehow summon 2 swords out of nowhere. And using these swords, he can make a children's game become real. The game affects the area around him. Everyone in range gets pulled into it. Hiruzen leaned forward slightly. Explain more. Tell us how the test went. Start from the beginning. Choza took a deep breath and began. He described the 10-minute strategy session where Genma took charge and showed good leadership. He talked about Guy's explosive taijutsu and the flying kick that actually made Choza's palm ache. Then he moved to Shunsui. He explained how the boy fought with twin swords and was well versed in kenjutsu. How Shunsui had gone straight for the throat in the first exchange. How Choza had summoned his bow staff to defend himself properly. Then came the moment Shunsui crossed his blades and recited the strange poem. The swords changed into huge black scimitars. The area turned into a game resembling what Shota called a pinball machine. Shunsui bounced off trees and rocks like a ball, taking no damage and coming back with deadly force. After that, the giant snake erupted from the earth. Choza had smashed it with an enlarged fist. Shunsui teleported beside him and cut a chunk from his vest. Finally, Choza had ended the test and declared them passed. He finished with what Shunsui had explained afterward. The summoning of the blades. The release date triggered by the poem. The ability to bring any children's game into reality. How Shunsui set the rules himself and could bend them to his advantage. How the games affected everyone equally, enemies and allies alike. Shikaku listened without interrupting. When Choza finished, the Nara genius leaned back in his chair. He rubbed his temple and spoke in a tired voice. You understand the implications of this, Choza? Hokage-sama. Choza gave a confused look to his teammate. He had not fully grasped what Shuinsue's ability meant. Hiruzen gave a grim nod. His face looked older in that moment. Shikaku explained slowly for his clueless friend. It is too hard to believe. No matter how absurd it sounds, the boy can somehow change the reality around him. He turns imagination into something solid. He forces the world to follow rules he makes up. Just think of it as a genjutsu which is being made real. He is changing the reality itself. Thank you for supporting me. Thank you for supporting me. Chapter 14, Choza's Report, 2. Choza's eyes widened. He stuttered a little as the words that Shikaku spoke sank in. Reality, change, is that even possible? Shikaku nodded once. If the boy's ability is anything to go by, it is possible. And it is dangerous. Very dangerous. Hiruzen spoke next. It is possible. In fact, there is another ability that can affect reality that I know of. Both Choza and Shikaku turned to look at the Hokage. Even Shikaku looked surprised. He had not known about this either. Hiruzen continued. My sensei, Lord Second, told me about a jutsu that the Uchiha used long ago. It has lost favor over time and is mostly forgotten among the clan. Only the Uchiha elders might still know of it. The jutsu is called Izanagi. It can turn imagination into reality, much like the boy's ability. It is though a lot more powerful since it could bring a dead Uchiha back to life. He paused to let that sink in. With a normal genjutsu, the user applies an illusion to the target's senses. The target sees, hears, or feels things that are not real. With Izanagi, the Uchiha applies an illusion to reality itself. They gain control over what is real and what is not for as long as the jutsu stays active. Shikaku's eyebrows rose high. Such an absurd ability exists. Yes, Hiruzen confirmed. But it comes at a heavy price. In exchange for the brief control over reality, the Sharingan I used to perform it becomes blind forever. The user sacrifices one eye for a few minutes of rewriting fate. Hiruzen leaned forward. The boy's ability seems very strong. And it seems that it does not have the limitation like the Uchiha's Izanagi. To bring any children's game into reality, it is imaginative and versatile. It is also very dangerous if used against us. Hiruzen looked at Shikaku's thoughtful face. Shikaku, what are you thinking? Shikaku scratched his head. I am wondering if he can bring shogi to reality. Choza burst out in a surprised chuckle. Hiruzen smiled despite the seriousness of the moment. I do not think so, Hiruzen said gently. It is not a children's game, after all. Shikaku shrugged. I beg to differ, Lord Third. Nara children play shogi from a young age. But I think the ability is more like what Shunsui considers as children's games. If he sees something as childish fun, it counts. If he sees it as serious strategy, maybe not. Hiruzen nodded slowly. That makes sense. Such an ability would definitely have limitations or drawbacks. Just like Izanagi. In exchange for the brief control over reality that Izanagi grants them, the Sharingan they perform it with becomes blind. Shikaku picked up the thought. Makes sense. I think we already know 3 of the limitations of Shuinsue's ability. First, he can only bring games that he considers as children's games to reality. Second, and the bigger limitation, is that everyone within the range gets caught in that game. So even the enemies could use the game to their advantage if they figure it out fast. And third, even the boy must follow the rules of the game. Though it seems he can take advantage of this by skewing the rules to his side since he sets them. And also by not telling his opponents about the rules. Hiruzen agreed. It is too early to say all of this for certain. We would need more information about the ability to make better assumptions. Choza, you should work closely with the boy. Help him develop this ability to its full potential. Train him carefully. Test the limits without pushing too hard. Choza nodded. I will. He is lazy by nature according to his academic profile, but he listens when it matters. Shikaku added his own thought. I think the boy's ability might be able to change the battlefield even at such a young age. Imagine an entire enemy squad forced into a game where he controls the rules. They would not know what hit them. The realization settled over Hiruzen and Choza, who both understood at the same moment. Everyone, enemies or allies, if caught in his ability would have to play the game that Shunsui chose. Konoha would already know the rules because Shunsui would tell it to them. The enemy would be blind to them. That kind of advantage could turn small skirmishes into one-sided victories. Or it could backfire if an enemy learned to exploit the same rules. Hiruzen leaned back in his chair. He picked up his pipe again but did not light it. Shikaku, look into the boy's background. I believe that we had already checked it, but we need to dig deeper. Check his parents. If I am not wrong, he has unusually large chakra reserves. See if he has some Uzumaki, Uchiha, or Senju relation. A distant bloodline could explain the power, and maybe we would find what caused this mutated ability to appear in the boy. Shikaku gave a small nod. Troublesome, but I will handle it. Choza stood up slowly. I will keep training him. And I will watch for any signs of strain or weakness in the ability. If it has a cost like Izanagi, we need to know before it shows up in a real fight. Hiruzen looked at both men with steady eyes. Good. Keep this quiet for now. Only the three of us and the elders if needed. We do not want rumors spreading until we understand it fully. Dismissed. Choza bowed slightly and left the office. The door closed behind him with a soft click. Inside the office, Hiruzen and Shikaku sat in thoughtful silence. A new piece had appeared on the board, and that too when Konoha was in war with all the other great villages. And no one yet knew how big or dangerous the piece would become. Thank you Pandopa, Icy Hot and Votst for supporting me. Thank you for supporting me. Chapter 15, First Training Session, 1. 2 days after their Genin test, Shunsui arrived at the same training ground where they took their test early in the morning. Shunsui found a good spot to wait for the rest of his team to arrive under a large tree. He leaned back against the bark, legs stretched out in front of him, straw hat tilted low over his eyes. He looked completely relaxed, as if he had come here to nap rather than train. He was not the first one to arrive though. Know that honor went to his youthful friend. Across the field, Might Guy was already hard at work. The boy in the bright green jumpsuit was balanced perfectly on one finger. His body stayed straight as a board while he lowered and raised himself in a push-up. Sweat already glistened on his skin, but his face showed nothing but pure determination. Shunsui watched him for a moment. Guy counted out loud 550. 551. 552. Shunsui let out a small, amused breath. He closed his eyes and enjoyed the warmth of the sun on his face. A few minutes later, footsteps approached. Genma Shiranui walked up quietly towards him. He stopped a short distance away from Shunsui. Genma-san, Shunsui greeted without opening his eyes. Shunsui-san, Genma replied in the same even tone. They stood in comfortable silence for a while. Genma shifted his weight from one foot to the other. Finally, he spoke. Shunsui-san, during the academy spars, you only used taijutsu. Even when weapons were allowed and we were allowed to use ninjutsu, you did not use anything beyond the Academy 3 jutsus. Why is that? With what you showed in the Genin test, you could have won every spar against anyone. You could have gotten yourself a better Genin team. Shunsui opened his eyes slowly. A faint, knowing smile curved his lips. He looked at Genma with quiet amusement. If I used the full extent of my abilities, it would not be much of a fight, would it, Genma-san? Yes, I would have won. Easily. But what would that prove? Victory without effort is empty. It teaches nothing. It builds nothing. I chose to only use taijutsu because it was something that I knew that I was bad at and it needed to be improved. He continued, it also helped me improve my body. The body grows stronger only when it is pushed to its edge. If I had revealed everything back then, I would have stayed the same lazy boy who relies on gifts he never earned. And fighting at close range with just taijutsu helped me develop better instincts, and since I have learned taijutsu, I also know how I can counter it when my enemies would be using it. Genma stared at Shunsui for a long moment. He always thought himself as the most mature of various kids in their class. But it seems that his teammate was not far behind. Genma nodded slowly. I see. That makes sense. Shunsui continued in the same soft tone. Besides, when did I ever say that I ended up in a bad team? He tilted his head toward the field. Guy was still going strong. You see Guy there doing one-finger push-ups. He is on some 600 now. I sure cannot do more than 200, and I have trained a lot myself, believe it or not. Genma-san, he is already a monster in taijutsu. And I am sure that he will become an even bigger monster in taijutsu in the coming years. Shunsui turned his gaze to Genma. And you, Genma-san. You are pretty good at throwing weapons. Both me and Guy need some ranged support. Your senbon are deadly, and so is your poison. I heard the sensei back in the academy say never underestimate someone who works with poison. They were right. One needle in the right spot can end a fight before it even starts. You have patience and you can wait for the perfect moment to strike. That is a strength most people overlook. We need that. Guy charges in the fight as a front line. I do me. But you can exploit the weaknesses that our enemy would show or even create them. Genma looked down at the ground for a second, a little embarrassed at being praised. A small smile touched his lips. You make it sound like we are already a perfect team. Shunsui chuckled softly. We are not perfect yet. But we are balanced. And most importantly, we get along well with each other. I sure can say the same is not true about the other Genin teams. He then looked at Genma and said. So do not underestimate yourselves, Genma-san. Well put, Shunsui. Chosa's deep voice came from behind them. The large Jonin had appeared without a sound, arms crossed over his chest. He had clearly heard the entire conversation. You all have been placed into a team for a reason, Chosa continued. Each of you brings something the others need. That is how good teams are built. Not by having the strongest person carry everyone. By having everyone carry their own weight and lift each other higher. Of course, we did not know about Shunsei's abilities before we put a Genin team together, but I am sure that it would fit with your teamwork. At that moment, Guy came running toward them. Sweat poured down his face and soaked his green jumpsuit completely. The fabric clung to his skin, but he did not seem to notice. His eyes shone with excitement. He skidded to a stop in front of Chosa and gave a sharp greeting. Shunsui looked at the drenched jumpsuit. Does he not feel uncomfortable wearing that with so much sweat, he thought. Then he glanced down at his own open pink kimono and the straw hat on his head. Oh well. I cannot comment on other people's outfits when I am wearing a pink kimono exposing my chest and a straw hat. Fair is fair. Guy shouted with full energy. Sensei. Are we going on a mission? Or are we going to train? Yash. Are we going to run 20 laps around the village for a warm-up? Genma sputtered. 20 laps of the village, as a warm-up? Are you serious? Guy turned to him with complete seriousness. Of course I am serious, Genma-kun. The springtime of youth demands constant motion. 20 laps will wake up every muscle in our bodies. We will feel the fire of effort burning through our veins. Would appreciate power stones if you can spare any. Thank you. Thank you Mark Krepton and Dominic for supporting me. Thank you for supporting me. Chapter 16, First Training Session, 2. Chosa raised one hand to calm his students, mostly Guy. Well, we will be training, but not running around the village. At least not today. Normally, Genin teams are first taught teamwork by their Jonin sensei, but your current teamwork is good enough. So I have decided to teach you something that would individually make each one of you stronger. I gave it a long thought about it after mentally reviewing the Genin test. He looked at each of them in turn. One thing that I think would be very good for all three of you is learning chakra augmentation. It is basically using chakra to enhance the strength of your punches, kicks, and overall body. It is also the foundation for the body flicker jutsu. The advanced use of this art is augmenting your weapons. You can flow chakra through a blade or a thrown weapon to make it hit harder, cut deeper, or fly faster. He pointed at Guy first. Guy, you rely on taijutsu. Chakra augmentation will help you hit even harder and move even faster. Your kicks will break through defenses that stop normal strikes. You could use that to punch through an earth wall jutsu or maybe kick a fireball with minimal damage to your leg. Though, I would not recommend it. Then he looked at Shunsui. Shunsui, you could use chakra augmentation to put more power behind your sword strikes. Your blade's already lethal and you are proficient enough with kenjutsu. Add chakra flow, and they will cut through armor like butter. Finally, he turned to Genma. Genma, it will not only help you in taijutsu. You could chakra augment your throwing weapons, including senbon, to increase their piercing power. Those chakra-augmented senbon might even pierce my thick skin. Ha ha ha. The three Genin looked at him awkwardly. Chosa's laugh faded when he realized the joke had not landed quite right. He coughed into his fist. Well, anyway. We would start with chakra control first. It is a basic requirement to learn chakra augmentation. You do not want to put too much chakra into a body part and explode it, after all. And chakra control would also help you conserve chakra for ninjutsu when you would learn it later, or even Iryo ninjutsu or genjutsu if any one of you tried to go in that direction. It would also help you walk on walls, trees, water, and almost every other surface. A skill that every shinobi needs. Guy and Genma nodded seriously. Shunsui spoke up. I have learned tree walking and water walking. Is that enough chakra control for this? Choza looked a little surprised. He studied Shunsui for a second, then nodded. That is more than enough. Good work. Most genin struggle with water walking. It's a surprise that you already have learned it. Choza formed hand seals quickly. A puff of smoke appeared beside him. An earth clone rose from the ground. It looked exactly like Choza. Choza pointed to the clone. It will guide you too with tree walking. Guy, Genma, follow it and practice until you can walk up and down without falling. Focus on steady flow. Do not use too much chakra or too little. Then he turned to Shunsui. Shunsui, you should come with me. Shunsui pushed off the tree and stood up slowly. He adjusted his straw hat and followed his sensei toward the other side of the training ground. Guy and Genma watched them go for a moment before turning to the earth clone. The clone gave a small nod and started walking toward the nearest tall tree. Shunsui was pretty happy with the training regime that Choza had given them. He walked behind his sensei. The training regime is good, Shunsui thought as he watched Choza's broad back ahead of him. Chakra augmentation is something that would make the entire team better hitters. It would help us all. It would also force everyone to learn better chakra control. And better chakra control helps with everything else. When we finally learn new ninjutsu in the future, we will not waste chakra. Even basic shinobi arts like substitution or clones become smoother with good control and we would be able to save our chakra and not waste it. Sensei knows what he is doing. Shunsui smiled faintly. At least Sensei is training us properly. Unlike Kakashi, who started his team seriously only when they were on a dangerous mission and fighting a high-level threat. Kakashi let them struggle for weeks with teamwork games before teaching them anything real. Choza is different as he saw our weaknesses right away and has decided to work on them from day one. That is how a good teacher should be. No waiting for life or death moments to start building strength. Besides, Shunsui was happy with learning chakra augmentation for his own reasons. With this, my kenjutsu would become lethal. I would not be handicapped by an opponent who has higher raw strength. Right now, a bigger or stronger fighter can block my strikes or push me back even if my technique is better. But if I flow chakra through my blades and into my arms as well as my blades, every swing will carry more power. And as for wasting chakra on this and not on my shirkai, my reserves are already too big to worry about that. I could keep a game running for minutes or hours without feeling empty. Augmentation is just a small extra draw. Nothing I cannot handle. Shunsui made a quiet guess about why his chakra pool was so massive. He believed it came from being the reincarnation of Kyōraku Shunsui from the Bleach world. Similar to how he got a similar appearance. Somehow, the amount of chakra he had matched the huge Reiatsu his counterpart once possessed. Reiatsu was spiritual pressure, the raw energy of the soul. Chakra was physical and spiritual energy combined. It made sense that the two would scale similarly. And as he increased his physical body, his chakra reserves would increase as the spiritual energy merged with physical energy to form more chakra. Whoever reincarnated me probably needed to give me such large reserves, he thought. Otherwise, I could never make full use of Katen Kyōkotsu and its abilities. Summoning the blades alone takes a decent amount. Releasing shirkai costs more. Keeping a game active drains steadily. Without big reserves, I would run dry after 1 or 2 tricks. But with this much chakra, I can play as long as I want. It is almost unfair. Almost. Would appreciate power stones if you can spare any. Thank you. Thank you Jason Eggers, Dami Mealy, Sosa21, Josh Wells and Jared Pike for supporting me. Thank you for supporting me. Chapter 17, How does Shuinsui's ability work? Shunsui followed Choza to another part of the training ground. A small stream ran along one side. Choza stopped in the center of the clearing and faced him. Before we begin, would you mind answering some questions regarding your ability? Shunsui nodded. Go ahead, sensei. First, tell me how much chakra does your ability consume? Every time I create a game, it takes a certain amount of chakra to set it up and bring it into reality. The initial cost is the biggest part. And then there is chakra cost to keep the game running. Every game has the same chakra requirement. No. It depends on the game. Some are simple and cost less. The pinball game took less chakra because it only changed the physical properties of objects around us. The surfaces became bouncy and rubber-like. It was a small change over a large area. But the snakes and ladders game took more. It had to create actual living snakes, hidden pathways for the ladders, and enforce strict rules on movement and teleportation. More complexity means more chakra up front. He added, the amount of chakra also depends on the duration of the game. Every second a game is being played, my chakra is being used as fuel to keep it active. If I let a game run for a long time, it would not take long before I am suffering from chakra exhaustion. If the game ends quickly, the total cost stays low. But if an enemy drags it out or forces me to keep it going, I have to decide whether to maintain it or switch to another game or just don't play any games. But changing games takes much more chakra than if I was to continue playing the already active game. Switching means I have to cancel the old rules completely and build a new set from scratch. That double cost hurts more. Ending one game releases some chakra back, but starting another pulls even more. That is why I prefer to pick the right game from the start and stick with it unless the situation forces a change. Choza listened carefully. He rubbed his chin while he thought what Shunsui had just told him. Everyone is affected by your game, even your allies as well as enemies, right? They have to follow the rules even though they do not know the rules. Yes. Shunsui smirked. A small, sly curve appeared on his lips. One advantage is that I can change the game anytime if the enemy figures out the rules. They adapt to one game, and suddenly the world follows a different game. They will be confused and start hesitating and keep thinking which game that we are currently playing. That hesitation is enough for me to win. He paused and looked at Choza with calm eyes. The enemy will waste time trying to understand what is happening. My teammates, if I warn them ahead, can use that confusion. They will know which game is coming. They can position themselves to take advantage of the new rules before the enemy even realizes the old ones are gone. Choza nodded slowly. How many games can you create? Dozens at least. Choza looked shocked. His eyebrows shot up. He let out a low whistle. Dozens. That is more than I expected. Shunsui shrugged. I have thought about a lot of games from my childhood. Simple ones like tag, hide and seek, red light green light. More complicated ones like musical chairs, hopscotch, even some made-up variations. Each one can be used in a fight somehow. Choza smiled. Well then, your teammates need to know about the games. The rules that you would be using around them. It would ensure they could use the rules to their benefit. He continued, if Guy knows a ladder is about to appear under his feet, he can jump on it and teleport behind an enemy. If Genma knows the ground is going to turn bouncy, he can throw Senbon that ricochet in patterns we plan ahead. Your team should never be caught off guard by your own ability. They should be the ones who turn it into an advantage. Communication is key. Before a mission or a serious spar, sit them down. Explain the games you plan to use. Tell them the basic rules. Tell them how you can bend those rules. Give them signals so they know when you are about to switch and which game it is. Shunsui agreed without hesitation. He gave a small nod. You are right. I will tell them. I was planning to do it anyway. I do not want Guy charging into a game he does not understand and getting himself hurt. Better to share what I can. Besides, Shunsui thought, it will make training more fun. They can help me test new games. They will be perfect test dummies. Also, I am too lazy to keep explaining things in the middle of a battle. If they already know, I can just say pinball and they will know what to do. Now for chakra augmentation, Choza said, changing the subject smoothly. We will start by putting chakra first into your palm. Do not put too much chakra as that might just lead to your hand exploding. First we check how much chakra your body's chakra pathways can handle. And by continuously working on them, they would expand and would be able to handle much more chakra than before. Shunsui flexed his fingers and held out his right hand, palm up. Choza stepped closer, ready to guide him step by step. Would appreciate power stones if you can spare any. Thank you. Thank you Deadpool 2695 for supporting me. Thank you for supporting me. Chapter 18, D-Rank Missions. Team 8 had fallen into a comfortable routine in the weeks following their Genin test. Every morning started with a couple of D-Rank missions. The tasks were simple and boring, weeding gardens, chasing escaped cats through the village, delivering packages across town, or helping old ladies carry groceries up steep stairs. Nothing dangerous, nothing exciting, just the kind of work that paid a few Rio and kept fresh Genin busy. After the missions, Choza always insisted on barbecue. The large Jonin would lead them straight to one of the Akimichi clan restaurants, order massive platters of grilled meat, rice, vegetables, and some dessert, then sit back with a satisfied grin while his students ate. Choza claimed it was because growing Genin needed proper nutrition to build strength. In reality, he just loved watching them devour food almost as much as he loved eating it himself. Choza would laugh every time one of them tried to refuse another helping. You are all too skinny. Eat more. How do you expect to fight if your stomachs are empty, he would boom, piling more ribs onto their plates. The restaurant staff knew the Akimichi Jonin by name. They kept extra charcoal ready just for Team 8's daily visits. The whole thing had become a village joke. If you saw 3 sweaty Genin and a giant man covered in barbecue sauce walking down the street at noon, you knew exactly who they were. Then came the afternoon training. Chakra augmentation practice took up most of their time. Shunsui by now could flow chakra through his swords without thinking. But he was still far off from achieving true mastery in chakra augmentation. Genma and Guy were mostly done with their chakra control training and had moved to learning chakra augmentation. And currently, they were on another D-rank mission. The mission was cleaning cow dung from dozens of cows in a large farm just outside Konoha's gates. The smell hit them the moment they stepped through the wooden fence of the farm. Flies buzzed everywhere. The cows stood in rows inside a massive pen, chewing grass calmly while their tails swished. Piles of dung dotted the ground. The farmer had handed them shovels, buckets, and a wheelbarrow, then gone back to his house with a wave and a good luck. Shunsui and Genma sat on a low wooden bench just outside the pen. A pack of playing cards lay spread between them on an overturned crate. Shunsui leaned back against the fence post. Genma sat beside him, senbon in his mouth, staring at his cards with a faint frown. In the pen, Guy worked alone. He moved with incredible speed and enthusiasm. Shovel in hand, he scooped dung into the wheelbarrow, emptied it into the compost pile, and dashed back for more. Sweat poured down his face. His green jumpsuit was already streaked with dirt. Yet he smiled the whole time, shouting something about youth to himself between scoops. Genma looked awkwardly at Guy, then at Shunsui. He had just witnessed the entire manipulation play in front of him. It had started innocently enough. Shunsui had walked up to Guy while the boy stared at the first pile of dung with wide eyes. In a calm, almost gentle voice, Shunsui had said, "Guy, you would be able to train your nose to withstand bad smells. And you would be able to train your body by picking up and clearing all these dung piles. Would you want to do it alone, or do you need us to help too?" Guy's eyes had filled with tears almost instantly. "You are going to pass down this opportunity to train just for me?" he asked, voice trembling with emotion. Shunsui had placed a hand on Guy's shoulder. "Yes. Anything for my youthful friend." Guy had bowed deeply, tears streaming down his cheeks. "Thank you, Shunsui. I am off to train. But for giving me this opportunity, you will have to get my share of the Rio for the mission." Shunsui had agreed easily. "Of course. Go train hard." And just like that, Guy had charged into the pen with renewed vigor. Shunsui had returned to the bench, pulled out his deck of cards, and invited Genma to play. Now, half an hour later, Guy was still going strong while the other two sat comfortably in the shade. Genma set his cards down. "Are you sure that we should let him do the entire mission? Should we not help him?" Shunsui glanced up from his hand. "You are free to do so. But I am not going to clean cow dung. This is my favorite kimono. I am not putting it in cow dung." Genma looked at the pen. The smell wafted over again, thick and sour. He wrinkled his nose. "I think we should let him just train." Shunsui chuckled softly. Wise choice. Their sensei Choza was not with them today. If he had been, he surely would have made Shunsui and Genma work too. This was supposed to be a team-building exercise, after all. But Choza had been given the role of Jonin sensei partly because one of his main jobs could be performed while staying in the village. Most other Jonin had been sent to the front lines of the war. Choza, however, belonged to the barrier corps. He helped maintain the massive protective seals that surrounded Konoha. His father, Akimichi Torafu, was the current head of the Akimichi clan and the head of the barrier corps. Torafu had been one of Tobarama Senju's students, a teammate to Danzo Shimura and Kagami Uchiha. Shunsui watched Guy shovel another pile and thought quietly. "Once I master chakra augmentation, I should get some basic information on Fuinjutsu and try to learn barrier ninjutsu." He had figured out long ago that he did not have the ability to use Bakudo from Bleach. No Kido spells flowed through him. But this world had its own version. And even if he could do them, there was no one to teach him how to do them. Barrier ninjutsu could replicate many of those binding techniques. Defensive walls, ceiling traps, containment fields. As for Heido, he could always learn elemental ninjutsu or other offensive jutsu, but they would never match the raw, destructive power of high-level Heido from the 90s. Still, he needed Fuinjutsu for bigger threats. Immortal opponents like Orochimaru or Kabuto or tailed beasts. Barriers and seals would give him tools to handle those. More than that, he wanted to create a personal barrier for his Shirkai and eventual Bankai. Something that limited the range of his games so they would not accidentally affect his allies. Besides all of that, Shunsui was confident he did not need much more in terms of raw combat power. His Shirkai was enough to deal with most threats. In the future, he would have Bankai. But more than strength or victory, he loved using his Shirkai for another reason. He loved playing his childhood games once again. Back on Earth, in his previous life, he had played those games as a kid. Tag in the backyard until sunset. Hide and seek through the house on rainy days. Red light green light in the park with cousins laughing until their sides hurt. He had been a child then, free and careless, chasing simple joy without a single worry about tomorrow. Life had taken those moments away slowly. Work, responsibilities, time. They slipped through his fingers like sand. He had always wanted to get that time back. To feel that pure, unthinking happiness again. To play without shame, without purpose beyond the game itself. Maybe that was why he had been given Katen Kyōkotsu in this new life. Not just for battle. Not just for survival. But so he could enjoy his childhood games for the rest of his existence. Every time he released Shurkai, every time he turned a battlefield into a playground, he felt a small piece of that lost innocence return. He could feel young again, even if only for a few minutes in the middle of chaos. Shunsui looked up at the clear blue sky as he chuckled at Guy's enthusiastic shouts from the pen. Maybe reincarnation had not been such a drag after all. He thought. Would appreciate power stones if you can spare any. Thank you. Thank you Sleepy Taoist, Danda, and Elite JFM for supporting me. Thank you for supporting me. Chapter 19, Meeting the Hokage. Today we will do our first C-rank mission, Choza said after 2 months of D-rank missions. The words were just said by him but Guy instantly exploded with a fist pump. Yash. Finally I would be able to show the full power of youth on a real mission. We will face danger with burning passion. Our fists will strike true and our spirits will shine brighter than the sun itself. The springtime of youth has arrived at last. Genma took a slow breath and let a small, tired smile spread across his face. He had grown weary of the chores that were disguised as missions too. Carrying groceries up 5 flights of stairs for the same old lady 3 times a week. Painting fences until his arms ached. Finding lost pets that always seemed to hide in the same thorny bushes. The D ranks had been safe, yes, but they had also been mind-numbingly repetitive. A C rank, even if it turned out to be escorting a merchant, at least promised something different. He rolled the senbon between his lips and gave a small smile. Shunsui thought, finally, about time that this happened. I had believed that we would be sent on a real mission much earlier, considering it is wartime. But better late than never. Villages needed every shinobi they could get during this time. Genin teams were often thrown into low-risk C ranks or even escort duties near the border to free up Chunin and Jonin for the front lines. Shunsui had expected his team to be pushed sooner. But it seemed their sensei had managed to stall it long enough for Shunsui to fully learn chakra augmentation while his teammates mastered basic chakra control in the form of tree walking and water walking. Choza had been careful with them. He wanted them to be good enough to survive out there. Shunsui appreciated that more than he let on. He also realized something he had misunderstood for a long time. Guy had chakra and he could use it. In fact, he had an average level of chakra for a shinobi his age. It was Might Due, his father, and later Rock Lee who could not use chakra or ninjutsu effectively. Guy could. He just chose not to. The boy had followed in his father's footsteps by choice, not by limitation. That explained how Guy managed to summon a turtle with the summoning jutsu in the future. He had the chakra reserves and the control to do it. He simply preferred the path of pure taijutsu. Shunsui thought, I find that oddly admirable. In a world obsessed with flashy jutsu and bloodlines, Guy has picked the hardest road because it felt right to him. Now that is youth. But I wonder what would Guy turn into if he also uses ninjutsu with his taijutsu. He shivered at that thought. Choza led them through the village streets toward the Hokage Tower. It is tradition for every Genin team under a Jonin sensei to receive their first C-rank mission from the Hokage himself, he explained as they walked. It marks a step forward. From chores to something with real responsibility. Huh, Shunsui thought, amused. Naruto even got his D-rank missions from the Hokage. And we only got called up for our first C-rank. Favoritism much. It was the first time Shunsui had entered the Hokage Tower as a Genin. He was no censor type, but the moment he stepped inside the building, he felt eyes on him. The ANBU watched them without showing themselves. The weight of their attention made his skin prickle. Creepy, he thought with a small frown forming under his straw hat. They must be the ANBU. I understand they are worried about the safety of the Hokage, but come on, they are making me feel naked. Like I walked into a room full of hidden cameras. Choza noticed the slight tension in Shuinsui's shoulders. He placed a large hand on the boy's back for a second. Do not mind them. They are doing their job. A spy could just suicide bomb the Hokage building in times of war. So they have to be careful. Better to feel watched than to be caught off guard. But I am quite surprised that you could feel their eyes on yourself. You must be very sensitive to chakra and presences. Shunsui sighed and nodded. Understood, sensei. As they entered the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi sat behind his desk, surrounded by what looked like hundreds of papers, scrolls, and maps. Shikaku Nara occupied a smaller desk to the side, buried under even more documents. The Nara future clan head looked half asleep despite the mountain of work in front of him. Hiruzen looked up and smiled warmly. Ah, Choza. And this must be your Genin team. Hokage-sama, the three Genin said stiffly, bowing a little. I have heard a lot about you three, Hiruzen continued. Choza is all praise. And it seems he has deemed you ready for a C-rank mission. His eyes moved over each of them in turn. They lingered longest on Shunsui, then dropped to the twin swords at his side. You wear quite an attire, young Shunsui. I have not seen many people wear a kimono as a shinobi. It makes me feel at peace, Hokage-sama, Shunsui answered easily. Besides, the orphanage matron knitted it herself on my demand. If I put it in a closet and never wear it, I would never hear the end of it. Hiruzen chuckled. A wise choice, then. Never anger the one who feeds you. Shunsui thought, is that supposed to be sentence with double meaning? Is it a warning? Like don't anger Konoha either because they feed you, or he is just giving a life lesson. Am I thinking too much into it? Young Shunsui, the Hokage added after a moment, I hope that one day you will tell me more about your ability. It sounds wonderful. Shunsui nodded as he was shook away from his thoughts. Yeah, sure, I will tell them to you when I am confident enough to kick your ass. Would appreciate power stones if you can spare any. Thank you. Thank you Sai 2614, Mika Pekarinen KAIDOVSBLACKBEARD for supporting me. Thank you for supporting me. Chapter 20, C, Rank Mission. Hiruzen cleared his throat and straightened in his chair. Anyway, a C-rank mission is a major step in your journey as shinobi. Konoha was built on the will of fire. That flame lives inside every one of you. It is the belief that our village is worth protecting, that our comrades are worth fighting for, that the next generation deserves a better tomorrow than the one we have today. You are young, but you carry that same fire. Every mission, no matter how small it seems, adds fuel to that flame. Hiruzen leaned forward, his voice growing stronger. Out there, beyond our walls, the world is hard. War takes lives. Greed turns good people into bandits. Fear makes men forget their humanity. But we do not fight because it is easy. We fight because it is right. Because someone has to stand between the innocent and the darkness. That someone is you. He looked straight at them, today. Tomorrow. Every day you wear that headband. Let the will of fire guide your hands, your hearts, your blades. Protect what matters. Never give up. Never back down. And when the time comes to choose between your own safety and the safety of others, choose the harder path. That is what makes a true shinobi of Konoha. He paused, letting the words settle. This mission will test you. It will show you what it means to draw blood for a cause greater than yourselves. Face it with courage. Return with honor. And remember, the village is not just stone and wood. It is the people inside it. Every life you save, every wrong you right, keeps that flame burning bright. Shunsui almost yawned during the speech. The words were beautiful, stirring, everything a Hokage should say. But he had heard variations of it in his past life through the manga, anime, and some political speeches on television. And now I know why every Genins get their first C-rank mission from the Hokage. It's because he can brainwash them himself. Will of fire, my ass. But damn, he is good at it. It's just a pity that I know of this stuff, or even I would be forced to lay down my life for no reason for the village. Shunsui thought as he did his best to look awed and amazed. He widened his eyes, clenched his jaw slightly, and stared at Hiruzen with what he hoped passed for determination. It was not a good performance. His laziness bled through to his face. His mouth twitched like he was fighting a sigh. Shikaku noticed it. The Nara genius looked up from his paperwork, eyes half-lidded, and let out a small chuckle. I told the Hokage to just make it short, he muttered under his breath, loud enough for the room to hear. But he never listens. Gets carried away every time. Hiruzen coughed into his fist. A faint blush touched his cheeks. He took notice the bored looks of the Genins. The only one who seemed to listen to his entire speech was Guy, whose eyes burned with determination. Hiruzen thought, at least, one of them understands the will of fire. I should remind myself to not send Shunsui on missions regarding infiltration. His acting skills are terrible. Ahem. Yes. Well. He shuffled a few papers on his desk to regain composure. Your first mission will be to hunt down a bandit group. He spread a small map across the desk. Due to the war, many people have turned to banditry. Villages are being raided by them and travelers are getting ambushed. Some of these groups are led by rogue shinobi who deserted their posts. Your target is one such group. They have been attacking merchant caravans on the road between Konoha and the Land of Tea border. They number around 15 to 20 men. At least one is confirmed former Chunin-level shinobi. The rest are armed civilians with basic training. Choza stepped forward. The mission is simple on paper: locate their camp, eliminate the threat, recover any stolen goods if possible, and report back. But make no mistake. These are not training dummies. They will fight to kill. You may have to take lives today. That is part of being a shinobi in wartime. Hiruzen nodded. Choza has assured me you are ready to engage with other shinobi. He has trained you well enough that he believes that you are capable of taking down chunins. Trust your sensei. Trust each other. And come back to the village safely. A C-rank bandit mission to get us experience with killing, Shunsui thought as he stared at the map. So we do not freeze later when the situation is much more dangerous. It is cruel for having the kids getting their first kills, but smart. The Hokage and sensei want us blooded before we face real war. Better to learn now against bandits than against more experienced shinobi who can actually kill us in one move. But sending genins to fight chunins. Is that wise even with sensei with us? Well, now that I think about it, did not Team Kakashi face Demon Brothers of the Mist, Gozu and Meizu, who were both chunins on their first C-rank mission? I guess that it is not that uncommon for genin teams on Konoha to fight chunins. Shunsui compared their team to Team 7 and knew that they were stronger than Team 7 barring the lack of protagonists' luck. Would appreciate power stones if you can spare any. Thank you. Thank you read the 2ND, Dmaf and Emery's Murdim for supporting me. Thank you for supporting me. Chapter 21, War Discussions. Hiruzen turned to Shikaku as soon as Team Choza left his office. Hiruzen set the mission scroll down on his desk. His face lost the warm grandfatherly smile he had worn for the genin. In its place came the sharp, tired expression of a man who had carried the weight of a village through 3 wars, 1 as a battlefield commander and 2 as the Hokage. You felt it, Shikaku? Hiruzen asked seriously as he turned to his jonin commander. Shikaku leaned back in his chair. He rubbed the bridge of his nose with 2 fingers. Yes. Despite me not being a sensor, I could still sense it. He took a long sigh. The amount of chakra that boy has is unbelievable. I have never seen a kid with so much chakra. Even Uzumakis do not have reserves like that. It almost feels like he is a Jinchuriki. It seems that the reports about his chakra were not lying. Yes, Hiruzen agreed. He walked slowly to the window and looked out over the village. And it seems that he has very little control over it. The boy is radiating so much chakra. Anyone very sensitive to chakra might just faint from the pressure alone. If he ever loses focus during a fight, the leakage could knock out civilians nearby. We need to train that control as soon as possible. Shikaku folded his arms across his chest. Choza said that the boy already knows tree walking and water walking. And with him training Shunsui in chakra augmentation, it seems that chakra control is not the issue. We would have to get the boy to learn how to suppress his presence. Anyways, I heard rumors of a Kiri boy from the Hoshigaki clan also having immense reserves. They are calling him the tailless-tailed beast. Hiruzen gave a small chuckle. Guess we have our own tailless beast. He turned away from the window and looked at Shikaku with a knowing smile. You like the kid, do you not, Shikaku? Shikaku raised an eyebrow. What do you mean, Hokage-sama? You must have already heard about the boy's personality from Choza. Have you not? Does he not remind you of yourself? He is lazy, calm, and pretty laid back about everything. But when it comes to serious situations like combat, his attitude takes a turn. He uses his ability sharply to his advantage, just like you use your Nara clan techniques. Shikaku let out a tired sigh. Nah. I am not that troublesome, Hokage-sama. He paused, then added in his usual deadpan tone, besides, I at least pretend to work hard when people are watching. From what Choza told me, the kid is even lazy and tries to play with his opponents while fighting. Hiruzen chuckled again. But the moment passed quickly. Hiruzen's expression turned serious once more. Give me the current scenario of the war fronts. Shikaku straightened in his chair. He pulled a scroll from the pile beside him and unrolled it across his desk. Orochimaru-san is keeping Toroi of the Magnet Release and Kyumo busy on the northern border. He has been hitting their supply lines hard. Elder Danzo is on the IWA front dealing with their Four-Tails Jinchuriki. Rashi has been a problem, but Elder Danzo has managed to keep him contained so far. Jiraiya-san is on the Suna front. Kiri has not yet moved against us directly. Hiruzen nodded slowly. I am glad that Danzo is not here. He would surely want young Shunsui en route for having such an absurd ability. And that would have resulted in endless debates about using Konoha resources effectively. Lord Third, Shikaku said, forgive me, but you should limit the number of shinobi en route as well as clan shinobi going to him. Some clans are already unhappy about Danzo taking their orphan children. Hiruzen sighed deeply. You and I both know that Root and Danzo are essential for the Leaf. Someone has to do the work no one else wants to talk about. While that might be true, Shikaku replied, the clans are starting to whisper. Those kids lost their parents in the war. Now they lose their children to root. I don't think that they would be able to contain themselves for longer. Hiruzen looked down at his desk. His fingers tapped slowly against the wood. I will think about it. Back to the war. Shikaku noticed the deflection but did not push. He knew when the Hokage needed time. Instead he continued with the report. Suna is going to back away soon. They have suffered too many casualties at both our hands and Iwa's. Kiri and Suna are still fighting in the east. Pakura of the Scorch Release is leading their front there. Hiruzen nodded. Then send Jiraiya to Kyumo to help Orochimaru once Suna surrenders. If the third Raikage joins the fight there, it would take both of them together to survive. I might have to go there myself if the third Raikage comes personally. Shikaku agreed silently. The third Raikage was a monster. His speed, his durability, his lightning armor. Even two Sannin working together would struggle to hold him back without heavy losses. Elder Danzo also needs support, Shikaku added. He is already fighting Rashi of the Four Tails. If the third Tsuchikage comes to that battlefield, he might be in trouble. He refused additional help, Hiruzen said. Besides, he has Kagami supporting him. So he should be fine for now. Besides, Anoki is called a fence-sitter for a reason. He would not go to the battlefield without a good reason. He prefers to wait and see who weakens first. Shikaku rolled the scroll closed. With Suna soon surrendering to us, they might take part in the Chunin exams which are next in Konoha. And Kiri might be another participant. Should we send them an invite? Hiruzen leaned back in his chair. His pipe had gone out. He relit it slowly, drawing in a deep breath as he spoke. Considering Konoha's next generation looks very promising and brimming with talent, of course send them an invite. Let us show them Konoha's strength. Shikaku gave a small nod. He stood up and gathered his scrolls. Understood, Lord Third. I will handle the preparations tonight. The extra chapters will start being posted over the next couple of days, so keep an eye out. Thank you all so much for supporting this novel. I truly appreciate every single one of you. Chapter 22, Choza is a softie. Team Choza ran through the forest surrounding Konoha towards the place where the bandits had last been spotted. Choza ran at the back as he kept a close eye on the three genin ahead of him. Be on alert, Choza said, even if we are still near Konoha and inside the Land of Fire, this is the time of war. There could be enemy shinobi lying in wait for a suitable target. Do not let the lack of action make you careless. Stay sharp at all times. The three genin nodded without slowing down. And I guess that the clan heir of the Akimichi clan is a suitable target, Shunsui thought. Not that I think anyone less than an S-rank shinobi can take down Choza. The guy is a monster. After 2 months of training and sometimes sparring with his sensei, Shunsui had a much clearer picture of just how powerful Choza truly was. The man could expand his body to giant size. Shunsui remembered from the anime that Choza had even wrestled with the Geto statue during the Fourth Great Shinobi War. That was no small feat. Choza could maintain his giant form much longer than his son Choji would in the future. The Jonin was built like a walking fortress. Anyone who thought they could ambush him would have a very bad day. Choza's voice continued as they ran. He used the time to teach them important lessons. I know none of you, or even me, is a censor. So the question is, how do we find if someone is lying in wait to ambush us or if we are walking into a trap? He did not wait for an answer. Look for signs. A broken branch that does not match the wind direction. A mark on the tree bark that looks fresh. Anything that says shinobi have been here recently. Look for things that should not be there. A water puddle when it has not rained in days. An animal species that does not belong in this part of the forest. The surroundings having turned too quiet, with no birds singing or insects buzzing. And most importantly, always trust your gut feeling and instincts. It has saved my life more times than I can count. Choza kept talking while they moved. Your eyes and ears are your best tools when you cannot sense chakra. Learn to read the environment like a book. If the air feels wrong or your stomach tightens for no reason, stop and check. Never ignore that feeling. Many shinobi have died because they told themselves it was nothing. While none of the genin knew the body flicker jutsu yet, they were still fast. Shunsui contemplated the mission as they ran. Bandit extermination sounds like a generic task. But I know the real purpose behind giving these missions to newly minted genin like us. It is to make us experience life and death combat and the feeling of taking a life. In a safe environment, with their sensei nearby, they could learn what it felt like without dying. Here, if someone puked their guts out after their first kill, Choza could protect them. If someone hesitated in the middle of a fight, their sensei was still free to step in and save them. But later, when they faced real enemies and Choza was busy fighting his own battles, they would not have that luxury. They could not afford to flinch or hesitate then. That was what this mission was primarily for, at least to Shuinsue's understanding. Choza suddenly asked a question that surprised everyone. So do you want yourselves to deal with the bandits or do you want me to deal with them? Guy opened his mouth, ready to shout something about the power of youth shining through. But Choza beat him to it. Before you say yes, remember these bandits have done countless crimes against the land of fire and Konoha. The punishment for that is death. They have rogue shinobi with them too. Those need to be executed, and they will not hesitate to kill you. I am asking you this because back in the day I was a softie, Choza continued. My Jonin sensei did not give me this choice. I could not eat for 2 days after that first experience. I promised myself I would give this choice to my own children as well as my students. Shunsui was more shocked by the fact that Choza had managed to stay hungry for 2 whole days than he was a softie. In the time he had spent with his sensei, he had never seen the men go without eating something for even 2 hours straight. Even now, while running through the forest, Choza was quietly chewing on a dango skewer he had pulled from somewhere. Shunsui spoke first. I will deal with it, sensei. He had already made up his mind long before the question was asked. For some reason, even though he came from a much more peaceful world like Earth, he was not hesitant about the idea of killing. The thought did not make him sick. It did not scare him. It was simply part of the job in this life. He was not worried about Genma either. The boy came from a shinobi clan. They would have taught him about this reality from a young age. Genma gave a firm nod. Count on us, sensei. Shunsui was more worried about Guy. The boy was a softie at heart, maybe even bigger than his sensei had been. Guy stayed thoughtful for a long second. He hesitated, then spoke up honestly. I do not think that I would be able to do it. Shunsui was impressed. He had expected Guy to say something loud about how the power of youth would overcome any obstacle. But it seemed Guy knew himself well enough to admit his limits. He had the courage to step back even when his 2 teammates had already agreed. Choza smiled gently. I understand. You can still fight them, Guy. It will give you valuable combat experience. I will deal with the killing for you. Guy smiled back, relief clear on his face. Thank you, sensei. Genma suddenly raised a hand. I think we are near the bandits. He pointed ahead. Rough markings were carved into several tree trunks. Fresh footprints disturbed the dirt path. The faint but unmistakable smell of human urine was in the air. Choza nodded. Nice sighting, Genma. Get ready, you 3. The team slowed their pace. Their hands moved toward weapons. Would appreciate power stones if you can spare any. Thank you. Thank you Mr. Origin, Juju TVK Shadowlord Z595 and Grega Brygo for supporting me. Thank you for supporting me. Chapter 23, is this the difference between us? Genma P.O.V. Genma crouched behind a thick bush at the edge of the clearing, eyes narrowed as he studied the bandit camp. Their intel had been surprisingly wrong. The number of bandits was much higher than what the report had said. He counted at least 50 men moving around the makeshift camp. But what worried him most were the shinobi. He could see at least 5 of them. Each one looked like a genin or low-level rogue shinobi from Amigakure, judging by the worn headbands. They must also have a leader, at least a chunin, to make these shinobi act this coordinated, Genma thought. I cannot see him right now, but he should be nearby. Still, the total number is at least 50. Even with sensei here, we would easily be overwhelmed if we rush in without a plan. Before he could start forming a strategy in his head, Shunsui spoke up quietly from beside him. I will thin out their numbers. Shunsui had already drawn his blades. The swords had changed shape. The black, heavily curved scimitars confirmed he had released what he called shurikai. Without another word, Shunsui leapt forward. He did not try to hide or sneak. He simply jumped straight into the open space in front of the bandit camp. Every head in the camp turned toward him at once. The bandit spotted the Konoha headband tied to his right arm. Chaos erupted immediately. A Konoha shinobi, some of the civilian bandits screamed in panic. Idiot, it is just a child, another bandit laughed loudly. I bet he still has his diapers on. Look at that stupid pink outfit. Did his mommy dress him? One of the rogue genin stepped forward, hand on his weapon. Do not underestimate a Konoha shinobi no matter how young he is. Even a kid from that village can kill you civilians easily if you let your guard down. Another genin scanned the trees behind Shunsui. He is alone. Do you think he is with a jonin sensei? A third genin shook his head. No jonin sensei would let his student just waltz into a bandit camp like that. Shinobi are meant to be sneaky after all. He might still have others hidden though, so be on guard. Do not get cocky. More curses flew through the air like kunai. Slap this brat silly and send him crying back to his village, one bandit yelled. What kind of idiot wears pink to a fight? Come here, pretty boy, I will teach you what real men wear, another shouted with crude laughter. Konoha must be desperate if they are sending babies now. I will take that fancy sword out of his hands and shove it up his. The foul language continued, growing louder and uglier. The civilian bandits felt brave because of their numbers. They jeered and made rude gestures. Some picked up rocks or crude clubs, thinking the lone boy would be easy prey. The rogue shinobi stayed more cautious, but even they smirked at the sight of a single child standing openly in front of 50 armed men. Shunsui stood calmly in the open. His straw hat shaded his eyes. The twin black scimitars rested lightly in his hands. He let out a soft, disappointed sigh. Yar, such foul language. Well, as expected from scum like you bandits. One of the Amigakure Genin, however, had started sweating the moment he saw Shunsui. His face turned pale. His knees buckled and he fell forward, landing hard on the dirt. He began panicking, gasping for breath as if something heavy was pressing down on his chest. Oh, it looks like that one is sensitive to chakra and is a censor, Choza said quietly from behind Genma. Genma wanted to ask what he meant, but Shunsui had already made his move. Shunsui spun himself and his swords in a smooth, rapid circle. Large wind blades fired outward from the spinning motion toward the bandit camp. Some bandits panicked and tried to run. Others dodged to the side. But more than a dozen were caught directly in the path. The wind blades cut through them cleanly, slicing arms, legs, and bodies. Screams filled the clearing as men fell, blood spraying across the ground. Did he master nature transformation already? Choza mumbled, clearly surprised. Genma, who heard the question, answered without taking his eyes off the fight. No, sensei. I think that is another of Shuinsui's games. He rotated before delivering those wind blades. I think it is the spinning top game, also called Bushigama. Shunsui spun again. This time the wind blades merged into one large spinning circle of wind that looked like a miniature tornado. The tornado tore through the camp with terrifying force. It picked up more than a dozen bandits, including the genin. Men were flung into the air. Deep cuts formed across their skin as the sharp winds sliced them repeatedly. Some slammed into trees with sickening thuds and slid to the ground, dead or unconscious. Others flew through the air before crashing hard. Blood sprayed in arcs. The tornado left a trail of destruction, tearing tents and the surroundings. Genma watched in amazement. Is this the difference between us, he thought. I am pretty sure that casual swing of that sword of his that created a tornado has the power of a B-rank jutsu. The remaining bandits were in chaos. Some tried to run. Others grabbed weapons and charged toward Shunsui. Genma and Guy decided it was time to move. They burst out from the trees and joined the fight. Would appreciate power stones if you can spare any. Thank you. Thank you Tyler Jones for supporting me. Thank you for supporting me. Chapter 24, First Kills. Genma used his poisoned senbon as he joined the fight. He flicked his wrist again and again. Thin needles flashed through the air and pierced the necks of the bandits in an instant. The men dropped without a sound, bodies going limp as the poison took hold or just dying from senbon piercing through them. Guy charged in with taijutsu. He knocked out civilian bandits left and right, sending them flying with broken bones. When Guy hesitated to finish them, Genma followed up with more senbon to end the threat cleanly. As Genma focused on fighting another genin, he felt a heavy kick connect with his guts. The blow knocked him back several meters. He stumbled and gasped for air. Pain flared across his ribs. He was sure a few had cracked from the chakra-augmented strike. Breathing became hard. He looked up and saw a middle-aged man standing in front of him. The man had a cruel smile. He wore the tattered remains of an Amigakure headband. Genma was sure this was the Chunin leader of the bandits. You and your team have done enough damage, kid, the Chunin said in a cold voice. You Konoha shinobi are always so high and mighty, dealing with bandits like you are heroes. But you are the reason I turned to banditry. Your village took everything from me during the last skirmish. My family, my home, my rank. Now I take what I want from your precious land of fire. Every caravan I raid, every villager I kill, is payback for what Konoha did to me. The rogue Chunin laughed bitterly. You think you are protecting the weak by attacking us? You are just protecting the rich and powerful who started this war. I was once like you, following orders. Look where that got me. Now I live free. And today I will add 3 more Konoha brats to my list. Now die knowing that Konoha was the reason for your death, the rogue Amigakure Chunin said. He chakra-augmented his leg and raised it high, ready to deliver a killing kick to Genma's head. But he suddenly stopped. His eyes widened in shock as he looked down. A blade had pierced straight through his chest from behind. The sword had risen out of his own shadow on the ground. What the hell? The Chunin muttered. Blood poured from his mouth and dripped down his chin. Genma watched in stunned silence as Shunsui slowly rose up from the man's shadow. His one hand held the hilt of the black scimitar that had stabbed the Chunin from below. Shuinsui's voice echoed. Kajioni. He twisted the blade once, cleanly, before pulling it free. The Chunin collapsed to his knees, then fell face first into the dirt. Blood spread slowly beneath him. Genma pushed himself up, ignoring the pain in his ribs. Guy stopped fighting and stared with wide eyes. Choza decided to take the responsibility on himself to seal the dead bodies of the bandits when he saw the nauseous look on Guy's face. The boy's usual bright energy had faded. His skin looked pale, and he kept swallowing hard as if trying not to vomit. Genma was sweating heavily, his hands shaking slightly as he wiped blood off his senbon. Even Shunsui, who appeared calm on the surface, looked a little jittery. His fingers twitched around the hilt of his swords, and his eyes kept drifting to the bodies on the ground. Choza moved quickly. He pulled out several sealing scrolls from his pouch and began the process. One by one, the bodies disappeared into the scrolls in puffs of smoke. He worked in silence, giving the boys space to process what had just happened. Choza knew this was the hardest part for new Genin. Seeing death up close and knowing they had caused it was never easy, no matter how prepared they thought they were. After cleaning up the scene, the team started walking back toward the village. The forest path felt longer on the return journey. The sun was starting to set, casting long shadows between the trees. Birds had gone quiet. Only the sound of their footsteps and the occasional rustle of leaves broke the silence. Shunsui felt Genma's and even Guy's eyes on him the whole time. They kept glancing at him when they thought he was not looking. Their stares were filled with questions. Finally, Shunsui could not ignore it anymore. What is it, Genma-san, Guy-san? Shunsui asked in his usual lazy tone. Genma hesitated, chewing on his senbon. Guy, however, asked straight away. When you took their lives, did you not feel bad? Did you not feel disgusted? How could you do it so easily? Shunsui sighed. This was a conversation his sensei should be having with Guy, or perhaps Guy's father. But it seemed he would have to be the one to give it to him. He slowed his steps a little so the three of them could talk while Choza walked a few paces ahead. These bandits were the scum of society, Guy, Shunsui said calmly. Yes, I felt bad about killing them. I questioned myself whether it was worth it. But do you think the bandits would have felt sorry when they raped the women they came across or killed the merchants who just wanted to make a living by selling their goods? No, they would not have. They would have enjoyed it. They would have laughed while doing it. He continued in the same steady voice. No, they would not have felt sorry for killing us either. We are not even 10 years old. To them, we were just obstacles in the way of their next robbery. They would have cut us down without a second thought and moved on to the next village. But they are humans just like us, Genma said quietly. Do they not deserve a chance? Like a second chance and a fair trial, a proper judgment. Shunsui had to stop himself from asking Genma if he was really from a shinobi clan. The question sounded so innocent. Instead, he kept his voice patient. Genma-san, we are shinobi, not samurai or a police force. We are assassins and murderers. We do not take people alive unless it is for interrogation. And especially at our strength level. What if we took the Chunin back to Konoha for a trial? What is to say he would not have taken one of us hostage and escaped on the way? He was higher rank than us and thus more experienced about such situations. One mistake and one of us would have died. Choza gave an approving nod from ahead. He decided to join the conversation. Killing is never easy. And if it becomes easy, I would be worried about you, my little Genin. I myself struggled with killing back in the day. But I have built a coping mechanism. I try to eat my favorite foods to forget about the blood and the faces of the people I killed. Try to find your own coping mechanism. Something that helps you carry on without losing who you are. As Choza said that, Shuinsui's eyes turned to Guy. I am pretty sure his coping mechanism would be more training. Just like he thought, Guy's eyes suddenly filled with fire. The boy clenched his fists. I will train harder. I will become strong enough that I never have to hesitate again. The springtime of youth will burn away all doubt. Would appreciate power stones if you can spare any. Thank you. Thank you Tyler Jones for supporting me. Thank you for supporting me. Chapter 25, Feedback. Choza turned to Guy with a gentle smile after hearing his declaration. Guy, I expect you to get your first kill in our next mission. So be ready. Guy nodded, determination burning in his eyes. Yes, sensei. With that, they continued moving back toward the village. Choza started giving feedback on what each of them had done during the fight. Guy, you did well with your taijutsu and not getting surrounded by the bandits, Choza said. But you will need something to prevent getting overwhelmed by multiple attacks. An attack that can take out multiple people at the same time would be very useful for you. Guy nodded thoughtfully, already imagining new training routines in his head. Ginma, Choza continued, you did well, but be aware of your surroundings. You got kicked by that Chunin because you were too busy fighting it out with the other bandits. In a battlefield, situational awareness is the difference between life and death. He added, also, your strength lies with poison. Try to rely more on them. Do not get drawn into close combat unless you have no choice. Ginma nodded seriously, taking every word to heart. Choza finally moved to Shunsui. You did well taking out a bulk of the bandits at the start. That lessened the pressure on your teammates. And we will be talking later about how you teleported through the shadow of that Chunin. Even Shikaku cannot do stuff like that with shadows, and he is a Nara prodigy. But anyway, Choza continued, you should not have just openly attacked the bandits. Yes, you were confident in taking them out, but what if they had escaped? How would you have caught so many of them running in different directions? And by leaving yourself in the open, what if there was someone specializing in assassination techniques? Despite your sensitivity to chakra, you are not a sensor. Someone could have easily tried to take you out from behind, and you might not have been able to use your sword abilities in time. Shunsui nodded at that. He knew he was just a kid pretending to be battle-hardened. His sensei was the real one with battle experience, and his advice would do him good. I understand, sensei. I will be more careful next time. After walking in silence for a while, Shunsui asked, is there a way to become a censor? Choza thought for a moment. Now that is a difficult task, Shunsui. Not many try to become a censor if they are not born naturally or have a Kekei Genkai regarding it. Well, except for the Yamanaka clan, whose clan techniques help them become censors or require them to be one. So can I become one? Well, you can, but that would mean dedicating a lot of time to that art. And you would not be as good as other censors with a natural talent. Your range would be smaller. Shunsui thought carefully. My focus currently is on furthering chakra augmentation and improving my physique. I have not started on Fuinjutsu yet, so I can start with becoming a censor. I do not have anything else to focus on right now. He made up his mind and looked at Choza. Sensei, I want to become a censor. Choza gave him a long look, studying the boy's calm face. Then he nodded slowly. Very well. I will see what I can do. The team continued walking toward the village gates as the sun dipped lower in the sky. The forest path opened up ahead, and the walls of Konoha came into view. Their first C-rank mission was over. When they got back to the village, the three genin had calmed down. Guy did not look nauseous. Genma had stopped sweating so much, and his hands had become steady again. Shunsui also looked more like his usual self, though a small part of him still felt uneasy. The walk back had given them time to breathe and push the images of blood and bodies to the back of their minds. Guy was back to his cheery, youthful self. He looked at his teammates and sensei with sparkling eyes and a wide grin. We have finally returned from our first dangerous mission. Yash. We faced real enemies and came back stronger. This is the power of youth. He then bowed deeply. Tusan has asked me to invite you all for dinner at our place after coming back to the village from the mission. A dinner, huh? Of course we would be there, Choza said with a big smile. He rubbed his tongue around his lips as if he could already taste the food. I will be there, Genma said simply. I was planning to take a nap. Shunsui said slowly, already thinking about his soft bed. Choza immediately placed his heavy hand on Shunsui's shoulder. The weight was so strong that Shunsui almost stumbled. Choza looked at him with pure horror, as if Shunsui had just committed a terrible crime against humanity. Shunsui, you are rejecting an invitation to dinner. A free meal. After everything we have been through today. Do you want to break this old man's heart? Do you want me to cry in front of the village gates? Shunsui stared at his sensei's dramatic face for a second. He let out a long sigh. I will be there. Yash. Guy cheered loudly. I will be going then. I have to tell Tusan and help him with the dinner. With that, Guy took off running at full speed, leaving a small cloud of dust behind him. Choza turned to his remaining two genin with a satisfied smile. I will see you after filing the mission report. Go home, wash up, and come with empty stomachs. Would appreciate power stones if you can spare any. Thank you. Thank you lame_artist109 and R3VO for supporting me. Thank you for supporting me. Chapter 26, Dinner at Guy's Place. Team Choza arrived at Guy's house at night. The small house was simple but clean. As soon as they stepped inside, two almost identical people stood up and bowed at the same time. They both shouted together in perfect sync, "We welcome you, our dear guests, to our dinner." Please come in. Come in. Why do I feel like I am entering a devil's lair? Shunsui thought, feeling a strange chill run down his spine. The way the father and son moved and spoke at exactly the same time was both impressive and slightly terrifying. It looked like two versions of the same energetic person had been copied and pasted into one room. Dewey looked just like an older version of Guy. He had the same bowl-cut hairstyle, the same thick eyebrows, and the same bright green jumpsuit. Even his teeth sparkled when he smiled. The only difference was a few wrinkles around his eyes and a slightly more mature face. It is good to see you again, Dewey-san. Thank you for inviting us for dinner, Choza said politely, bowing his head. Thank you for taking care of my son, Choza-san, Dewey replied with a deep bow. Dewey then looked at Shunsui. His eyes suddenly widened when they landed on the tiny growth of hair on Shunsui's chest, which was slightly visible because his pink kimono was open at the front as usual. Oh. So young and already so manly. Yash. That is true youth. Dewey shouted, pointing at Shunsui's chest. Haha, father. I told you that Shunsui is very youthful. Guy said proudly, puffing out his own chest. Shunsui felt his face grow hot. He rubbed the back of his neck in embarrassment while using his other hand to pull his kimono a little closer to cover his chest. Please stop staring, this is uncomfortable. Dewey laughed loudly. Do not be shy, young man. Hair on the chest is a sign of a strong spirit. You are already blooming with the flowers of manhood. Keep it up. Youth must never be hidden. Choza tried not to laugh, but his shoulders were shaking. Genma looked away, pretending to be very interested in the ceiling. Shunsui wanted the ground to open up and swallow him whole. He had never felt so embarrassed in both of his lives. So he is your rival? Dewey asked Guy, still looking at Shunsui with sparkling eyes. No. Guy answered immediately, his face becoming serious. My rival is only one person. He is the one who stroked my youth. He is my true and only rival, his name is Kakashi. Guy's face turned bright red as he spoke about his mysterious rival. His fists clenched tightly at his sides. Every time I see him, my heart burns hotter. He is always so cool and calm, but I know deep inside he feels the same fire. One day I will defeat him and prove the power of hard work over genius. That is my eternal goal. The springtime of youth demands that I chase him forever. Shunsui watched Guy's passionate speech with a blank face. Is this what is called shinobi's gay love, he thought. The way Guy talked about Kakashi, the blushing, the burning passion, the declarations. It was honestly a little too intense. Shunsui had read enough stories in his previous life to recognize this kind of one-sided rivalry that looked suspiciously like something else. He decided it was better not to say anything out loud. Well, I will take you to meet him soon, Guy said, still red-faced. Now come in. Come in. Let us have dinner. They moved to the small dining room. Both father and son clumsily brought out the food. Plates were placed on the table with loud clatters. Some dishes almost slipped from Guy's hands, but he caught them at the last second with youthful reflexes. Shunsui could see a lot of vegetables on the table. When he asked why there were so many, Guy answered proudly, vegetables are good for health. They build strong muscles and clean the blood. Youth needs proper fuel. The food itself was okay. Not too good, not too bad. Some dishes were too salty, while others were too bland. It was clear that the father and son did not have guests often. They had tried their best, but their cooking skills were still basic. Choza, however, happily ate everything as if it was the most delicious meal in the world. He kept praising every dish loudly. This stir-fried vegetables are excellent. Choza said with his mouth full. The seasoning is perfect. Guy beamed. Thank you, sensei. We worked very hard. Dewey nodded enthusiastically. My son has the passion of 1,000 suns when he cooks. Shunsui picked at his food quietly. He ate slowly, trying not to make any rude faces. Genma ate without complaint, though his expression remained neutral. Choza continued to eat with great enthusiasm, asking for seconds and thirds. As Guy left the room to bring desserts, Dewey turned to Choza with a serious expression. Choza-san, would it be possible for Guy to dedicate some time for personal training whenever he is in the village? I know you are a good sensei, but I want to pass on to him something. Choza instantly realized what Dewey was talking about. His face became slightly worried. You want to teach him that already? Are you sure he is ready? You are his sensei. You tell me, Choza-san. Choza thought for a few seconds. I was nowhere near Guy's physical attributes when I was even a couple of years older than him. Dewey smiled proudly. My boy is quite youthful, you see. Ha ha ha. Shunsui thought quietly, so Guy is going to start learning the 8 gates. After Guy returned with desserts, they ate the sweet dishes together. The conversation stayed light. Choza told a few funny stories from his own Genin days. Guy laughed loudly at every joke. Genma listened quietly. Shunsui mostly stayed silent, enjoying the warmth of the small house. When it was time to leave, everyone stood up. "Thank you for the dinner, Dewey-san," Choza said with a bow. "The food was delicious." "Thank you for coming," Dewey replied. "Please take care of my son." "I will," Choza promised. Guy waved enthusiastically. "See you tomorrow, everyone. We will train with even more youth." Shunsui gave a small nod. "Thank you for the meal." Genma bowed politely. "Good night." As they stepped out into the cool night air, Choza patted Shuinsui's shoulder. "Get some rest. Tomorrow we continue training. Would appreciate power stones if you can spare any." "Thank you." "Thank you Samuel Tajani, Serpsi, Crispy Soup and Little Taz CRD for supporting me." "Thank you for supporting me." Chapter 27, Back to Training. After the team dinner at Guy's house, the next day Team Choza gathered again for training. The three genin stood in front of their sensei, still feeling the effects of a good night's sleep and a heavy meal from the previous evening. Choza looked at his students with a satisfied smile. "The Hokage was impressed with your performance on the last mission. He has agreed to give us one C-rank mission a week." The three genin high-fived each other immediately. Guy cheered loudly. Genma allowed a small smile to appear on his face. Shunsui looked visibly relieved. It meant they would no longer have to do the disgusting and boring D-rank missions again. No more cleaning cow dung, chasing cats, or pulling weeds for hours. "Now, while I like your enthusiasm," Choza continued, "it also means that we would be more exposed to danger. Since we will be going outside the village for such missions, and this is a time of war, we must be extra careful." He crossed his massive arms. "So we will be working on things that will improve your strength and on areas that each of you want to improve. To start with, Dewey-san had requested me for some weights so that Guy can train with them on," Choza said as he unsealed a scroll. Guy's eyes lit up with excitement. "Yash! Another obstacle for my youth to overcome. I will become even stronger." Choza smiled. "And I am a sensei who does not encourage favoritism, so I decided to get weights for all three of my genin." Horror flashed across both Genma's and Shuinsui's faces at the same time. Choza unsealed a larger scroll. Several heavy metal weights popped out onto the grass. He picked one up easily and held it in his palm. "Each of them is 10 pounds. You will wear them on both your hands and both your legs. That means 40 pounds in total." Shunsui breathed a sigh of relief. He was in no physical condition or mood to carry as much weight as Rock Lee would in the future. 40 pounds sounded manageable. "You will wear them at every time except while you are sleeping or on a mission," Choza explained. "We will start with these 10-pound weights. We will raise them by 10 pounds every time you become comfortable with the current set." Choza then handed each of them 4 weights. Guy took his with shining eyes. Genma accepted his with a quiet sigh. Shunsui took his reluctantly. "Oh well," Shunsui thought as he strapped the weights onto his wrists and ankles. "At least this would help me increase my physical energy." He already knew that he had very high spiritual energy because it was similar to what Kyōraku Shunsui had in the Bleach world. Spiritual energy came from the soul and mind. Physical energy came from the body through training and exercise. Chakra was created by combining these two energies. By increasing his physical energy through weights and training, his total chakra would grow significantly. Since his spiritual energy was already massive, improving the physical side would merge with the spiritual chakra to increase his reserves. Most shinobi struggled with the spiritual part of chakra because it only increased naturally with experience and age. The Uchiha clan and Nara clan were an exception to this. Every time they awakened or advanced a tomo in their Sharingan, they gained a small but noticeable boost to their chakra reserves. That was why Sasuke, with 3 tomo, was so much stronger than he had been with only 1 tomo, despite the short time gap of less than 3 years. The Sharingan evolution gave them extra spiritual energy, which directly increased their chakra if they were physically good. Evolving their Sharingan would mean they are growing as a person, so that means higher spiritual energy. It makes sense, Shunsui thought. As for the Naras, they are really smart and are born with high spiritual energy. They would have a lot more chakra if they started working on their physical bodies instead of just being lazy like me. Choza then gave instructions to the others. Guy, you can do the training your father told you to do for the next 2 hours. Guy pumped his fist. Yash. I will push my limits even further. Genma, Choza continued, I want you to work on some large area of effect attack. Think about it and come back to me after you have a feasible idea. I will help you develop it. Also, do not forget to build immunity to your own poisons. Genma nodded seriously. Choza paused for a moment before adding, and give Guy and Shunsui very small doses of poisons that are common or are commonly used to make other stronger poisons. Genma nodded again. Shunsui grimaced. The idea of eating poisons regularly did not sound pleasant at all. This sounds like a very bad way to get food poisoning and diarrhea, he thought. He could already imagine himself spending hours running to the bathroom after taking even a tiny dose. The thought of his stomach rebelling against him every day made him want to cry. Why does training always have to involve pain or suffering? Can't I just nap my way to strength? Choza finally turned to Shunsui. I have asked my teammate Inoichi for help to get you a good sensor teacher. He is going to send a Tokubetsu Jonin from his clan who specializes in sensory techniques. Your sessions will start from tomorrow. For today, work on chakra augmentation for the next 2 hours. Afterwards, you all will do team training. Shunsui, you will teach your teammates about your games and what they should and should not do during them. Shunsui nodded. Understood, sensei. With that, the 3 genin started their training. Guy immediately began his father's special training routine, moving with explosive energy despite the new weights on his limbs. Genma sat down to think about area of effect techniques while occasionally testing small amounts of poison on his own skin. Shunsui focused on flowing chakra through his body and weapons, feeling the new weights make every movement slightly heavier. Would appreciate power stones if you can spare any. Thank you. Thank you Teddy and David M. Sepp for supporting me. Thank you for supporting me. Chapter 28, Team Training. After the individual training session ended, it was time for the team training. The sun was still high in the sky so they still had a lot of time today. Choza stood at the side, watching his 3 students with a calm expression. Shunsui stepped forward and faced Guy and Genma. We will be playing snakes and ladders today, Shunsui said. I hope that you have taken my advice and played the game at home. Shunsui asked as both Guy and Genma nodded. Good then let's begin, Shunsui said. He summoned his 2 blades out of thin air with a casual wave of his hand. The swords appeared instantly in his grip. He then recited the poem in a calm but serious voice. The flowery winds become disturbed, the god of flowers sings, the heavenly winds become disturbed, the devil of heaven sneers. Katen Kyōkotsu. As the blades shifted and changed into the large black scimitars, a couple of seconds passed. Shunsui then spoke again. The area around us is now the playing board of the game. Both Genma and Guy looked around carefully. They did not feel anything happening. The ground, the trees, and the air looked exactly the same as before. Both of you are not sensors, Shunsui explained patiently. Non-sensors would have it hard to tell when I have used my Shirkai ability and you are inside one of the games. A sensor can sense me using chakra at the start and passively to know that I have done something, but they still won't know which game it is. He continued, you will have to rely on my hand signals to know which game it is or my verbal answer. Both Guy and Genma nodded, showing they understood. Now you both would be sparring against each other within the game, Shunsui said as both took their fighting positions. Before you 2 begin, I hope you 2 have memorized the general layout of the game, where the ladders and snakes are. Shunsui asked. Genma nodded confidently, but Guy rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment. We had to remember them. Well, I was too busy training so I forgot to do it in my youth. Shunsui just sighed. Very well. I will guide you. Just remember that 3 full steps is equal to 1 block of the game board, Shunsui said. Genma nodded but asked a question. Since you asked us to memorize where the snakes and ladders are, does that mean they would be in the same position every time we play the game? Yes. If we are fighting together, they would be in the same position. With me as the start location. From there you can imagine the board. Of course, as I have told you before, I can tweak the games a little so I can change where the snakes and ladders are to my advantage, Shunsui said as Genma nodded at that. Also, ladders can only be set at the start of the game but not during the game. If I want to change the position of ladders and snakes, I have to restart the game and thus waste chakra. It would be advantageous to use one single setup too with you guys. A default setup that you would know about and can take advantage of to dodge attacks and take your opponents by surprise. Now time to play. With that, Genma and Guy exploded into action. Guy headed straight toward Genma with his usual powerful charge. Genma, instead of meeting him head-on, moved 6 steps to the right and suddenly teleported behind Guy. Guy looked around in confusion and realized too late that Genma was behind him. A senbon pierced his thigh before he could react. Genma then took 12 steps backward, but if Guy had been paying closer attention, he would have noticed that Genma had skipped 2 steps and had moved a couple steps to the side. Guy followed straight away and stepped on those 2 blocks. A small-sized snake popped up from the ground and bit Guy on the shoulder. Guy punched the snake away, but he immediately knelt as he felt poison spreading through his body. His muscles began to stiffen. Genma quickly threw him an antidote that he had prepared earlier after taking a sample of the poison from Shuinsue's game. Guy drank it quickly and stood up again, shaking his head to clear the effects. Shunsui called out, "Guy, from now on follow my instructions." Guy nodded. Genma threw a volley of senbon at Guy. Shunsui immediately gave the command. "Take 4 steps to the right." Guy did as told and teleported a little behind Genma, causing the senbon to miss completely. Genma then took 8 steps to the left and teleported to the right side of Guy before rushing at him with a kunai. Shunsui called again, "Guy, take 10 steps to the right." Guy followed the instruction and teleported behind Genma, landing a strong kick to his back. Choza, who was observing the entire fight from the side, thought with visible excitement, "It is like every member of the team can use Minato's flying Raijin. I can't wait to show them off in the Chunin exams." He imagined the shocked faces of the other villages when they saw his Genin teleporting around the battlefield like yellow flashes. A small chuckle escaped him as he pictured Guy yelling about the power of youth while suddenly appearing behind an enemy. This team is going to be a handful for everyone. The spar continued for a long time. Shunsui kept giving clear instructions while staying in his position as the starting point. Guy and Genma slowly got better at listening to the commands and using the ladders to their advantage. Snakes appeared at unexpected moments, forcing them to be careful with every step. The training was tiring but effective. Choza eventually called an end to the session. "That is enough for today. Good work, all of you." Shunsui dismissed the game with a small wave of his hand. The black scimitars returned to their normal form before vanishing into thin air. Guy and Genma walked over, wiping sweat from their faces. "You both did well," Shunsui said. "We will practice more tomorrow. Try to memorize at least the default layout of the game perfectly." Guy gave a thumbs up. "Yash. I will train even harder tonight." Genma simply nodded, already thinking about how to combine his throwing weapon techniques with the teleportation ladders. "Would appreciate power stones if you can spare any." "Thank you. Thank you Osmond Okari for supporting me." "Thank you for supporting me." Chapter 29, Trying to Become a Censor. Shunsui stood in the Yamanaka clan training grounds. A middle-aged man had led him inside to one of the private training areas of the clan. Shunsui adjusted his straw hat and waited calmly for the man to speak. "Choza-san asked me for assistance to help you become a censor." "My name is Yamanaka Toru," the man said in a straightforward voice after some time. "It is good to meet you, Toru-san," Shunsui replied politely, bowing slightly. "Your sensei did not tell me much about your abilities, but he did tell me you are a kenjutsu user and have good enough chakra control to manage short durations of chakra augmentation. If I am not wrong, you are not a natural censor?" he asked. "Correct, Toru-san." "Well then, if a non-censor wants to become a censor, he has to create a chakra net around himself. He has to weave a net around his body using chakra," Yamanaka Toru explained. "We usually do it with our minds, and thus this chakra is not visible to anyone but other censors. The net should spread around you. You will start small, like just a net above the palm of your hand, and then slowly increase the distance. The further you go, the bigger your range becomes. Natural censors already have a self-net from birth, so they do not have to do the hard part. So I have to make something like a spider net around me?" Shunsui asked, trying to picture it clearly. "Precisely. It is all done using your mind. Imagine a chakra net and create it. It requires a very good level of chakra control, and even higher levels if you want to increase your range beyond 10 meters around you. I would be helping you with the first steps. After that, it will be up to you to increase your chakra control and expand it yourself. Now do as I say." Shunsui thought that the man was a no-nonsense type since he did not bother with small talk. Still, he felt excited to learn the art of sensory techniques. Even if it was difficult, gaining the ability to detect enemies around him would fix one of his biggest weaknesses. Yamanaka Toru began giving clear instructions. "Close your eyes and focus on your chakra. Feel it flowing inside your body. Now, slowly guide small threads of chakra out from your palm. Do not push them out forcefully. Think of them as gentle strings being woven together. Imagine a small net forming right above your open hand. Keep the image clear in your mind. Do not let your thoughts wander. Control the shape, the size, and the density of the net. Every thread must connect properly, like a spider web catching morning dew." He continued speaking in a steady tone. "Once the net is formed, try to maintain it. Feel the space it covers. Even though your eyes are closed, your mind should start to register the empty space above your palm. If you lose focus, the net will collapse. Start small and stable. Do not try to make it big yet. Precision is more important than size at the beginning. Breathe slowly and keep your chakra flow even. This is the foundation of all sensory techniques. Many people fail here because they treat chakra like raw power. But for sensing, chakra must be delicate and sensitive. Your chakra would become like eyes that can see without light. Hold that feeling and do not let it slip away. Shunsui followed the instructions carefully. He closed his eyes and focused inward. He gathered a small amount of chakra in his right palm. Slowly, he tried to weave thin threads of chakra above his hand. In his mind, he pictured a simple square net, like a fishing net but much smaller. At first, nothing happened. The chakra kept dissipating. He tried again, making the threads thinner and more controlled. After several attempts, he felt a faint structure form. It was shaky and weak, but it was there. He tried to hold it steady, but after a few seconds, it collapsed like smoke in the wind. He opened his eyes and tried once more. This time the net lasted a little longer. He could feel a very faint tingling sensation above his palm, but it was not clear. It felt like trying to catch fog with his hands. Shunsui concentrated harder, adjusting the flow of chakra. The net became slightly more stable, but he still could not sense anything around it. His breathing stayed calm, but sweat started forming on his forehead from the mental effort. Shunsui nodded after finishing the steps. He looked at Yamanaka Toru and waited for the next instruction. The Yamanaka said, as a non-natural sensor, you could only use sensory jutsu with hand signs at the beginning. But as you get better with it, there would be no need for signs. He showed Shunsui the hand signs and then said, now project the chakra net around your hand to see if you can feel the chakra inside it or not. Shunsui followed the instructions. In his mind, a chakra net appeared from his hand, which was currently the maximum size he could make. He focused hard, trying to feel something, anything. But nothing came. No new information, no awareness of the space around him. He opened his eyes and said, Yamanaka-san, I do not feel anything. Yamanaka Toru sighed and shook his head slowly. It seems that you do not really have the talent for becoming a censor. What do you mean? Shunsui asked, confused. All natural-born censors have an extra part in their brain that allows them to process what they are seeing through their sensory jutsu. A normal human brain cannot simply process the information of all things around even 300 meters of himself. That is one of the reasons when censors first awaken, they go through excruciating pain due to both sensory overload and this part of their brain being activated, he explained. Some humans who are not natural censors do also have the organ, but it is not activated since they are not using it. Shunsui continued for him, but by using the sensory jutsu, it should have activated. Since it did not, it means that I do not have that extra part in my brain. Yamanaka Toru looked at him and said, correct. Though do not be disheartened. Only 1 in 10 shinobi have this part in their brains. But I am sorry to say that you cannot become a censor. Shunsui sighed softly. It is what it is. I cannot help it. Yamanaka Toru studied the boy. Shunsui did not seem very disheartened about failing at becoming a censor. He looked calm, almost accepting. The men felt curious and asked, why did you want to become a censor anyway? I feel that my biggest weakness is that people can attack me from behind, catching me off guard before I can use my trump card. And considering shinobi are known to be assassins, there is a very high possibility of it happening. Well, going for the sensory route for that was a smart choice, but it would have only become fruitful after some years. Since you would have to close your eyes and use hand signs for at least a few years before you could do it on the go, you could still be assassinated if you were caught unaware, he said. The Yamanaka then offered, I actually have a better solution. Shuinsui's ears perked up at that. You could train your situational awareness, instincts, and reflexes. I think your sensei would be able to help you with that, Yamanaka Toru said. Shunsui thought, not a better solution, but I will take it. But I think this session was not entirely useless. He flashed himself a mental grin, careful not to freak out the Yamanaka. If I manage to create a net for my Shirkai ability or even Bankai later on, I could limit its range or even increase it for what is possible. It would be a good long-term project for me. Would appreciate power stones if you can spare any. Thank you. Thank you Adam Kroon, F and TX ads for supporting me. Thank you for supporting me. Chapter 30, Using Chakra to Suppress Others. Shunsui decided to leave the training ground after his pursuit of becoming a censor ended in failure. Before Shunsui could leave the Yamanaka training ground, Yamanaka Toru stopped him with a raised hand. While we cannot work on your sensory jutsu, your sensei had asked me to teach you how to suppress your chakra too. He looked at Shunsui carefully and continued, and now I know why he asked me to do it. You are literally announcing your presence to almost every competent censor within 10 kilometers of you. What is with your level of chakra anyways? The Yamanaka asked, still trying to comprehend how a young child could have more chakra than him. I guess this is what is called being born a monster, he thought. Shunsui looked confused at the Yamanaka. He tilted his head slightly under his straw hat. I do not understand, Toru-san. Is my chakra really that noticeable? Yamanaka Toru looked at his confused face and started to explain in a patient but direct tone. You have so much chakra that you are constantly leaking it out, and in such large amounts that people would think you are going to use a B-rank jutsu at any moment. It is like a bright beacon shining in the middle of the night. Any decent sensor would notice you from very far away. I have good enough chakra control, Shunsui replied. I just created a chakra net, you know. I can even do water walking, tree walking, and chakra augmentation. You might have good chakra control, but that control is for when you use chakra for jutsu or outside your body. We will have to teach you how to suppress your chakra and keep it contained inside, Toru said firmly. Shunsui thought quietly, I know that I have high chakra reserves, but is it that much? Suppressing it would be a good idea if it would just alert other people of my presence from far away. The Yamanaka continued, I am going to teach you how to keep your chakra contained inside your body. It would save the amount of chakra you waste by announcing your presence. I would also teach you how to use the chakra to suppress others. Suppress others with chakra. Ah, is it like when Madara appeared and the censors at the war headquarters felt his immense presence? Or like how Shinigami used their spiritual pressure? But I guess it would be a little weaker than spiritual pressure since that pressure literally hits souls, Shunsui thought. The lesson lasted for 3 full hours. Yamanaka Toru explained everything in great detail. First, he taught Shunsui how to pull his leaking chakra back into his body and seal it tightly. It was like closing many small holes in a water bucket. Shunsui had to focus deeply and imagine his chakra as a calm lake instead of a rushing river. At first, it was extremely difficult. His massive reserves kept trying to spill out again. Toru corrected his posture, breathing, and mental focus many times. Slowly, Shunsui started to feel the difference. The constant pressure around him began to fade. Next, Toru taught him how to release controlled bursts of chakra to intimidate or suppress others. This part was easier for Shunsui because of his already high reserves. He learned to push his chakra outward in waves that could make weaker opponents feel heavy or scared. Toru warned him not to overuse it, as it could drain him quickly if done wrong. By the end of the 3 hours, Shunsui could keep his chakra mostly contained and give small bursts when needed. He still had a long way to go, but the foundation was set. As Shunsui left the Yamanaka compound, he felt lighter for some reason. The constant leaking of chakra had stopped for now. He adjusted his straw hat and started walking back toward the main village streets. Suddenly, he heard fast footsteps approaching. Guy came running toward him at full speed. Shunsui. Finally I found you. Guy shouted, jumping next to him and grabbing his hand. He started running again, pulling Shunsui along with him. Shunsui sighed deeply. He is really too energetic for me. How did you even know where to find me in the whole village? Shunsui asked while being dragged forward. Oh, it was easy. Guy replied cheerfully. I just asked around about a boy with a straw hat and pink kimono, and every person I asked knew exactly where you went. People don't know true fashion, Shunsui grumbled under his breath. He could not understand why everyone always commented on his comfortable pink kimono and straw hat. In his opinion, it was the height of traditional fashion. But apparently in Konoha, it made him as noticeable as a bright pink flower in a field of green grass. Where are we even going? Shunsui asked, trying to keep up with Guy's energetic pace. To meet my eternal rival, of course. Guy said with pure excitement in his voice. His eyes sparkled as if he was talking about the greatest event of his life. You have to see him, Shunsui. He is the coolest person ever. His silver hair shines like the morning dew, and his skills are unmatched. But one day, I will surpass him with the power of hard work and youth. Shunsui allowed himself to be pulled along with a sigh. Meeting Kakashi this early was unexpected, but he was curious to see the future copy ninja as a child. Would appreciate power stones if you can spare any. Thank you. Thank you the Fuzzy Samurai and Kato TV for supporting me. Thank you for supporting me. Chapter 31, I can just crush him with my chakra pressure. Guy dragged Shunsui the entire time as they finally reached one of the training grounds. It was on the outskirts of the village but near the forests and the Hokage faces carved into the mountain. As they arrived, Shunsui noticed they were close to the Senju compound. The large traditional houses and training fields of the once great clan were visible in the distance. Speaking of the Senju, Shunsui thought, there are still quite a few of them in the village. Even in the academy there were quite a few kids with the Senju surname. It seems they did not get completely wiped out by other villages targeting them or Orochimaru experimenting on them or marrying into civilians and other clans. I guess that's why you should never rely on fanfic theories. He had read so many stories in his previous life that claimed the Senju clan was nearly extinct after the founding of Konoha. But here they were, still present and somewhat active. It was a good reminder that real life was always messier and more complicated than stories. He continued thinking as Guy pulled him along. Maybe Hashirama and Tobirama had more distant relatives than people realized. Or perhaps some branches of the clan kept a lower profile to avoid being targeted during the wars. It makes sense. No powerful clan just disappears overnight unless something catastrophic happens. Still, it is funny how I spent so much time believing fan theories only to find out the Senju are doing just fine. I wonder if any of them still have wood release. Probably not, or the village would be shouting about it. If I ever meet a Senju kid in the academy, I should ask them casually if they can grow trees. Though, they would either think I am crazy or report me to the teachers for suspicious behavior. As they reached the training grounds, he could see Team Minato training. Obito and Rin were sparring against Kakashi and clearly losing, just as Shunsui had expected, despite Kakashi being at least 4 years younger than them. Minato stood nearby, watching the fight. There he is, my eternal rival. Guy shouted at the top of his lungs. His voice echoed through the entire training ground. Team Minato's eyes turned toward them at once. They saw the familiar bowl-cut boy dragging another boy who wore an unusual pink kimono and a straw hat. You again. Kakashi said with what looked like an angry sigh. The silver-haired boy sounded tired already, as if Guy's presence alone drained his energy. Guy grinned brightly, completely unbothered. Yes. It is me again. Did you miss me, my eternal rival? Kakashi pinched the bridge of his nose. How could I miss you when you show up every few days? What do you want this time? Another challenge to prove whose youth is stronger. Guy laughed loudly. Not today, rival. Although my youth is clearly superior, I have come for a different reason. I want you to meet my friend and teammate. Guy patted Shunsui hard on the back, nearly pushing him forward. This is Shunsui. He is on my team under Chosa-sensei. He is strong, youthful, and wears the most fashionable clothes ever. Shunsui adjusted his hat and gave a small wave. Nice to meet you all. Sorry for the loud entrance. Guy does not understand the concept of speaking lightly. Kakashi looked Shunsui up and down, especially noting the pink kimono and swords. You actually wear that in public? On purpose. Obito burst out laughing. Oh, it is Shunsui. And you are still wearing that awful kimono as a shinobi. He made a yucky expression as if he had smelled something bad. It looks like you stole it from your grandma's closet. Are you sure you are a ninja and not going to a tea ceremony? Shunsui looked Obito up and down slowly with a calm expression. His voice stayed lazy and even. Says the guy who wears goggles. I have seen civilian kids learning to swim wear them. Do you think you are going to dive underwater during a fight? Or are they just to hide the fact that your eyes are always crying from losing to your teammate here? Obito's face turned red. These goggles are to hide my Sharingan. It is called strategy. Shunsui raised an eyebrow. Have you awakened your Sharingan even? Obito stuttered. Kakashi answered for him in a dry tone. No. He has not. Obito looked at Rin who was trying to hide her laugh, he then pointed at Shunsui angrily. I challenge you, Shunsui, for a spar. The winner has the better fashion. Minato appeared next to them in a flash. Now that is a great idea. If I am not wrong, you are with Guy under Chosa-san. It would be fun to see other genin of your age fight. Shunsui thought, he is fast even without using flying Raijin. That is the yellow flash for you. Guy tried to stop it. There is no point of a spar. Obito said mockingly, hey, are you scared that your teammate would lose to me? Guy looked at him confused and said innocently, why would I be scared of Shunsui losing? He is strong. But I am going to surpass him though. Obito glared at Shunsui. Then accept my duel. Shunsui let out a long, tired sigh. Ah, the idiocy of youth. Very well. I accept your challenge. Minato clapped his hands together. Good. I will referee the match. Both genin nodded and took their positions on the training ground. Obito pulled out a kunai and waited for Shunsui to draw his swords. Shunsui did not move to unsheath his weapons. He simply stood there calmly. Obito asked with a smirk, are you too scared to even unsheath your weapons? Shunsui replied in his usual drawl, yar. So impatient. But why would I have to use my swords when I could just use my chakra pressure to crush you? Shuinsui's eyes opened fully. A heavy wave of chakra pressure burst out from his body. The air around him grew thick and heavy. Obito's legs buckled instantly. The Uchiha boy fell flat onto the ground with a loud thud, his face pressed against the dirt. He could not move. His body felt like it was being crushed by an invisible mountain. Minato's eyes widened as he saw what just happened. The yellow flash took a small step forward, surprise clear on his face. He had not expected such a powerful display from a genin who had only recently graduated. Would appreciate power stones if you can spare any. Thank you. Thank you Dexter MS, Trashed and G for supporting me. Thank you for supporting me. Chapter 32, Feedback. Hello guys, can you please tell me what you are liking about the story and what would be included in the story or improved upon? And any ideas about the games that you want Shunsui to use? Thank you for your feedback. Chapter 33, Chapter 32, Miss, would you go on a date with me? As Minato felt the chakra coming out of the boy, he was surprised. The amount of chakra that was being released was pressing down on the training ground like an invisible weight was a lot. Obito had dropped to the ground instantly, struggling to even lift his head. Minato's blue eyes sharpened as he observed the scene carefully. Is this boy like Kushina? No, I do not think so. He is not a Jinchuriki. It is not as much chakra as a tailed beast, but the amount he has is terrifying, Minato thought. Every tailed beast is currently sealed in a container. This is all his own power. A child with this much chakra, unbelievable. And he is not even a Uzumaki considering he does not have red hair, and the third might have informed Kushina if he knew that she had a living relative. Minato continued analyzing the boy silently. Jiraiya-sensei was right. You see new astonishing things every day. I guess that is how he gets new inspirations for his books. Minato allowed himself a small, private smile at the thought of his teacher and his antics. But the smile faded quickly as he focused again on the pink kimono-wearing boy. If Shunsui, if I am not wrong about his name, has this much chakra, then Obito does not stand a chance if the boy knows how to use it effectively. Even Kakashi might struggle. And considering Chozo-san is his sensei, I am sure he would have taught the boy a few tricks, Minato thought. He looked at Obito, who was still pressed against the dirt. Minato knew the boy would take this defeat hard. His student had not even been able to raise a finger in the battle. The humiliation would sting deeply. If he gets through this, he might become a better shinobi, Minato thought with quiet hope. Obito had talent and heart, but he needed to learn humility and patience. Would you look at that? I just learned this trick just an hour ago. It seems Yamanaka-san was not lying. This thing is good to deal with low-level people, Shunsui said casually, as if he had only flicked a pebble instead of releasing a wave of crushing chakra. Minato's eyes widened slightly. He learned to project his chakra just today. While it is not so difficult, learning it in hours is impressive. So you have a boy with immense chakra reserves and talent. Konoha would have another good shinobi soon. Minato was happy to know that Konoha would have another good shinobi because that meant there was another strong person to protect the village. As Shunsui had said, low level, Obito's eyes widened in fury. With gritted teeth, he pushed himself up from the ground. His arms trembled and his legs wobbled as he struggled against the chakra pressure, but pure stubbornness kept him moving. Who are you calling low level? He shouted, finally standing upright even though his knees still shook. I am the great Uchiha Obito-sama and I am going to become the Hokage. He took a shaky breath and pointed at Shunsui. And before that, I would beat you. Minato smiled softly as he watched his student's determination. Even in defeat, Obito refused to stay down. But he still had to be fair. The fight is over. Shunsui wins the spar. Obito wiped dirt from his face and glared at Shunsui. You might have won today, but there will be Chunin exams soon. I will be participating and I hope you will too. During that battle, I will defeat you in front of everybody, surpass you, and become the Hokage. Shunsui looked at him with calm, almost innocent eyes. His voice came out cold and cool, you might aim to surpass me, but tell me, have you ever even understood what it is you're chasing? Minato could tell that there was no mockery in Shunsei's tone. Obito opened his mouth to reply but found nothing to say. Minato watched the exchange carefully. And he has got himself quite an attitude too. I hope he does not break Obito. Minato was about to say something to ease the tension when he suddenly felt another person with a massive amount of chakra moving toward them. This presence was very familiar to him. A second later, Kushina came running into the training ground. She was wearing her cooking apron and held a wooden spatula in one hand like a weapon. Her red hair bounced wildly as she moved. I felt someone with a massive amount of chakra that I did not recognize and I came as soon as I could. Kushina said, looking around for any threat. Her eyes scanned the area quickly. Then her gaze locked onto the boy wearing the pink kimono. Shunsui stared back at her. A light blush appeared on his cheeks. For a few seconds, he seemed genuinely stunned. Then, in a soft but clear voice, he said, Miss, you are very pretty. Would you like to go on a date with me please? Kushina froze completely. The wooden spatula slipped slightly in her hand. Her mouth opened, then closed again. She stood there dumbfounded, staring at the young boy in the pink kimono who had just asked her out with complete seriousness while still blushing. Obito's jaw dropped. Rin covered her mouth in surprise. Kakashi raised an eyebrow. Guy gave a thumbs up to Shunsui with sparkling eyes. Minato simply blinked, trying to process what had just happened. A/N, Kushina is not the love interest. There is the age gap and we are not fucking Minato. It's just a silly crush. Would appreciate power stones if you can spare any. Thank you. Thank you I am Hugo H, Mr. Munchies, Pong Sherpa, and Weaselhead 2 for supporting me. Thank you for supporting me. Chapter 34, Chapter 33, 50 Shades of Shunsui. Miss you are very pretty. Would you like to go on a date with me please? The kid said. Kushina was completely dumbfounded and did not know what to say for a few long seconds. The boy in front of her looked about 10 years old, while she was already 20. He was dressed strangely, wearing a wide straw hat and a loose pink kimono that looked far too big for his small frame. Kushina blinked several times, trying to process the situation. A child was asking her out on a date. This had never happened to her before. She wanted to gently tell him that he was too young for her, but then she looked at the shy expression on his face. The kid was looking down at the ground, his fingers nervously tapping against each other as he waited for her answer. His cheeks were slightly red, and he seemed genuinely nervous. He was too cute for her to hurt his feelings so directly. The way he stood there, polite and blushing, made her heart soften immediately. Then she recalled the words he had just said. Do you really think that I am pretty? She asked, a small smile forming on her lips. Shunsui nervously nodded his head, still not looking up. Yes, miss. You are very pretty. Your red hair looks like fire in the sunset, and your smile is warm. Kushina smiled wider. This kid was only the second person in Konoha to say that to her after Minato. She felt a warm, happy feeling in her chest. Without thinking much, she reached out and gently held Shunsui's hand. Aren't you a good and cute kid? What's your name? My name is Kyōraku Shunsui. It's nice to meet you, miss. Shunsui politely introduced himself, still blushing. Kushina smiled, what a good name for such a good boy with such good manners. My name is Kushina Uzumaki, Databane. Come with me. We will have dinner at my house. She held out her hand which Shunsui grasped. She started walking, pulling Shunsui along with her toward her home. It was like a kid walking with his big sister, but if you would ask Shunsui, he would scream at you for thinking it like that. As they were heading to Kushina's home, Kushina noticed the dirted and defeated-looking Obito standing nearby. Obito, you did not wash your clothes again today? Kushina asked, her tone shifting into that of a scolding older sister. Shunsui answered for him in a calm voice. No, miss. He challenged me to a spar after making fun of my kimono and then lost. Kushina placed her free hand on her hip and pointed the wooden spatula at Obito. Stupid Obito baka. Always picking up fights you cannot win. Look at you, covered in dirt like a wild pig. You should train more instead of running your mouth and challenging people stronger than you. Do you want to become Hokage or do you want to become a walking dust ball? Go home and wash up properly before I drag you there myself. Obito took a critical hit at being reprimanded for nothing. A dark gloom appeared over his face. He looked like he was about to cry. His shoulders slumped and his lips trembled. But before the tears could fall, Rin came next to him and placed a gentle hand on his arm. Obito, I know that you will grow stronger. I believe in you, Rin said softly. Obito's expression brightened up instantly. His eyes sparkled again as he looked at Rin. Rin, thank you. I will work harder. I will not lose next time. Minato looked at the kid speechlessly as he held his girlfriend's hand and walked with her toward home for a dinner date, or whatever this was turning into. He mused quietly, if Jiraiya-sensei was here, he would definitely laugh and say that I got cucked by a kid. Minato was also surprised by the sudden change in Shunsui's attitude. 1 second the boy had been looking down on Obito with calm, almost cold confidence. The next second, he had become a shy, blushing boy in front of Kushina. The switch was so smooth and natural that it left Minato wondering what kind of person this genin really was. He then looked at the now renewed Obito, who was looking pretty determined. Obito, it seems that you have got yourself a rival. You would have to do quite a lot of training if you want to beat Shunsui in the Chunin exams. Obito clenched his fists tightly. I will do it. I will have to do it if I have to become the Hokage. Minato nodded with a smile. Obito then turned to Kakashi. Kakashi. You would have to spar with me every day from now on to prepare myself for the Chunin exams. But why do I have to? Kakashi mumbled tiredly. Minato looked at him and said firmly, you have to help your teammates, Kakashi. Kakashi let out a long, suffering sigh. He then looked at Guy and said, it is all your fault. Now I would have to deal with Obito, who could be just a little less annoying than you, every single day. Guy laughed loudly and patted Kakashi on the back. Ha ha ha. Shunsui is a pretty youthful guy. He then stopped laughing for a moment and asked seriously, but my rival, you saw Shunsui. What do you think? Can you beat him in a fight? Kakashi thought for a few seconds. Is he any good with those swords? Kakashi, he can play games with those swords, Guy innocently said. Kakashi, who deeply admired his father and his kenjutsu, felt insulted at that statement. Kenjutsu is not a game, Guy. No, I mean he can literally play games with it, Guy tried to explain again, waving his hands. Kakashi just ignored him, thinking Guy was being stupid like always. He turned away with a tired expression and muttered under his breath, this village is getting weirder every day. Would appreciate power stones if you can spare any. Thank you. Thank you Tyler Ray, Sonny Eugene, Sharice Duncan, Prex 4580, Castel Gandolfo, Brian Ramsey, Little Taz CRD and Akatsiori 42 for supporting me. Thank you for supporting me. Chapter 35, Chapter 34, This Kid is Strange. Kushina served food to the cute kid who happily ate whatever she placed in front of him. She had quickly warmed up some leftover rice, grilled fish, pickled vegetables, and a simple sandwich. Shunsui sat at the table. Every time Kushina put a new dish in front of him, he would look up at her with shy eyes and give a small, grateful smile. His cheeks stayed faintly pink the entire time. The red-haired woman found it oddly endearing. She watched as the boy in the pink kimono and straw hat carefully picked up pieces of fish with chopsticks and ate them slowly, as if savoring each bite. Occasionally, he would glance at her when he thought she was not looking, then quickly look back down at his plate when their eyes met. Kushina smiled softly to herself. She had not expected her afternoon to turn into feeding a strangely dressed but polite little boy who had just asked her out on a date. Shunsui, for his part, was fighting a quiet storm inside his mind. The food in front of him tasted almost nothing. The rice was plain, the fish was overcooked, and the sandwich was far too salty. Yet he kept eating with a happy expression, nodding gratefully every time Kushina asked if he liked it. Do people in the Naruto world have their teenage phase earlier than what is normal due to earlier development caused by chakra, he thought. Or is this just me? An adult mind stuck in a child's body, maybe my emotions are mixing with this young body in strange ways. Why is this even happening? He took another bite of the tasteless stew and almost winced, but he covered it with a bright smile. But then again, it makes sense that I am behaving like this toward Kushina. I have an adult mind, and thus my feelings only came out when I saw her. Being around Kushina made the adult part of him react strongly, even if his current body was still that of a child. Wow, that's good, Shunsui said as he tasted the tasteless stew, forcing enthusiasm into his voice. He gave Kushina a thumbs up. What people do to get on the good side of their crushes. He thought internally. I am literally eating something that tastes like salted cardboard and calling it delicious. If this is not true love, I don't know what is. In my last life I would have complained after one bite. Now look at me. Simping at age 10. Pathetic. But worth it. Kushina laughed lightly. I am glad you like it. Eat as much as you want. Growing boys need lots of food. Shunsui nodded eagerly and took another big bite. Inside, he was screaming. This stew is attacking my soul. But for you, Kushina-san, I would eat an entire pot of this. Maybe two. So which clan do you belong to? Who are your parents? With that amount of chakra? Kushina asked, hoping just a little that with that level of chakra, the boy might have some Uzumaki lineage. I don't know, Shunsui said honestly. I am an orphan. The matron told me that she found me in a crib on the orphanage doorstep. She has taken care of me since then. She is cranky sometimes, but she is a good woman. She does not show it though, and she made me become a shinobi, so there is that. Ah, poor you, Kushina said, her expression softening immediately. She reached over and gently patted his head again. You should come and have meals with me and Minato whenever you feel lonely. I would not like to impose, Kushina-san. Nonsense. You are a cute kid. You are welcome anytime, she said firmly, smiling brightly. Shunsui nodded while internally sighing. Ah, Kushina, you're cruel, you know that. Calling me cute like that, smiling like I'm some harmless little brother, do you have any idea how dangerous that is? A man can endure a lot of things, pain, loneliness, even defeat, but being underestimated by the woman he likes. That's a slow kind of torture. Well. I guess I'll just have to grow up faster then. Or maybe. I'll just stay like this and keep stealing your attention in small ways. Fun. Kushina patted his head again, ruffling his dark hair gently. Shunsui looked up at her with a small, shy smile. You really like patting my head, don't you, he said. Kushina laughed. You have very soft hair. It is nice to pat. Shunsui tilted his head slightly. At this rate, I might start thinking that's the only way you'll ever touch me. The words slipped out before he could stop them. Kushina froze mid-pat, her hand still on his head. Her eyes widened in surprise. For a second she wondered if this polite little boy was actually a transformed Jiraiya playing some perverted prank. The thought made her face turn slightly red. Ah, don't make that face. I'm joking. Mostly, Shunsui added quickly, giving her a small, innocent smile that somehow made the situation even more awkward. Kushina did not know what to say to comfort the boy. She just kept patting his head gently, a mix of amusement and confusion on her face. Shunsui took another bite of the now too salty sandwich and continued speaking softly. I know that I am too young for you. Still, I wonder, if I were older, would you look at me differently? He paused, then shook his head. No, don't answer that. I think I'd rather keep guessing. It is more fun chasing something uncertain. And I don't think that I would like to hear a negative answer either. Kushina looked speechless at the brat. The boy was too mature for his age and he was saying awkward things without any hesitation and a straight face. He already knew that they could never be a couple due to their age difference and her having no feelings for him, but yet still ate the food she gave him, which she knew tasted not so good. There was only one thought running through her mind as she patted his head again. This kid is strange. Would appreciate power stones if you can spare any. Thank you. Thank you John Garcia and Shanks for supporting me. Thank you for supporting me. Chapter 36, Chapter 35, Lumberjack's Crisis. The next day after the meal at Kushina's place, Team Choza gathered again for another C-rank mission. It was just morning as the four of them met at the usual training ground. Guy was already doing warm-up stretches before anyone came, with Genma standing quietly with a senbon in his mouth. Shunsui arrived to the scene and just leaned against a tree with his straw hat tilted low over his eyes. Choza arrived last. He immediately took the team to get them a mission. As they moved toward the mission center inside the Hokage building, Choza looked over at Shunsui and asked, "How was your training with Yamanaka-san for sensory jutsu?" Shunsui adjusted his head slightly and answered in his usual calm, lazy voice, "It seems that I would not be able to learn sensory jutsu. I don't have the organ for it." Choza nodded understandingly. "Oh, don't worry about it. Even I don't have it. Half of the shinobi in the village don't. It is not a big problem. I am fine with it," Shunsui continued. "But when Yamanaka-san heard that I wanted to learn sensory jutsu to prevent myself from getting assassinated or ambushed or taken off guard, he suggested training my reflexes, intuition, and situational awareness instead." Choza smiled and patted Shuansui's shoulder with his heavy hand. "Ah, you should have told me why you wanted to train in sensory jutsu. If I knew you wanted to improve those things, I would have trained you in them from the start. Anyway, I think these 3 skills would be useful to all 3 of you. So we will be working on them after we return from this mission." Shunsui nodded quietly. He felt relieved that his sensei was supportive. Improving his instincts and awareness would help cover one of his biggest weaknesses without needing the rare sensory organ. They reached the mission center inside the Hokage building. Choza quickly looked through the available C-rank missions and picked one without wasting time. After getting the scroll and the necessary details, they immediately left the village for the mission. The team walked at a steady pace through the forest paths leading away from Konoha. Choza decided to explain the mission while they moved. In a nearby town, one of the prime lumberjacks has shown sightings of a large bear that seemed to be a chakra animal. He has been unable to continue operations for a couple of months because of this, Choza explained. "A couple of months?" Genma asked, surprised. It seems this mission had been given to 4 teams before us, but all of them reported that there was no bear. But the lumberjack insists there is one, and a large one at that. Genma thought for a moment. This should be the last mission, otherwise he would be blacklisted from giving more missions, right? That was taught to us in the academy. Correct, Choza said. Anyway, the reason the other squads believed the man was lying was because the bear had not killed anyone. It is very unusual for a wild chakra animal to not kill anyone. Even I believe that he is lying and we are going to confirm it, Choza added. Genma asked the obvious question. But why would a lumberjack lie about the bear? Choza gave a small shrug. Lumberjacks have quotas to meet and this one has a pretty large area owned by him. He probably wants to get his quota reduced, which he has been successful at for the past 2 months. Shunsui had been listening quietly the whole time. After thinking for a while, he spoke up. "You said it is unusual for a wild chakra animal to not kill anyone, but what if it was a summoned beast?" Choza's eyes widened slightly. "That makes sense. But why would someone go to so much trouble to summon a beast in the lumberjack area and not kill anyone? And why would a shinobi do that?" "I think I can guess what is happening," Shunsui said after thinking for a moment. Choza looked at him with interest. "Then you take the lead for the mission. It would be good to see your decision-making skills in action." Shunsui simply nodded as they continued heading toward the town that was not much far from Konoha. The forest path was wide and well used by merchants and workers. Tall trees stood on both sides, their trunks thick and old. The team moved at a comfortable pace so they could talk and observe their surroundings. Shunsui walked in the middle, hands tucked in his kimono sleeves, thinking about the mission. He found the situation interesting. A lumberjack claiming a dangerous chakra bear was stopping his work for months, yet no one had been hurt and previous teams found nothing. It did not add up. If it really was a summoned beast, then someone was deliberately interfering with the lumber operations. The question was why? Money? Territory? Or something else? Choza noticed Shuinsue's thoughtful expression and smiled. Take your time thinking, Shunsui. A good leader considers all possibilities before acting. We are not in a hurry. The town is only a few hours away. Guy pumped his fist. Yash. With Shunsui leading, we will solve this mystery and protect the hard-working people of the Land of Fire. The remaining team just ignored him, already used to his high-level energy. The four of them continued walking. The forest slowly gave way to open fields and then the outlines of the town appeared in the distance. Smoke rose from chimneys, and the sound of axes chopping wood could be heard faintly. Shunsui felt a small spark of interest. For once, a C-rank mission seemed like it might not be completely boring. Let's hope that I did not jinx myself and then this mission into an A-rank mission, he thought. Choza walked beside him, ready to offer guidance if needed but letting the boy take the lead as promised. Would appreciate power stones if you can spare any. Thank you. Thank you Jacob Mo for supporting me. Thank you for supporting me. Chapter 37, Chapter 36, Shunsui the Blackmailer. When they reached the town, they immediately went to the lumberjack's property. It was a very big square of land filled with machinery for processing wood and large amounts of trees all around. The property bordered the forest, and according to the owner, that was where the bear had come from. The team walked through the cleared paths between massive logs and busy workers who stopped to stare at the Konoha shinobi. They visited the lumberjack in his wooden office near the center of the property. The man was middle-aged, with tired eyes. When Choza introduced them, his eyes brightened with clear relief. We are from Konoha, Choza said. We are here about the bear problem. The lumberjack stood up quickly, nearly knocking over his chair. Please, find that monster. I swear it is here. I am not lying. Every time a Konoha team comes, the bear disappears like smoke. But then it comes back after they leave. I have seen it with my own eyes. It is huge, bigger than any normal bear. Its eyes glow when it started at me. It destroyed 2 of my best cutting machines and scared all my workers away. I cannot operate like this. My quota is impossible to meet now. I will lose everything if this continues. He paced back and forth, gesturing wildly with his hands. The first team said there was no bear. They searched for 1 day and left. 2 days later, the bear came back and roared so loud that 3 of my men ran away and never returned. The second team came and found nothing again. The same thing happened. It appears only when I am alone or with my closest workers. It is playing with me. Taunting me. I know it sounds crazy, but I am telling the truth. I have lost months of work. My family is suffering. Please believe me. The man's voice cracked with desperation. I am not a liar. I have lived in these woods my whole life. I know when something is wrong. This bear is not normal. It moves too smartly. It knows when shinobi are coming. I beg you, find it and kill it before I lose my land and my livelihood. Choza listened patiently. Don't worry. We will find it. Can you tell us where you last saw the beast? The men showed them several places around the edge of the property. He pointed out broken branches and flattened grass where he claimed the bear had walked. But for such a large beast as the men described, there were almost no claw marks on the trees and very few clear footprints on the ground. The signs were too faint and too clean. I think he is lying, Genma said quietly after they had checked the areas. Or my hypothesis could not be more right, Shunsui replied. It is a summoned beast, and thus it knows some ninja techniques like walking without leaving a trace. It is a basic art. But how do we know it was a summoned beast? Guy asked, scratching his head. The beast has come from the forest and from that direction mostly, Shunsui said, pointing to one specific location. He had noticed that every time the beast was seen, it was around that same radius. They walked toward that area. Shunsui used his sword to cut away some tall grass that had grown thick. He looked around carefully for nearly an hour, moving slowly and checking patches of ground. Both Genma and Guy watched him in confusion, wondering what exactly he was searching for. Finally, Shunsui stopped and grinned. He pointed toward the grass below him. There was a small, dried patch of blood hidden under some leaves. He took the grass and poured a clear liquid from a small bottle he had taken out of his backpack. When the liquid touched the blood, it turned a bright blue color. Now look what we have here, blood, Shunsui said. Human blood, in fact. Genma's eyes widened as he finally realized what Shunsui had been looking for. I get it now. Blood is used whenever someone wants to do something as a medium for summoning. But now how would we find the culprit from this? Guy asked. The blood is too old. So we would need some fresh one to track. I think I know what we have to do next. Not only to track the shinobi but also to find out who is responsible for all of this, Shunsui said as he headed toward the town hall. After paying a small fee for access and a moderate bribe for assistance, Shunsui found what he was after in the town hall records. As he was about to leave the small office, he turned to the bribed female functionary. She was a nervous woman in her 30s with documents piled high on her desk. "Oh, and, miss," he said calmly. "Do be sure not to tell anyone that I was here, or what I was here for. Only you and I know that, so if I find out that someone else knows, I'll know it was you." He walked right up to her, pushing down on her with his chakra, not all of it since she was a civilian. The woman stood there, shivering slightly as he leaned forward to whisper in her ear. "It doesn't matter who you tell, because they can't protect you from me. The town lord can shield you if I try to get you censured for having loose lips, but that isn't what's going to happen. One day, all your colleagues here will wonder why you didn't turn up. Your family will wonder where you've gone, but they'll never find out. Do you know why?" "Be because you've killed me," she whispered, voice trembling. Shuinsue's voice stayed soft and friendly, which made it even more terrifying. "I doubt you have any idea what my secret jutsu could do, so I'll explain the portions that are relevant to you. First, your body will die. Not of anything in particular, it'll just stop being alive. Then, I'll suck all the moisture out of your corpse. I'm not sure if you're aware, but life force is a beautiful, vibrant red. I'll be taking any that your body has left, which will dry out your remains nicely. Then I'll collect you in a cask. Not a big one, because there won't be much of you left, but I have a storage scroll, so it's fine either way. Whatever remnants there are, I'll clean off the floor with a simple water jutsu. Are you familiar with it? Marvelous stuff. Suffice to say, it will clean up any residual stains of what used to be your body. Then, on my next trip out to the village, I'll scatter what's left of you, scoop by scoop, into the bogs and marshes, until your final resting place is just sticky patches of mud." He stepped back, flashing her a friendly smile. "So let's just make it our little secret, yes?" The woman nodded rapidly, her face pale and eyes wide with terror. Shunsui smiled gently at her one last time before turning and leaving the office as if nothing had happened. The door closed softly behind him, leaving the frightened woman alone with her shaking hands and racing heart. "Would appreciate power stones if you can spare any. Thank you. Thank you for supporting me." Chapter 38, Chapter 37, The bait is set. As they left the town hall, Genma looked at Shunsui with visible fear in his eyes. He asked in a shaky voice, "Why did you have to threaten her? She was just doing the job. And could you really do all that you told her? That was some scary stuff." Shunsui looked at his naive teammate and let out a small sigh. He sometimes forgot that they were still kids trying to become shinobi. Thankfully Guy was not with them at that moment, or he would have been terrified at seeing the other side of his friend. Shuinsue's calm and lazy personality usually hid a much colder and more practical side that came out when needed. "That woman was not innocent," Shunsui explained patiently. "She took the bribe easily from us without any questions. She has probably taken a lot more bribes before. As for why I did that, you yourself know that a Konoha shinobi cannot interfere with the other towns and cities of the Land of Fire freely. Bribing an individual is a criminal offense. We cannot let others know about it or we might get punished. The nobles and the daimyo himself might come after us for breaking his laws." I needed to make sure she kept her mouth shut completely. Genma nodded slowly, but he still asked with a little fear in his voice, "Could you really do it, though?" "Of course not," Shunsui said innocently, a small lazy smile appearing on his face. "I don't even know my chakra nature yet, let alone a water-style jutsu. I just said all that stuff to keep her quiet. It worked, didn't it?" Genma inwardly thought, he is so terrifying. Thankfully he is our teammate. Shunsui adjusted his straw hat and continued walking. "Time for the next part of the plan to draw out our summoner." "And what is that plan?" Genma asked, still a bit shaken. "It is time to drink alcohol, my friend," Shunsui said with a grin. Genma muttered in shock, "Hole." Shunsui, Guy, and Genma reached the hotel in where they were staying for the mission. Choza was somewhere nearby keeping an eye on them, but they did not know exactly where he was. Shunsui stopped for a moment outside the inn to put on his game face. His usual lazy expression disappeared. He scrunched up his face and shoulders in annoyance, looking like a tired and angry young shinobi who had been given a pointless mission. "Just follow my lead," he told the other two quietly. He threw open the door and marched inside with heavy steps. The common room was busy with lumberjacks, travelers, and local townspeople eating and drinking after a long day. Shunsui strode across the room and parked himself angrily on a bar stool. "Drink," he demanded of the barman in a grumpy voice. "Best you have, and same for food, after." The bartender, a middle-aged man with a thick mustache, looked at the three young boys in surprise. Are you even of legal age? Shunsui tapped the Konoha headband tied to his arm. Do you see this headband? If we are old enough to kill, we are old enough to drink. So bring out your good stuff. The other two kids looked extremely awkward as all the grown men in the bar stared at them. Guy tried to look tough but ended up smiling nervously. Genma kept his eyes on the floor, wishing he could disappear. Shunsui, however, maintained his annoyed expression perfectly, as if he had done this many times before. The barman reached for a bottle of amber spirits behind the bar. Not that bitter crap, Shunsui said sharply. Do you have any Norwich Blue? Yes sir, we use it to make blue juice jumpers. Blue juice jumpers? It is a mixed drink, sir, but... The barman leaned in close. Usually, we serve it to our female patrons. Shunsui turned and took in the busy common room at a glance. No one was willing to meet his gaze. If someone has a problem with what I am drinking, then I will be happy to clean them off my sword. He was with his swords at his hip and his headband clearly visible. The bar fell silent for a moment. Then everyone quickly went back to their own conversations. Shunsui turned back to the bar. That is what I thought. The barman quickly prepared the drink. If I may ask, sir, he said as he worked, are you a shinobi? That is what the headband says, Shunsui grumbled. Some bloody mission they have sent us on though. Do you know how many teams they sent out before me after this imaginary frigging monster? 4. I am the 5th, and we will be the last, one way or another. You can believe that. If this monster is not out here this time, I will personally see to it that the prick sending out these notices gets black-marked. A chakra bear that does not kill anyone or break anything. What a load of crap. That would be the Kazari-san's lumber mill you will be heading out to, then, the barman asked carefully. Shunsui just nodded. He grumbled through what turned out to be a delicious drink and a quite excellent dinner, but he did it anyway, resisting his normal urge to enjoy the food openly. Guy and Genma were trying their best not to vomit after sipping their own drinks. Guy's face turned green after one sip. Genma simply pushed his glass away and stuck to water, looking pale. Shunsui retired angrily to his room, followed by the other two. Guy was already swaying on his feet after just one drink. He kept bumping into tables and apologizing loudly to chairs. Sorry, Mr. Table. My youth got a little dizzy. Genma had to support him. Shunsui maintained his annoyed act until they reached the hallway, then let out a long sigh of relief. As they reached their room, Shunsui closed the door behind them and dropped the grumpy act completely. A small smirk appeared on his face. Now the bait is set. Would appreciate power stones if you can spare any. Thank you. Thank you for supporting me. Chapter 39, Chapter 38, Treasure Hunt. The next day, Team Choza left the town. Shunsui kept his face set in an annoyed expression, kicking small stones on the path as they moved. Guy walked with heavy steps, complaining about the waste of time. Genma stayed quiet but looked equally displeased. They made sure their voices carried far enough for people nearby to hear them. There was no bear at all, Shunsui said loudly enough for passers-by to notice. We searched the entire area for the entire day and found nothing. Just trees and more trees. What a waste of our time. Genma added in a flat tone, the lumberjack must have been lying. Or maybe he was seeing things. Either way, we are done here. They reached the edge of the town and continued walking until they were out of sight of most people. Then they doubled back quietly, taking a hidden path through the forest to avoid being seen. Once they were far enough, they returned to the town. They circled back toward the lumber mill property. Choza had stayed hidden the whole time, watching from a distance. The plan was simple but effective. If someone was watching, they would think the Konoha team had given up and left. They reached the lumber mill area and found a good hiding spot deep in the trees near the edge of the property. From there, they could see the main operations without being noticed. The workers were busy cutting and moving logs, but the owner looked nervous and kept glancing toward the forest. They waited silently for a full day. The sun rose and set. On the second morning, a large bear finally appeared from the forest. It was enormous, with thick, dark fur. The lumberjack saw it from his office window and let out a terrified shout. It is here. The monster is back. Genma acted immediately. He threw several senbon enhanced with chakra augmentation. The needles flew true and pierced deeply into the bear's side. Poison spread quickly through its body. The bear roared in pain and staggered, but before it could fall, it disappeared in a large puff of white smoke. What do we do now? Genma asked. The summoner should be a little further away and would have already escaped. Now we find the place where the summoner summoned him, Shunsui said calmly. They searched the area from where they believed the summoner had been directing the bear. After careful checking, they found a small patch of fresh blood hidden under some leaves. It was still slightly wet. Shunsui smiled as he saw the new blood. Perfect. Genma asked, what are we going to do with the blood? I do not think any of us are trackers, and we do not have an Inuzuka who could use the blood to smell the person. No. But this is a clue. A clue for our treasure hunt, Shunsui said. He activated his Shirkai. His Shirkai ability activated as he began the game called Treasure Hunt. The game was simple. The goal was to find hidden things using clues. The clue here was the blood of the summoner. Shunsui could see a path made of pink mist appear, directing him toward the source of the blood. Follow me, he said. As expected, the path led them straight toward the neighboring lumber mill property. This one looked almost identical but was in full operation. Workers moved everywhere, and loud saws cut through wood. Shunsui did not bother to hide. He strode through the property as if he owned the place. Workers gave him glances, but the Konoha headband and visible swords kept them silent. No one wanted to mess with shinobi. A well-dressed man soon came out to meet them and was forced to follow along as Shunsui did not slow down. The pink mist only he could see kept guiding him forward. The man, clearly the owner, spoke nervously. If you don't mind me asking, what brings you to my property? Monster hunt, Shunsui replied without looking at him. You're Lument. Mustache Lument, yes sir. You think there is a monster on the property? I am sure you are familiar with the troubles your neighbor is having, Shunsui said. A monster appeared there several hours ago, and I have been tracking it to the source. Tracking it? Lument asked, panic creeping into his voice. I managed to get some blood of the summoner which led me directly to your property. Lument was starting to sweat. His eyes darted nervously in the direction Shunsui was heading. You have obviously been working hard. Why don't you let me offer you some hospitality? You can have some refreshment and I can tell you about the property. It might help you find what you are looking for. These swords are all the help I need, Shunsui said, continuing his rapid stride. I will leave you to your business then, Lument said and started moving ahead at a half-run. Stop, Shunsui ordered. His chakra came down hard on Lument, who staggered and stopped immediately. Sir, he asked feebly. I think it would be best if you stayed with me, Shunsui said. For safety. Withering under the force of Shunsui's chakra, Lument reluctantly nodded and fell in behind him. They quickly came upon a building detached from the main residence, made from stone and an indulgent amount of wood. On a porch swing, a man was sitting up, rubbing his eyes as if he had just woken up. He gave the approaching group a bleary-eyed look, focusing first on Lument. Mustache, he said, what was that chakra I just? The man trailed off as he realized the source of the chakra was standing right next to Lument. Then his gaze locked onto Shunsui and the other Genin's faces, and his eyes went wide with shock. Would appreciate power stones if you can spare any. Thank you. Thank you for supporting me. Chapter 40, Chapter 39, Culprit is caught. So here is our summoner, Shunsui said calmly as the treasure hunt trail of pink mist ended right at the man sitting on the porch. The rogue shinobi looked up at them with wide eyes. For a split second, he froze. Then he decided it was better to run. He bolted from the swing, trying to escape into the trees. But he was not fast enough. Guy appeared above him in a flash of green, shouting at the top of his lungs, dynamic entry. Guy's powerful kick slammed into the man's back with incredible force. The rogue shinobi flew forward like a rag doll and crashed hard into a nearby tree. The impact shook leaves from the branches and left a visible dent in the bark. The man slid down the trunk and landed in a heap on the ground, groaning in pain. Before he could recover, Genma flicked his wrist. Several poison senbon flew through the air and struck the man precisely in the shoulder and thigh. The paralytic poison spread quickly. The rogue shinobi's body stiffened, and he could no longer move his arms or legs. He lay there helplessly, eyes filled with panic. Shunsui turned to the property owner, Mustache Lument, who immediately tried to distance himself from the situation. The man raised his hands and spoke in a shaky voice. I did not know that guy. He must have sneaked onto my property since he was a shinobi. I had nothing to do with this. Shunsui gave him a polite smile that did not reach his eyes. Of course, Mr. Lument. You did not do anything wrong. You did not hire him to terrify your competitor so you could grab his land once he ran away or his business collapsed. Of course not. You are a good, honest citizen of the Land of Fire who would never do such nervous things. The lumberjack nodded along quickly, but his expression froze when Shunsui pulled out several documents from his pocket. But you see, I have these papers that a helpful clerk at the town hall generously gave me. They show how you had already asked for the transfer papers of your neighbor's land. You wanted to make sure that once he left, no one else could buy it before you. No. The man staggered over his words, sweat pouring down his face. His confident act completely crumbled. Shunsui continued in the same polite tone. Do not worry. We understand. Business is business, right? You just wanted to expand your operations. It is perfectly normal to hire a rogue shinobi to summon a fake monster and scare your neighbor into bankruptcy. Very creative. I almost admire the effort. Clementson's face turned pale. Please. I can explain. Shunsui shook his head. We have no time for your mumblings. Let us get you arrested, shall we? The men tried to run, but Genma-senban found him before he could take 3 steps. He collapsed to the ground, paralyzed and defeated. Guy tied him up with strong rope while Choza, who had been watching from the shadows, stepped forward to secure the rogue shinobi as well. The mission was complete. After sending the criminal to the local prison and completing the official mission report, Team Choza began heading back to the village. The walk through the forest was peaceful now that the tension of the mission had faded. Choza walked at the front, looking proud of his students. I am impressed. Very impressed, Choza said. I never would have thought to use the blood from the summoning jutsu to track down the summoner, even if I had the means to do so. Good job, Shunsui, figuring out what was going on. Shunsui adjusted his straw hat and shrugged lightly. It was not that difficult once I thought about it. The chakra beast was a bear that was not killing anyone. Usually, wild chakra beasts are aggressive and would attack humans on sight. But this one only scared the lumberjack and his workers. That made me suspect there was a summoner controlling it. The next thing I wanted to know was whether the summoner was working for himself or had been hired by someone else. That is why I went to the town hall clerk to check land transfer records. Choza listened carefully as they walked. Most grown shinobi would have failed to see that connection, and they did, judging from the previous teams that came. But you caught it right away. That kind of thinking is rare. But how did you track the summoner? Shunsui continued explaining. The blood on the grass was fresh enough to use as a medium. Once I activated my treasure hunt game, it showed me the direct path. It led straight to the neighboring property. After that, it was just a matter of arresting him. Choza gave Shunsui a long, thoughtful look. He looked the boy up and down, making Shunsui feel slightly uncomfortable under the intense gaze. Why are you looking at me like that, sensei? Shunsui asked. Just seeing if you have some Nara in you, Choza said with a chuckle. Most grown shinobi would have missed those clues. You put the pieces together like it was nothing. Maybe we should do a blood test to see if you are a Nara, Choza joked. I am not, sensei. And no more blood tests, Shunsui said grumpily. I already had one to see if I was an Uzumaki when they took me to the academy. Choza laughed loudly, his big belly shaking. It's not just your analytical ability. Your Shikai ability, as you call it, seems way more versatile than me, Shikaku, or even the Hokage had thought. To track down a person using their blood so easily, you could find yourself a good career as a tracker, Shunsui. While I am not against tracking, I like the role of a frontline fighter now that I am a shinobi, Shunsui replied. Choza nodded. For that, we would have to work on your situational awareness, instincts, and reflexes like you wanted. We will start that training tomorrow. Would appreciate power stones if you can spare any. Thank you. Thank you Roki and Anchuin for supporting me. Thank you for supporting me. Chapter 41, Chapter 40, A-Rank Mission. Choza left the Genin throwing blunted kunai and shuriken at each other to train their reflexes as well as their situational awareness. The 3 boys were focused and working hard under the afternoon sun. Choza had watched them for a moment before turning away. He had been summoned to the Hokage Tower, and he knew it was important. The previous mission report had clearly caught the attention of the village leadership despite it being a normal C-rank mission that other teams were not able to complete. And the fact that a Genin managed to figure what was happening when seasoned Chunins who had also been given the mission failed, it was quite a remarkable feat. He entered the office to find both Shikaku and Hiruzen discussing something in low voices. They stopped as soon as he entered. Hiruzen smiled warmly and gestured for Choza to sit. Shikaku gave a small nod of greeting, though his expression remained thoughtful as always. Choza, both me and Shikaku were impressed with your Genin team and how they handled the last mission, Hiruzen began. Especially how Shunsui analyzed the situation, interpreted the clues, and found a way to complete the mission despite the previous teams failing. He also took the shinobi laws into account to prevent the noble court from troubling Konoha for bribing city officials. Very impressive. Shikaku leaned back in his chair and added, and let us not forget about this game that he used to track the summoner. I never imagined that a children's game like Treasure Hunt would be used like this. The boy's ability has creativity and practicality. That is a rare combination. Hiruzen nodded in agreement. We have decided to give your team a B-rank mission which might turn into an A rank. There is a high chance of that. Choza, who had been happy about the praise for his students, turned serious. Hokage-sama, my student's previous mission was easy and without much threat. Bumping the difficulty straight to A rank would be too much. They have not even been shinobi for a full year yet. Yes, it might have been a C-rank mission without much threat, Hiruzen replied, but that analytical ability is exactly what we need for this mission. We also need genin with skills that would impress important people. This mission requires more than just fighting power. But the threat in an A-rank mission would be too high for them, Choza insisted, still reluctant. He cared deeply for his students and did not want to push them into something dangerous before they were ready. And that is why you would not be going alone, Shikaka said. You would be accompanied by your teammates, me and Inoichi. Choza looked surprised. You would be accompanying us? Yes, Shikaka confirmed. Your genin team's role would only be to show off in front of the daimyo. Let me explain the mission first to give you some clarity. The Land of Claws is facing trouble from bandits that have grown in large numbers due to the consecutive shinobi wars. Their samurai are not able to handle the bandits, and thus their daimyo wants shinobi help. He continued, our goal is that they seek an alliance with Konoha rather than IWA, who are also aiming to do the same. We need that extra money that the daimyo is going to pay. It will strengthen our war efforts and also prevent the daimyo from sending his samurai to help IWA in their war. The mission is political as much as it is military. We need to impress him with our strength, discipline, and capability. Choza listened carefully. So our task would be to impress the daimyo of the Land of Claws so that he favors Konoha more. Shikaka would be doing the talking. Exactly, Shikaka said. I will handle the negotiations and strategic discussions. Inoichi will support with his mind techniques if needed for intelligence or verification. You and your team will be the visible strength. Your genin, especially Shunsui with his unique abilities, will demonstrate what Konoha's next generation can do. The daimyo needs to see that investing in us is better than investing in IWA. Hiruzen added, the bandits have become a serious problem there. So they would be seeking an alliance with a shinobi village that we are sure of. We just need to make sure that he finds Konoha a better option than others. The daimyo has asked to send a genin team to see if the genin teams that we would be sending later to clear the bandits would be able to do the job or not. He himself knows that we won't be able to spare our jonin since we are in a war. Hiruzen said before pausing for a few seconds and then continuing. He would definitely test the genin's skills. Your team's success in the previous mission shows they can think on their feet. That is valuable in a situation where appearances matter as much as combat ability. But that is not the only objective of the mission. In fact, the mission in itself is secondary. Secondary? Choza asked confused. The Land of Claws support does not amount to us sparing 3 of our best jonins for this mission, especially during wartime. But it is a good enough front for others to see it that way. Hiruzen said. Shikaka leaned forward as he finished the Hokage's explanation. The secondary objective of the mission is for me to observe Shunsui's abilities and how they can be used in the war to our advantage. His games have shown incredible versatility. If we can understand their limits and applications better, we might integrate them into larger strategies. A single genin who can change battlefield conditions through games is something we cannot ignore. Choza asked with a frown, you are planning to send my team to the war front? Hiruzen said with a sigh, the pressure and the losses are mounting on us. It hurts me to send children to the battlefield when they should be training and doing D-rank missions or simple C-rank missions. But your team would be sent to the battlefield only after the Chunin exams are done. Choza asked, is that wise though? The more people know of Shunsei's ability, the more chances of people figuring the tricks of his games. It was Shikaka who answered him, there would always be survivors in war that would spread the information about his ability anyways. We can use his ability to scare off some of the smaller shinobi villages that have started showing their fangs to us. It would also allow us to gain the favor of the nobles and merchants, and thus more missions would come out way both during and after the war. Of course, this would mean your team, especially Shunsui, would have to deal with assassination attempts constantly. But if you are at the war front, the army would be there for backup. Anyways, we have gotten off track. So you are on board with the mission. Choza rubbed his chin thoughtfully and then smiled, with the Ino Shikacho formation, I do not think that my genin would be in much danger. Would appreciate power stones if you can spare any. Thank you. Thank you for supporting me. Chapter 42, Chapter 41, D*MNU Hiruzen and your brainwashing. Choza stood at the edge of the training ground after he came back from the Hokage's office, watching his 3 genin train hard. They were throwing blunted kunai, senbon, and shuriken at each other in a careful but intense drill. The goal was to improve their reflexes and situational awareness. All 3 had small nicks and cuts on their arms and legs from the training, but none complained. You all can stop for now and gather around, Choza called out in his deep voice. The genin stopped immediately and walked over to their sensei, breathing a little heavily. Sweat glistened on their faces. Guy wiped his forehead with his arm and grinned. Genma put away his senbon neatly. Shunsui adjusted his straw hat and waited calmly. Choza looked at each of them seriously. You all would be going for a B-rank mission tomorrow, which might turn into an A-rank. Shunsui and Genma's faces became grim. They understood what that meant. B-rank missions already carried real danger, and an A rank could mean facing Jonin-level threats or worse. Guy, however, jumped up in joy, pumping his fist high into the air. Yash! Finally a real mission worthy of our burning youth. An A-rank mission. Are you sure, Sensei, that we are ready? Genma asked quietly, his voice showing concern. Choza shook his head slowly. No. Not yet. Besides, you are never truly ready for any mission. Any mission can turn into an S rank in difficulty if your luck is bad. The world outside these walls does not care about your rank or how long you have been a shinobi. A simple escort can become a deadly ambush. A bandit hunt can lead to a rogue jonin. That is the reality of being a shinobi during wartime. You learn by doing, by surviving, and by getting stronger after each close call. He continued in a firm but caring tone. I will not lie to you. This mission carries risk. But that is why we train every day. That is why we push you. Growth does not come from safety. It comes from facing challenges that scare you. You three have already shown good progress. Now it is time to test it in the real world. If it was just me, I would have never let you do the missions despite all the flowery words about growth and challenges that I just told you. Choza said with a sigh. But the Hokage has made his decision, and we would have to do the mission, Choza said. The mission is critical to the war efforts. As Leaf Shinobi, we are expected to complete it no matter the difficulty. The village needs resources, alliances, and victories to keep fighting. Every successful mission helps our soldiers on the front lines. Every coin we bring back buys food, weapons, and medicine for our people. Choza's voice grew stronger. This is not just another assignment. It is part of the bigger war. The daimyo of the Land of Claws is choosing between Konoha and IWA. Our success could bring important support to our side. Failure could push him toward our enemies. That is why the Hokage chose us. He believes in your potential. And I believe in you too. Choza then smiled gently to ease the tension. But do not worry. My team would be accompanying you for the mission. And let me tell you, we are some of the best jonin out there. Together we can even give Hokage a tough fight. So we would be protecting you with our lives. Guy's eyes filled with tears immediately. He wiped them away but more kept coming. That's so youthful, Sensei. I hope that I can return the favor one day. If I have to give my life to protect my comrades, I will do it with a smile. The springtime of youth demands that we burn brightly for each other. Choza patted Guy's shoulder. You are still young, Guy. Your job is to grow strong and protect others in the future. For now, let us protect you. Guy nodded, still emotional. I will train even harder after this mission. I will become someone worthy of such trust. Choza smiled at his enthusiastic student. That is the spirit. Now rest for today. Treat your wounds. Pack your things in the storage scrolls I gave you for at least a month-long mission. Remove the weights that are on you. Shikaka would explain you the mission tomorrow. Meet at the village gate tomorrow at 8 a.m. The genin nodded. They dispersed to prepare for the mission. Shunsui watched his teammates leave before turning toward the orphanage. Seeing that he was going for a dangerous mission, he decided to give the orphanage a visit, maybe for the last time. He thought grimly. He walked slowly through the village streets, his pink kimono swaying gently. He arrived at the orphanage gate. His situational awareness training paid off as he dodged a couple of wooden kunai coming straight for his head and neck. The small projectiles whistled past him and stuck into the wooden fence behind. He appeared behind the kid responsible and held him by the collar. IKA, this is getting ridiculous. I almost had you this time. IKA said with a grin. Next time I will go straight for your heart, but you seem to be improving too. Maybe I should get more people to strike you. That way you would not be able to dodge all attacks. Shunsui sighed. One of you is enough. No need to corrupt others. He tossed the kid gently into a nearby bush and walked inside. He went straight to the matron. I might not return from the next mission. Remember this when you cry every day after remembering how I died because you wanted me to be a shinobi. The matron laughed loudly, not at all worried. Brat, I know you better than you know yourself. I know you are too lazy to die out there. Your dream is to die peacefully at the age of 75. Not too old that you cannot walk or enjoy life, and not too young. So I know you would be returning alive to me. And your sensei had already told me that you are not an ordinary genin. She patted his head roughly. And even if you die, I would be proud of you for dying for the will of fire. Damn you, old woman. Damn you, Hokage, and your brainwashing, Shunsui muttered, walking off. He thought darkly, Hiruzen knows how to brainwash people. I believe it to be his best skill after not killing traitors like Danzo or Orochimaru. The matron smiled warmly behind him. Since you are here, wash your hands for dinner. Would appreciate power stones if you can spare any. Thank you. Thank you the Burning Goose and Logan Lewis for supporting me. Thank you for supporting me. Chapter 43, Chapter 42, Beware Beware Beware. As Shunsui sat for dinner, he ate his favorite dumplings along with all the younger kids at the table. The orphanage dining hall was noisy with chatter and laughter. The matron had made extra dumplings tonight, knowing Shunsui liked them. He chewed happily, dipping each piece in sauce. The warm food and familiar faces made him feel a little lighter despite the dangerous mission waiting for him tomorrow. He noticed some of the older kids passing each other knowing smiles and whispering. Shunsui wondered what they were up to. Are they planning a farewell party for me? Is there a surprise gift for their big brother? The thought made him smile inside. These children had become like a real family to him over the years. Even if he complained about the matron forcing him to become a shinobi, he cared about them deeply. His thought process was interrupted as his stomach gave a loud grumble. Then he felt an intense urge to relieve himself. He immediately stood up, excused himself politely, and hurried to the washroom. Once inside, he sat down and let out a long sigh of relief. Why did I have to poo so much? Was there something wrong with? He mumbled, but stopped mid-sentence as he saw a wooden kunai aiming straight for his neck from behind the toilet seat. Wooden kunai or not, he knew that if it hit him on the neck, it was going to hurt a lot. I can't jump or move. I still have not washed myself and I can still feel that I have to relieve myself more, Shunsui thought in panic. His body was stuck in an awkward position. Moving suddenly would be messy and embarrassing. He had no choice but to use his teeth to bite the incoming wooden kunai and hold it in place. At the same time, he heard another sound of something hitting the water below as he relieved himself more. He sat there, teeth clenched around the wooden kunai, eyes wide with a mix of annoyance and disbelief. His face turned red from the effort of holding both the weapon and his dignity. This was not how he had imagined spending his last evening before a dangerous mission. He then looked at the one who was holding the wooden kunai. Ayaka, what did you do? Shunsui said, his voice low and dangerous as he stared at the tiny boy hiding behind the toilet. I almost had you this time. Ika said with a proud grin, still holding the other end of the kunai. I had cooked up such a brilliant plan. I poisoned your favorite dumplings and then placed myself behind the toilet where I knew you would be. I was confident that I was going to assassinate you this time. You poisoned me. Shuansui's face darkened as anger seeped into his voice. Ika recognized the danger immediately. The little boy let go of the wooden kunai and bolted out of the door like a rabbit. Come back here, Ika. Shunsui shouted, still stuck in his awkward position. He could hear Ika's laughter echoing down the hallway. Don't forget to wash your behind and then your hands, big brother Shunsui. Ika's voice came back cheerfully. Shunsui sat there for a moment, feeling a mix of fury and embarrassment. This was the price of teaching orphanage kids shinobi skills for fun. He had only himself to blame. After finishing his business and cleaning up thoroughly, he washed his hands multiple times, muttering curses under his breath. The matron would hear about this later, but he knew she would just laugh. Shunsui thought with a sigh, whose brilliant idea was it to teach this kid about poisons? And who was that gave him a wooden kunai? Ah yes, mine. Stupid me. Let's hope that the academy does not make him more of a demon's child than he already is. The next day, he appeared at the training grounds where his teammates were already waiting for him, but Ino Shikacho were yet to show up. Shunsui walked over with dark circles under his eyes and a sunken, exhausted look on his face. He looked like he had not slept at all. Genma noticed immediately and asked with concern, You don't look good, Shunsui. Are you okay? Shunsui looked at Genma with grim, hollow eyes. His voice came out low and dark, almost whispering. Beware of the food you eat. Beware of demon children. Be aware of teaching kids about shinobi things. Beware, beware. He kept repeating the words darkly, his voice carrying an eerie tone. His eyes seemed distant, as if he had seen something truly terrifying. Genma took a small step back, feeling a chill run down his spine. Even Guy, who was usually the weirdest one on the team, looked puzzled and slightly scared. Shunsui did not explain further. He just stood there, repeating his warning like a cursed mantra. Genma and Guy exchanged nervous glances. Their sensei arrived with his former Genin teammates a few minutes later. Choza looked energetic and ready. Shikaku walked with his usual tired expression, and Inoichi had a frown on his face. Good, you are all here, Choza said. These here are. Shikaku interrupted smoothly, we will introduce ourselves during the journey. Let's go. And with that, they departed the village. Would appreciate power stones if you can spare any. Thank you. Thank you the Burning Goose and Logan Lewis for supporting me. Thank you for supporting me. Chapter 44, Chapter 43, Using Politics Instead of Fighting. A/N. I did not get much time to write today but did not want to miss on my 7 days a week chapter, so here is a short chapter. Alright, let me explain the mission and what your role would be in this mission, Shikaka said as the group ran along the forest path to the Land of Claws. They were going to take a long route to prevent themselves from reaching any of the war fronts. Chozo walked at the front, keeping an eye on the surroundings. Inoichi stayed alert for any chakra signatures as he was the censor of the group. The 3 genin followed closely behind. The Land of Claws is being overrun by bandits, and it is looking for an alliance with a shinobi village since its samurai are not able to handle them. This alliance might come with their help in the current Great Shinobi War. Whether it would be through resources, money, or sending their samurai to fight with us. So our goal is to get this alliance? Genma asked, trying to understand the bigger picture. Yes, but it would not be so simple, Shikaka replied. IWA would also be looking for this alliance. We would have to somehow outsmart them to get it. Guy jumped in with his usual energy. So we would be fighting them, and if we manage to beat them, we get the alliance. No, Shikaka said simply, shaking his head. We would be using politics. He continued explaining in a patient tone. Fighting is easy. Winning a war through politics is much harder. The daimyo of the Land of Claws does not just want strong fighters. He wants a reliable partner who can offer long-term benefits. If we go in and start killing bandits without thinking, we might look reckless. If we show discipline, strategy, and respect for his authority, he will see us as a stable ally. Politics is about making the other person feel that choosing you is the smartest decision for his own survival and power. Shikaka gave a small, tired smile. That is why I am here. My job is to talk, negotiate, and make sure the daimyo feels that Konoha is the better choice. Your job as genin is to show that our next generation is talented and promising. The daimyo wants to see strength, but he also wants to see control. That is where you 3 come in. Chozo added, showing raw power is good, but showing smart power is better. We need the daimyo to believe that investing in Konoha will bring him more benefits than allying with IWA. The conversation continued as they moved deeper into the forest. Shikaku explained that the mission was as much about impression as it was about combat. The genin listened quietly, absorbing the lesson. Even Guy stayed unusually silent, understanding that this mission required more than just yelling about youth. But that does not mean that there would not be any fighting, Shikaku continued. We might be asked to clear out bandits. We might have to fight IWA shinobi who might try to get their competition eliminated or for some other reason. The Land of Claws has invited both villages for what is basically a mini Chunin exams. Whoever manages to impress the daimyo more will get the alliance and the long-term mission to eliminate the bandits in their country. And thus a source of money. Would that not also mean that we would have to send shinobi to clear the bandits in their country? Genma asked. Yes, Shikaku replied. We would have to spare some shinobi for their country, which we cannot really afford during times of war. But a 1-month mission to get help from their military forces for the entire war, or even just money from the mission, would go a long way to helping us. Also remember that IWA might use underhanded techniques to get us, Shikaka warned. So beware of them. As he was about to say more, Inoichi interrupted him. Or they might use tactics to just prevent us from being part of the competition. Heads up. We have shinobi incoming. How many, Inoichi? Shikaku asked with a serious face. A squad of 12 shinobi. There does not seem to be any shinobi chakra signature that I recognize, so I think we are good, Inoichi said. Shikaku nodded. They probably did not expect to meet Inoshikacho on a mission to the Land of Claws. In the grand scheme of things, the help from some samurai from the Land of Claws is not enough for Konoha to send some of the best jonin they currently have in the village. That is probably what they thought. They likely planned to ambush a couple normal genin team or some chunin squad to remove competition. They did not count on us. Shunsui listened quietly. So what is the purpose of this mission if sparing the Inoshikacho was worth it for the mission? Ah, I see, to observe my abilities and deduce how they can be used in war. Well, since they want a show, it would be bad manners to not provide them with a good one. Shunsui immediately took his Zanpakutō from their scabbards and recited the activation poem. His swords changed form. The black scimitars appeared in his hands as pink petals began to drift around him. Would appreciate power stones if you can spare any. Thank you. Thank you for supporting me. Chapter 45, Chapter 44, Shikaku POV, Shikaku P.O.V. Shikaku watched Shuinsui's sword turn shape in front of his eyes. The transformation was smooth and unnatural. Unusual ability for a sword, but not that rare, Shikaku thought. If I am not wrong, Uzumaki blacksmith-made swords could do the same with the help of their fuinjutsu. Inoichi gave him a quick signal with his eyes. The enemies were almost on them. Shikaku did not waste time. Inoshikacho Formation 32, he said clearly. Kids, do not interfere until you are attacked or until we give you the go-ahead to engage. The three genin nodded and stayed back, watching carefully. Guy looked eager but held his position. Genma gripped his senbon tightly. Shunsui stood quietly with his transformed blades ready. When the first shinobi appeared from the trees, it seemed their suspicions were right. They were IWA shinobi. IWA really wants to get the aid of the Land of Claws, Shikaku thought. By building an alliance with them, they share borders and could get more trade, more money, and also a safe border. As the first IWA shinobi came into view, the man's eyes widened. He took notice of the 6 shinobi, especially the 3 adults. Recognition flashed across his face. He immediately turned and bolted away, shouting, "Retreat! It is the Inoshikacho of Konoha." But before he could move further, he felt himself stuck and unable to move. He looked down to see a kunai with chakra flowing into it and a fuinjutsu tag attached to his shadow. Then a large hand appeared in front of him and smashed him through several trees. The impact was brutal. The man flew like a broken doll and crashed into the forest floor, unconscious. The rest of the IWA shinobi who had arrived looked at their fallen teammate and knew that escaping was not an option. Their faces hardened. They turned their attention to the 3 kids standing behind the adults. "Focus on attacking the kids," one of the IWA jonin ordered. "They would have to defend them, those tree huggers. We would find an opportunity when they are busy protecting them." Another IWA shinobi warned, "Stay away from shadows. Shikaku Nara would be able to reach all of us and stop all of us at the same time." They ran toward the Konoha team from each direction. The 11 remaining enemies moved with coordinated aggression. Choza stood in front of the genin like a living wall. His right hand expanded to giant size as he muttered, "Partial expansion jutsu." The IWA shinobi took out their weapons. One of them sneered, "Does not matter how big your hand is. Your skin is still human and weak to weapons." He was about to strike the giant hand with his kunai, but he suddenly froze. Shikaku had used the shadow created by Choza's larger fist to reach the man and immobilize him completely. Another IWA shinobi was crushed by Choza's huge fist. The impact created a small crater in the ground. Shikaku knew that it was almost too easy. But his doubts were cleared by Inoichi, whose voice he heard in his mind. Inoichi said in his mind, "I have identified them as mostly IWA Chunin and Genin. This must be some scout party trying to find any Konoha team that is trying to go to the Land of Claws and report to the other team so that we could be eliminated. One of them is a censor, but since I have been hiding our chakra, they could not identify us until we were a lot closer. Then let's not let them report it to their other teams," Shikaku replied mentally. "And they would be perfect to test Choza's team. Give them the go-ahead to join the fight. It is time to watch the ability that Choza talks so much about." A reality-changing ability, Shikaku thought. Inoichi was with the kids to protect them in case the IWA shinobi were elite ones and managed to get through Choza and Shikaku. Shikaku was about to turn to Shunsui to see what he was about to do, but he was shocked to see Shunsui appear out of the shadow of an IWA shinobi and stab him from behind. "Kajioni. Sorry, I just couldn't resist." He was such an easy target. "He was just standing there looking clueless," Shunsui said, embarrassed, as he popped up from the enemy's shadow like a ghost rising from the ground. The IWA shinobi gasped in pain and collapsed. Shunsui pulled his black scimitar free with a smooth motion. All the enemy shinobi's eyes widened in surprise. Someone decided to attack Shunsui with a kunai, but it passed through empty air as Shunsui appeared next to Choza, stepping out of his sensei's shadow. Shikaku thought, astonished, shadow teleportation, what game allows him to do this? The Nara genius felt a rare spark of genuine surprise. He had spent his life mastering shadow techniques, yet this boy was using shadows in ways even he had not fully explored. Shadow teleportation is something a member of our clan was able to do back in the Warring Clans period, but no one has shown the ability to use it since then. Shikaku thought. And then Shunsui disappeared again and appeared next to another IWA shinobi's shadow. The IWA shinobi, now on guard, turned to protect himself, but it was too late. Shadows erupted from his own shadow and wrapped around his body like living chains. The men struggled but could not break free. Shikaku thought, shadow stitching jutsu. I see he is able to control the shadows like a Nara but without any hand signs. I need to figure out what the game is and what the rules are to take advantage of this. Would appreciate power stones if you can spare any. Thank you. Thank you for supporting me. Chapter 46, Chapter 45, Floor is Lava. Shikaku thought, he said Kajioni when he stabbed that IWA shinobi after appearing from his shadow. His sharp mind immediately began analyzing the ability. If I am not wrong, Kajioni, also known as Shadow Demon or Shadow Tag, is a game where players avoid having their shadows stepped on by the Oni who is the tagger. So his ability must give him and also all the other players the ability to use shadows. He continued thinking deeply. Shunsui extended his shadow without hand signs and he could do it without much chakra expenditure, so it must be likely. But how can another player make use of that ability? Does just trying to do something with shadows work? Shikaku decided to test it right then. He focused on the shadow created by an IWA shinobi and tried to step into it with the intention of teleporting. To his surprise, it worked. He slid smoothly through the shadow and appeared behind another IWA shinobi, stabbing a kunai to the man's neck before teleporting back to his original position in an instant. He decided to push further and tried using his signature shadow possession jutsu. To his astonishment, he could do it without hand signs and with minimal chakra expenditure. He managed to get all 9 of the remaining IWA shinobi in a shadow at once. I have not even expended 10% of the chakra that would normally be needed to hold these many with shadow possession, Shikaku thought, genuinely impressed. The rules of the game seemed to apply to everyone present. It allowed him to access shadow techniques far more efficiently than usual. He saw Shunsui looking at him in surprise. Shikaku gave the boy a small nod of acknowledgement. I could end this all now, but the point of the mission is to understand more about Shunsui's ability, he decided. He let go of his jutsu and chose to observe instead, letting the genin take the spotlight. As he waited for Shunsui to show more, Shikaku could tell that Chosa's other genin were no slouches either. Guy was beating 2 IWA shinobi to a pulp with pure taijutsu. Shikaku could tell that he was pretty talented in taijutsu. Genma was using Chosa and Guy as moving shields, throwing poison senbon with deadly accuracy whenever an opening appeared. Those senbon are laced with poisons, Shikaku thought. Not noticeable ones, but I can tell they are slowing the enemies down. He then noticed Shunsui say something quietly to Inoichi. A moment later, Inoichi's voice rang in his mind. The kid asked me to communicate something to you all. The message reached everyone, including the genin. Keep on the trees or rocks. Whatever happens, do not step into the ground. With that ominous warning, Inoichi's presence disappeared from Shikaku's mind. Guy, Genma, and Chosa jumped onto the trees without a second thought. Shikaku and Inoichi exchanged a quick glance and did the same. Shunsui himself stepped onto a thick branch. The IWA shinobi were confused by the sudden movement. Some of them felt their instincts scream to them and jumped to trees as well. But 2 were too slow. They started screaming as the ground beneath their feet turned into molten lava. Ah! The earth bubbled and glowed with intense heat. The 2 men sank rapidly into it, their legs burning away in seconds. Their screams echoed through the forest as the lava swallowed them whole, leaving only ashes floating on the surface. Chosa's voice came through Inoichi's mental link. The game is floor is lava. Shunsui had not used it previously but had told us about this game of his. In this game, the floor is lava, pretend the ground is lethal. Players must race, leap, or step from object to avoid touching the floor. Anyone who touches the floor is out. Shikaku replied mentally, so you are saying that he has turned the ground within his ability range into lava. And if anyone steps on the ground, it would reveal itself to be lava. Yes, and if we fall, we would also be affected by this ability unless Shunsui is quick enough to end the game or change it, Chosa confirmed. Genma demonstrated this perfectly. He sent a paralysis-laced senbon into the leg of an IWA shinobi who lost his balance afterwards. The men fell onto the ground, which instantly turned into bubbling lava and gobbled him up. When the lava receded, only ashes remained. Shikaku had seen enough. He gave the signal to Chosa. The large jonin activated his expansion jutsu once more. His giant fist swept across the battlefield like a wrecking ball, pushing every remaining IWA shinobi off balance and straight into the lava below. The enemies screamed as they fell. Some tried to jump to safety but were caught midair by the massive hand. One by one, they disappeared into the molten ground with horrifying finality. The forest floor glowed orange for a few seconds wherever the IWA shinobi landed on it before returning to normal dirt, leaving only burnt patches and the smell of smoke. After that, Shunsui landed safely on the ground. Only then did the rest of the team follow. The battle was over in a matter of seconds. The IWA scout squad had been completely wiped out without any serious injuries to Team Chosa or the Inoshikacho trio. Shikaku stared at the battlefield with a mix of awe and a lot of calculations. He thought, after seeing the ability in action, I am sure of one thing, the boy has the power to cross shinobi ranks and hit above his weight class with that ability. Even a Kage who does not know about the game that is being played would be at a big disadvantage and might lose the game and thus lose his life against him. Now the question is how much do I report to Hokage-sama, he continued thinking as he looked at Chosa happily patting his students on the back. I cannot let Chosa's student be used as a tool for Danzo. Shikaku might be loyal to Konoha and the Hokage to a fault but his loyalty to Inoshikacho and their clan surpassed even that. And he was in know about the darkness hiding within Konoha. Would appreciate power stones if you can spare any. Thank you. Thank you by _Duong, 66835, 6 Gabriel Muriel, Grim and Grabbit for supporting me. Thank you for supporting me. Chapter 47, Chapter 46, Is there a higher stage than Shirkai? As the team moved again through the dense forest path after dealing with the IWA scout party, Shikaku looked at Shunsui and asked in a calm but curious voice, Shirkai, that you say is what the form of your swords is, if I am not wrong, it means first release. Are there more releases to your ability? Choza looked surprised at that question. He scratched the back of his head and laughed loudly. Huh, I never thought about that. But that would be ridiculous if his ability had more stages. The ability is already reality-changing, literally. Choza laughed it off, imagining something even stronger than turning the ground into lava or making people bounce like rubber balls. What would come next? Turning the sky into candy or making everyone dance uncontrollably. But he stopped laughing as he saw Shuansue's small, mysterious smile. Choza's face slowly changed from amusement to worry. There are not other stages, right, Shunsui? Choza asked, his voice suddenly serious. Who knows, sensei, Shunsui replied with that same calm smile. Maybe the name is just to confuse my enemies. Maybe there is another stage. Let that be a mystery until I have no choice but to reveal whether I am bluffing or there really is another stage. Choza was now pretty sure there was another stage after seeing Shuansue's expression. How the hell can an ability have another stage after that, he thought. What would such an ability do? Turn the entire battlefield into a children's playground where the loser gets erased from existence. This kid is going to give me a heart attack one day. Shikaku, who had been listening quietly, spoke up again. Your ability is impressive. Too impressive. And that would bring you too much attention, both from outside the village and inside the village as well. He continued in a serious tone, I advise you to pick a few games that you would use in the Chunin exams and limit yourself to them. Too many games like The Floor is Lava, which can change the war front, would put a huge target on your back. Maybe a bounty higher than the Hokage himself. Higher than the Hokage? Choza asked, shocked. His eyes widened at the idea. Imagine him using the Floor is Lava game in the middle of the battlefield, Shikaku explained. People would not know when he activated the game and they would be swallowed by the lava. Genin, Chunin, Jonin, they would all be swallowed by lava. If the game is used in such a way that even a Kage does not have a safe place to go when the game is activated, even he could die. Shunsui laughed softly. I don't think that my ability is that busted as you call it, Shikaku-san. I should tell him some of the limitations of my ability since he is just trying to be helpful and nice, Shunsui thought. He decided to share a bit more. I have come to realize that the more players I add into the game, the more chakra it consumes. My Shirkai affects anyone close to me, that is true. But there is a limit to it. That was why whenever Shunsui in the Bleach anime used his Shirkai, not everyone was affected by it. Shunsui had fought Stark with others nearby but they did not seem to be affected by his ability. Why not limit the game to just you and the enemies? Genma asked. Then we can be at an advantage as we could step on the floor without getting burned by lava but they cannot. No, it would not be possible, Shikaku explained logically. From what I imagine in his ability, the rules must be equal to all the participants. The rules must be fair after all. If he could exclude his allies completely, it would break the balance of the game. The ability seems to treat everyone in range as players unless I set very specific rules at the beginning. That is why I have to be careful with how I use it. And my Shirkai range is 30 meters, so anyone within that range would be affected. Shunsui continued. Also, as for killing a Kage, the stronger the person is, the more chakra it takes for me to bring them into the game. Even my high amount of chakra has a limit. Just like right now, I had exhausted more than 40% of my chakra in the 2 games. Along with the 12 IWA shinobi, my 2 teammates and you 3 are very strong and thus took more chakra to add you into the game. So can someone just surround you with hundreds of shinobi and when you use Shirkai you would just get chakra exhausted? Choza asked, worried about his student having a very lethal weakness. My ability would select me and just a few others in an acceptable limit of participants to play the game, Shunsui replied. There is a limit to the number of participants in each game. Some games can only be played with 2 people while some with 4 and some with many more. So you do not have to worry about the enemy just surrounding me to exhaust my chakra. But I can't also just use games like Floor is Lava to kill an entire company of soldiers. Though the same could not be said about my Bankai, Shunsui thought privately. It might pull the entire Konoha into a play when I activate it. Shikaku nodded slowly. So you cannot use it on a large scale. Yes, but our enemies do not know that. They would either think that you could do it and thus look to eliminate you or they would think that you might be able to do it in future and eliminate you before you become too much of a threat. I want to limit the capabilities of your abilities and showcase them. I do not think that you would have much trouble even with just a couple of games in the Chunin exams. I will think about it, Shunsui said as they continued their journey to the Land of Claws. Shikaku mumbled with a sigh, ignorance and stupidity of youth. Guy suddenly looked at him with bright eyes as if he had found a favored soul. His face lit up with pure joy. Shikaku-san. You understand. The ignorance and stupidity of youth. That is exactly what I fight against every day. My rival Kakashi is full of it, always acting cool and pretending he does not care. But deep down, he knows the burning power of youth is the only true path. You and I, we see the truth. We must spread this wisdom together. Shikaku stared at Guy with a deadpan expression, clearly regretting his words. Choza tried to hide his laughter. Inoichi coughed to cover his smile. The Nara genius let out a long sigh, realizing he had accidentally awakened something he could not put back to sleep. Would appreciate power stones if you can spare any. Thank you. Thank you Bob Marley for supporting me. Thank you for supporting me. Chapter 48, Chapter 47, finally someone understands true fashion. The Konoha team were at the borders to the land of claws. As they approached the border, a squad of samurai wearing full armor suddenly appeared in front of them. They moved with their swords ready but not raised in immediate threat. Halt, someone shouted. Shikaku stopped the team with a calm wave of his hand. The Konoha group came to a smooth stop. Choza stood protectively in front of the Genin while Inoichi scanned the area mentally. The three Genin stayed quiet and alert, watching how their seniors handled the situation. Shunsui was not surprised that they were being stopped. Border checks were common especially when a great war was going on. But they should have been vigilant when the bandits and rogue shinobis were invading their country. He thought. The lead samurai stepped forward. Purpose of entering our country, leaf shinobi, he asked in a firm voice. Shikaku walked up without hesitation and handed them a scroll. We have been invited by Lord Daimyo. The samurai took the scroll, unrolled it carefully, and read the contents. His eyes moved from the document to Shikaku, then to the Genin team, and finally lingered on Shunsui, who wore swords at his hip and a pink kimono with a straw hat. The samurai's expression remained serious, but he gave a small nod after a moment. Very well. You can pass. I will be your escort. The lead samurai turned and began leading them into the country. His men fell in step around the Konoha group, forming a protective but watchful formation. Shikaku walked beside the lead samurai and asked politely, "Can you tell us more about the bandit situation in your country?" The samurai looked at Shikaku with clear annoyance in his eyes. We are left dealing with problems that you shinobi have caused. The previous war and the current ongoing war have displaced a lot of people. That has led to a rise in bandits in our country. Many are desperate civilians, but some are shinobi that fled their villages to escape the war. They have become bold and organized. Our samurai are stretched thin trying to protect our villages, towns, cities, borders, and trade routes. Shikaku replied in a calm and respectful tone, "It was not we that started the war. We only protected ourselves. But we would still help our allies in their time of need, even if we were not the ones to cause these problems. That is Konoha's ninja way." The samurai looked at him, surprised by the measured response. He gave a small nod of acknowledgement. What a subtle way to manipulate him, Shunsui thought. No wonder Hiruzen keeps him so close. He turns blame into goodwill with just a few words. I should take notes on this. The lead samurai continued speaking as they walked deeper into the land of claws. We were able to handle the majority of the bandits until 2 months ago. But it seems the bandits have become organized and have formed into 2 large groups. Each of them is led by a rogue jonin. One is from IWA. Another is from Amigakure. They are the real problem. Our samurai are brave, but they are not trained to fight against such experienced shinobi. The Konoha team had surprised faces at this information. Shunsui thought carefully about what this meant. Jonin were not cannon fodder in this world. They were very skilled shinobi with years of experience, powerful jutsu, and sharp battle instincts. In fanfics from his previous life, Jonin sometimes looked weak because of the scale of battles involving Kage or Jinchuriki, but in reality, a Jonin could easily best a full 6-man squad of Chunins easily. Shunsui knew that if he was not focused, a Jonin could kick his ass easily. He had to be careful not to underestimate them just because the main characters in the original story sometimes overpowered them or how Madara and Obito made short work of them. Inoichi spoke in their minds through his telepathic link. We can take advantage of the fact that none of the bandits' leaders are from Konoha and one is from IWA during the negotiations. Shunsui was pretty sure that this information was shared for the Genin to learn. The Jonin had probably figured it out themselves long ago, but they were teaching the next generation how to think strategically. Do not worry, Shikaku said to the samurai. Our shinobi will help deal with your bandit problem. After that, there was silence as the group continued walking. Shunsui thought quietly, maybe after completing the mission, these samurai could teach me the flash step. From what I know, their flash step is pretty similar to what was used in Bleach. That kind of speed would be very useful. With that thought, the team was finally led to the daimyo's estate. The grand building stood proudly with traditional architecture, surrounded by gardens and guarded by more samurai. Inoichi immediately went alert. "IWA team is here," he said with a frown in their minds. "Judging from your grave tone, they must have sent someone strong," Shikaka said telepathically through Inoichi's help. "They have sent Han, the five-tails Jinchuriki," Inoichi replied. The man himself was standing along with another IWA shinobi and 3 genin near the daimyo's estate. Han was a very tall man wearing a red kimono and a conical hat similar to Shunsei's. Genma and Gai's eyes turned to Shunsui at the same time. Choza also glanced at his student. Shunsui looked at Han and immediately walked straight toward him, muttering under his breath, "Finally someone understands true fashion. Would appreciate power stones if you can spare any. Thank you. Thank you for supporting me." Chapter 49, Chapter 48, Han POV. Han P.O.V. Han looked at the kid who was oddly dressed like him walking toward him casually. The boy in the pink kimono and straw hat moved without any fear or hesitation, as if he were greeting old friends instead of potential enemies. Han himself was not wearing his usual red armor today. He had chosen a simple red kimono that was a little different from the boy's. It was more suitable for a formal meeting like this with the daimyo. Han was not a censor, but he could tell the boy was dangerous just from the way he walked up to the IWA team without a hint of worry. The kid raised his hand for what looked like a handshake. "Nice to meet you, fellow fashionista. My name is Shunsui Kyoraku." Han was surprised. No one has ever asked me to shake hands or even said my name in a long time. But probably the kid does not know what I am. He did not shake the hand. The IWA genin behind him looked shocked and angry. One of them stepped forward and shouted, "Oi, Konoha brat. What do you think you are doing?" The Konoha boy gave him a calm look and replied, "I am meeting a fellow fashionista." Shunsui looked them over slowly from head to toe. "You won't understand with your poor fashion sense. That dull gray armor makes you look like walking rocks. And those headgear? They do not even match your outfits. It is like you woke up and decided to wear whatever was on the floor. No coordination, no style, no effort. How do you expect to impress anyone when you look like you lost a fight with a laundry basket?" He continued to taunt the IWA genin, "And the way you stand there puffing your chests out. It is almost cute. Like little kids trying to look tough in hand-me-down clothes. If you spent half as much time on your appearance as you do on being angry, maybe people would take you seriously. But right now, you just look like a group of angry potatoes in metal suits." The IWA genin muttered angrily, "Yoo." But Shunsui kept going without pause. "Pink and red are bold choices. They say confidence. They say I do not care what you think. Your gray and brown say I woke up and gave up. Fashion is the first weapon in any meeting. You have already lost before the fight even starts." Han ignored the kid and studied the rest of the team that Konoha had sent. It was the infamous Inoshikacho formation. The large Akimichi, the lazy-looking Nara, and the Yamanaka. No wonder the scouting team did not report back, Han thought. Konoha has sent some of their best on this mission. These kids must not be ordinary if they were sent with them. The boy was suddenly pulled back to his team by Choza Akimichi. The large jonin grabbed Shunsui by the collar of his pink kimono with one massive hand and lifted him slightly off the ground like a misbehaving kitten. "Shunsui, what did we talk about regarding starting fights before the meeting even begins?" Choza said in a low, scolding voice, though there was clear amusement in his eyes. Shunsui dangled there, looking completely unbothered, and replied lazily, "I was just being friendly, sensei. Fashion is important." Choza sighed deeply and set the boy down, patting his head roughly. "Save the fashion advice for after we win the alliance." The genin that Han was assigned for the mission muttered among themselves, "They don't look like much trouble. We would crush them easily." Han did not choose to say anything because he knew they were in for a rude awakening. He was especially sure that the Straw Hat boy as well as the boy wearing the weird green jumpsuit were strong. He could see the green jumpsuit boy's rough hands filled with calluses that did not form until one had been a shinobi for at least a decade. He could also see that the boy had good muscles and moved with gracefulness of someone who was a taijutsu master. He did not know exactly what made him think the Straw Hat boy was strong, but something was strange about him. It was maybe the fact that he had walked up to them, enemy shinobi, without a hint of fear. Or maybe the kid is just stupid, Han thought. A samurai walked up from the daimyo's estate gates. "Daimyo would see both your teams now," he said. They walked inside to find a middle-aged man sitting on a throne. Both IWA and Konoha shinobi bowed respectfully. The daimyo looked tired but determined. "My country and its people are suffering from bandits. Merchants cannot pass safely. Women are no longer safe on roads or even in isolated villages," the daimyo said. He explained how entire trade routes had been cut off and how villages lived in constant fear. The situation has become desperate. I do not want to take help from any of your villages, but with Jonins leading this, my samurai would be too short-staffed to take them on alone. Shikaku stepped forward calmly. We will be pleased to help assist you, Lord Daimyo. Konoha values peace and stable trade routes between nations. Our shinobi are ready to work with your samurai to eliminate this threat quickly and efficiently. Han was not the speaker of the team, which could be told by the mask covering his face he was wearing. But that is why he had been given Ritsu for this mission. The other jonin with him stepped up. We are a shinobi nation that believes in strong alliances. A friendship between the Land of Earth and the Land of Claws would go a long way to strengthen our nation's positions in the region. Together we can create lasting security. Shikaku said, and yet it is one of your jonin that is leading one of the bandits groups in the country. What is to say that IWA was not the one to plant him to make such a situation possible, to make sure that Lord Daimyo would have no choice but to make an alliance with IWA, but sadly for you Konoha also decided to help. Shikaku of the Nara clan said. His words were calm but sharp, like a well-placed trap. Han now knew that IWA was at a disadvantage in this discussion with Shikaku's words. Preposterous. That is a rogue jonin, Ritsu said defensively. He tried to continue speaking but Shikaku interrupted him smoothly. That is just like every village denies one of their spies or someone who assassinated one of the nobles and gets found out, calling them a rogue shinobi and acting without their village's will. The pattern is always the same. The village claims no involvement while the actions clearly benefit them. We have seen this play out many times before. The question Lord Daimyo must ask is whether this bandit leader's actions serve Iwa's interests more than they harm them. If so, then trusting IWA completely might not be the safest path for your people. Han watched the exchange and realized how carefully Shikaku had planned his words. Every sentence built on the last one, creating doubt about Iwa's intentions while offering Konoha as the more reliable choice. Han thought, we have lost the political battle. Well, we lost it when Shikaku Nara had come on this mission. Thank you Sacred Lone Wolf and Black_Tide for supporting me. Would appreciate power stones if you can spare any. Thank you. Thank you for supporting me. Chapter 50, Chapter 49, A Little Test. Ritsu argued with clear frustration in his voice. How is Konoha ever going to send shinobi to help clear the bandits? You are already fighting 3 of the great villages at the same time. They do not have anyone to spare to send on a long journey to the Land of Claws, Daimyo-sama. And even if they sent someone, it would be too late for the villages that would be ravaged by the bandits already. But IWA is just right next to you, waiting to help its brothers in the Land of Claws and protect them from bandit savagery. Shikaku replied in a calm and steady tone. Our Konoha shinobi are good enough to root out pests. Just on our way here we encountered some IWA 12-man scout party, and now not even their remains remain. That earned him a sharp glare from Ritsu, who did not think Konoha would be so blatant about killing IWA shinobi and admitting it openly in front of the daimyo. The two jonin argued back and forth for several minutes. Ritsu pushed the point of distance and immediate availability. IWA shares a direct border with you. Our forces can move quickly and respond to threats the same day they appear. Konoha is far away. By the time their shinobi arrive, many villages would already be burned and looted. You cannot afford to wait weeks for help when danger is at your doorstep right now. Shikaku countered smoothly without raising his voice. Distance does not matter when reliability does. Konoha has a long history of honoring alliances even when it costs us. IWA has a history of breaking them when it benefits them. Which partner would you trust with your country's future? The one who comes late but stays true, or the one who comes fast but leaves when it no longer suits them? Ritsu shot back immediately. Trust is earned through action, not words. IWA has already offered support and proven it by dealing with smaller bandit groups near our shared border. Konoha only sends words and empty promises while fighting on 3 fronts. How can you spare even a single team when your own villages are under threat? Shikaku smiled faintly. Because we understand that helping allies today ensures they help us tomorrow. A strong Land of Claws means a stronger buffer against Iwa's expansion. We fight for long-term stability, not short-term gains. That is the difference between a true alliance and a temporary convenience. Enough, the daimyo said, raising his hand to stop the debate. His voice carried the weight of authority. The room fell silent at once. He looked at both teams with tired but determined eyes. I have decided that the best way to find which village would be more suitable to ally with would be through a competition of the genin. The ones who represent both your present and future. I would have liked to give you a competition to just hunt down the bandits. But they are too spread out and we do not even know where their leaders are. I had asked you to bring your genin for this very reason. He looked directly at the genin and continued. I will give them 2 tests. One of them would be a test of your intellect and dialogue skill and the other a test of your fighting prowess. The first would be a debate. You would be speaking as if you are in my court and would be arguing against each other on why your village is better than the others. So the Konoha Genin would be speaking why Konoha is better than IWA and why we should be hiring them for the mission. And the IWA Genin would be speaking why IWA is better. Shunsui thought with a small internal smile, did I come back to school from my previous life? It is a pity, for IWA Shinobi. I have always been good in debate competitions. Back on Earth I used to win trophies for arguing both sides of any topic. But still, this is going to be such a drag. The daimyo continued speaking in a firm voice. The other would be a test taken by my samurai. They would test the skills of your genin to see if they are capable enough to protect the land of claws in the future. Whether the land of claws' future would also be safe with them. Shikaku's voice echoed in the genin's minds through Inoichi's telepathy technique. He immediately managed to deduce what the test was about. Shikaku said, it is to test whether Konoha Shinobi or IWA Shinobi could work together with the samurai when it would be time to hunt down bandits. Samurai and shinobi do not get along easily, and if the country is to be cleared of bandits, both would have to work together. This test would show who could build the cooperation better under pressure and real conditions. So make sure to follow whatever the samurai are saying and be respectful of them. Shunsui thought, I am pretty sure that Shikaku telling this was not something the daimyo had thought and planned for. It is almost cheating now that we know the purpose of the test. But I would have to give it to this daimyo. While IWA and Konoha are fighting out there on the battlefield with dozens of shinobi from each side dying each day, here he has made the kids fight in a little competition against each other. Shunsui thought. He said to his teammates in a whisper, when the news of our victory reaches the front, it would raise the morale of our shinobi and lower the morale of IWA shinobi. It might help a lot of them out there on the front lines. Guy's and Genma's eyes brightened at the prospect of helping the Konoha shinobi fighting for their lives at the IWA front, and they nodded in determination at Shunsui. As for why Shunsui had said, our victory, he knew that there was zero possibility of there being another outcome. Thank you Jiao for supporting me. Would appreciate power stones if you can spare any. Thank you. Thank you for supporting me. Chapter 51, Chapter 50, Debate. The jonins from both villages were sent to another room while Inoichi was placed under strict monitoring by the daimyo's personal censor. The censor shinobi sat close to Inoichi, watching his every move to make sure he did not use any chakra to help his genin during the debate. The daimyo's courtroom was large and formal, with high ceilings and beautiful paintings on the walls. The daimyo sat on his throne with a serious expression. He looked at the two genin teams standing opposite each other and said, begin. One of the IWA genin stepped forward first. His name was Tensei. He stood tall and spoke with confidence. Allow me to speak frankly, daimyo-sama. Konoha shinobi are known to many villages as tree huggers because they are too merciful and always play buddy-buddy with everyone. They talk about peace and friendship, but in reality, they are weak when it comes to making hard decisions. They hesitate to do what needs to be done. IWA, on the other hand, is strong and decisive. We do not waste time with pretty words. We act and thus we protect your borders quickly. We do not pretend to be nice while hiding our true intentions. Shunsui chuckled softly. Merciful. He looked at Tensei with calm eyes. The IWA shinobi that are currently fighting in the war or the countless ones who died in the previous one would beg to disagree, dear Tensei. But the fact that you think we are merciful is alone a good fact. It shows that we care about people and thus we would be caring about our allies. Mercy is not weakness. It is strength that knows when to hold back and when to strike. Konoha does not destroy for the sake of destruction. We protect. That is why our alliances last longer than fear-based partnerships. Guy stepped forward next, full of energy. Konoha shinobi are filled with the power of youth. We train every day with burning passion. We do not give up even when the odds are against us. Our will of fire burns brighter than any other village. We fight for our friends, for our village, and for the future. Youth is about never giving up, never losing hope, and always helping its allies. That is the true spirit of Konoha. Tensei smirked and shot back quickly. You see, daimyo-sama. They are not only merciful but delusional. They are talking about youth when they should be talking about why the alliance with them should be advantageous to you. Our country shares borders with you. With our alliance, we will easily be able to protect your borders, send shinobi for missions to help you, and increase the trade between our nations. We are close. We are practical. Konoha is far away and already stretched thin from fighting 3 villages. How can they promise help when they can barely help themselves? Genma spoke up with a steady voice. If it is trade you want, Konoha merchants are the wealthiest for a reason, and with an alliance between us, they would be giving you their goods at a discounted price. And our advantage is the simple fact that we do not betray our allies. During the First Great Shinobi War, IWA and Kiri allied with each other against Konoha, but when that did not work out, IWA decided to take some land from Kiri. This resulted in the death of both the second Mizukage and the second Tsuchikage. Konoha's will of fire spreads to its allies even when it is difficult. We will never betray our allies. We stand by them through thick and thin. That kind of loyalty cannot be bought with quick promises or shared borders. It is earned through trust and kept through honor. Another IWA Genin jumped in. Is that so? Tell that to Yuzushiogakure. Genma said angrily, we were being stalled by IWA and Suna while you and Kumo and Kiri cowardly attacked Yuzushiogakure. Tensei smirked as he had the look that said he had finally caught them in a trap. And you are fighting 3 of the great shinobi villages right now. So would you abandon the land of claws just like you abandoned Yuzushiogakure? Genma stiffened at that as he realized he had been caught in a trap. The daimyo's eyes looked directly at the Konoha Genin, waiting for a response. Shunsui stepped forward with a calm smile. If you would excuse me, daimyo-sama. IWA has been telling us about how 3 or 4 shinobi villages are continuously fighting Konoha. But why are they continuously fighting us and losing? They fought because they were jealous of Konoha's resources. It has been 2 shinobi wars before this one, and they have lost each one. They did not manage to get a single square of land. He continued with a polite but sharp tone. So, daimyo-sama, tell me, do you want your country to partner with the losers or the winners? Tell me, can you bear the consequences of making an enemy of Konoha, a village that has continuously been defeating its enemies despite being outnumbered? Are you threatening me? The daimyo asked with a sharp look. Surely not, daimyo-sama, Shunsui replied, fanning his hand lightly with a gentle smile. I am just a lowly one providing my advice to the honorable you by telling you the benefits of allying with Konoha, which includes not making an enemy of us. Ho ho. The daimyo looked at the 2 genin teams. The IWA team was looking at Shunsui in shock. The boy had just threatened the daimyo, who was supposed to be the judge of this show, in the politest way possible. The room was silent for a long moment. I have made my decision, the daimyo said finally. But the final decision would be made after the other competition is done as well. Thank you FBI for supporting me. Would appreciate power stones if you can spare any. Thank you. Thank you for supporting me. Chapter 52, Chapter 51, Second Test. Come with me, the head samurai of the daimyo's army said. He had a no-nonsense face and a very strict look. He did not smile or show any warmth as he spoke to both teams. The head samurai turned and started walking without waiting to see if they would follow. The Konoha and IWA shinobi exchanged quick glances before falling in line behind him. The samurai took them to their training grounds. Dozens of samurai trainers as well as new samurai were training or sparring against each other. Some practiced sword swings against wooden posts while others moved in pairs with real blades clashing loudly. The sound of metal hitting metal filled the air along with shouts of instruction from senior trainers. It would be a test of your skills, the samurai said. You will be sparring with everyone from our training groups one by one. Each of you 6 would go at the same time. The genin that is standing last would win. But we would be considering the performance of each member of your team to make our final decision. The head samurai explained the rules clearly so there would be no confusion. The IWA genins grinned at the test as they were confident in their fighting skills. They whispered among themselves about how easy it would be to defeat the samurai. But you are not allowed to use ninjutsu, genjutsu, fuinjutsu, or poisons, the head samurai said firmly. What? One of the IWA genins shouted back in surprise. His face turned red with frustration as he stepped forward. But we are shinobi. We are supposed to be using these things, or what is the point of being a shinobi? He argued that taking away their main abilities made the test unfair. The other IWA genins nodded in agreement and muttered complaints under their breath. It is our test and thus our rules, the head samurai replied without any change in his strict expression. If you cannot do it, just say so. We will let the daimyo know about your decision. His voice left no room for argument. The IWA genin quieted down after that. They realized arguing would only make them look weak in front of everyone. They nodded reluctantly and prepared themselves for the fight with what they had left. Shunsui thought, was Shikaku-san wrong about it being a test of whether we can work together with samurai? How are they going to test it if rather than working together they want us to fight them? There should be something hidden in the test. As future Kakashi would say, look underneath the underneath. But this would mean that I cannot rely on my shurikai in my fight. Just Kenjutsu, Taijutsu, and my chakra. Let's start with it. All 6 of you take positions in one of the sparring arenas, the samurai said as the 6 genins did the same. Each fighter had enough space to move freely without interfering with others. The only one excited about the fight was Guy. No ninjutsu or genjutsu did not really matter to him as he did not use them anyways. Guy smiled widely and cracked his knuckles in anticipation. He loved a good physical challenge and this felt perfect for him. Samurai trainees came to face each of them in their armor and swords. Shunsui looked at his partner and bowed, surprising the samurai who too bowed in return. Shunsui took out his swords in their normal form. The trainee was surprised to see the swords. A dual swordsman. Very rare for a shinobi since they prefer their hands free to use ninjutsu, the trainee said with genuine interest in his voice. He adjusted his grip on his own sword and studied Shunsui's stance carefully. My swords are all I need, Shunsui said with a smile as he tossed his straw hat which spun and landed perfectly on a nearby pole. Now let's start, shall we? He said it in a calm and friendly way even though a fight was about to begin. The trainee went straight at him raising his sword high. Shunsui blocked it using one sword and then attacked him with his other sword in a smooth motion. The trainee immediately put chakra into his feet and used a backwards flash step to dodge the attack. It was a quick and precise movement that almost looked like teleportation. Shunsui was surprised at the backwards movement. Well, it seems that I will not have to ask the samurai to teach me flash step after all. I am getting free training with this test, he thought happily. He decided to be the aggressor this time. Shunsui moved forward quickly and attacked with both swords in a series of fast strikes. The trainee was prepared for both attacks, but he was not prepared for Shunsui to enhance his attack with chakra reinforcement. The powerful blow made the trainee release his sword and bend backward from the force. Shunsui placed the tip of one sword gently at the trainee's throat. Good match, Shunsui said as he put his swords back into the scabbard. He helped the trainee up and gave him a respectful nod. He then looked at the other trainees and said, next. Guy was having the time of his life as he fought the samurai. He did not want to fight samurai who had swords barehanded, so he was using his favorite weapon, nunchaku. The nunchaku spun rapidly in his hands as he faced his opponent with a big enthusiastic grin. The samurai trainee swung his sword in a powerful overhead strike. Guy dodged to the side and countered with a fast swing of his nunchaku that connected with the samurai's armored side. The impact made a loud thud sound and pushed the trainee back a few steps. The samurai tried to use his sword for a horizontal slash, but Guy jumped over it and landed a solid hit on the man's shoulder. The armor absorbed some of the force, but the trainee still winced from the power behind the blow. Guy kept moving constantly, his legs pumping with energy as he circled his opponent looking for openings. The samurai trainee used his flash step to create distance and then charged forward with a thrust. Guy twisted his body at the last moment and wrapped his nunchaku around the blade, yanking it to the side. With the sword momentarily trapped, Guy delivered a series of quick punches to the armored chest. The samurai grunted and tried to pull his weapon free, but Guy's grip was too strong. With one final powerful swing of his free nunchaku, Guy knocked the trainee off balance and sent him tumbling to the ground. Guy stood over his opponent breathing heavily but smiling widely. That was a great fight. You are very skilled with your blade. I hope we can train together more after this mission. The samurai trainee got up slowly and bowed to Guy, acknowledging the young shinobi's impressive skills. Guy bowed back deeply. Genma was doing his best to stay in the fight. Without his poison he was not that threatening, but thankfully he had other skills to rely on. He used his senbons with chakra reinforcement to hit the samurai at places which were non-lethal and not covered by armor. The thin needles flew through the air and struck at joints and gaps in the armor. One senbon hit the trainee's wrist, causing him to loosen his grip for a moment. Genma followed up with more needles aimed at the legs to slow down the samurai's movements. The samurai tried to close the distance suddenly, but Genma anticipated it and threw a handful of reinforced senbons that forced the trainee to block and retreat. A final set of well-placed senbons hit the samurai's knee and shoulder, making the trainee drop to one knee and concede the match. Genma lowered his hands and took a deep breath, satisfied that he had held his own even without his usual tools. Would appreciate power stones if you can spare any. Thank you. Thank you for supporting me. Chapter 53, Chapter 52, Head Samurai POV, Head Samurai P.O.V. Meguri had been a samurai for almost 3 decades now. He might not be the best samurai out there, but he knew he was a pretty good fighter, equal to a jonin shinobi in strength. There was a reason he was the head samurai of the daimyo's private army. Years of training and real battles had shaped him into a reliable leader who understood both the blade and how to be a good leader. He had been assigned to test the genins from both Iwa and Konoha to find out who would be best to work with and ally with, both now and in the future. The country needed strong partners to deal with the growing problem of bandits that threatened the peace. His men were already stretched thin across the country while also protecting important cities and the daimyo himself. Every day brought new reports of raids, and the samurai forces could not handle everything alone. That was why this test mattered so much. Choosing the right allies could mean the difference between safety and chaos for their people. Meguri's eyes scanned the pairs of samurai trainees against the visiting genin. His lieutenant stood beside him, watching the same scene with attention. The lieutenant turned to Meguri and asked, "Sir, what are we testing from this?" Meguri took a moment to gather his thoughts before replying. He wanted to make sure his explanation was clear so that his second-in-command could understand the deeper purpose behind the daimyo's orders. The purpose of the test was simple. To see if our samurai can work with their village shinobi or not. The lieutenant looked confused and followed up with another question. How is fighting between us tell us that? Meguri explained, for a samurai, the way a person fought with their blades reveals a lot about their true personality to us. It shows whether someone was honest, brave, or sneaky. Even though most of these genin are not using swords but their hands and kunai, the principles remains the same. We valued honor above all things in battle. We fight fairly and respect our opponents. He continued speaking, we are going to see if they fight with honor or fight like the backstabbing shinobi they are supposed to be. The daimyo-sama in his wisdom decided to call genins from the villages because they represent what the kids have been taught in their academy and what they have observed from their adults in the village. It would tell us what they perceive us as a small country and their samurai. Whether they consider us as equal or lowly pieces of trash. I see. Daimyo-sama wisdom knows no bounds, the lieutenant said with respect as they both turned to see the fights continue. Meguri quite liked how the Konoha genin wearing the pink kimono fought. He is quite skilled with kenjutsu. And he is quite good with using chakra reinforcement. The boy moved with grace and beat his opponents effortlessly. His lieutenant added his own observations. His teammates are not bad either. That green jumpsuit guy is quite strong and fast for his age and I did not think I would see anyone using nunchaku as a weapon. The other one seems to be struggling but he is doing his best with the senbon of his. But they are fighting with honor at least, Meguri said as he looked at the Konoha genin who were stopping the fight as soon as they won the battle. The one with the senbon was actively trying not to hit any major areas with his senbon. The Konoha genin also stopped the fight as soon as the referee samurai instructor called the winner of the fight. This behavior showed good honor and control. They did not continue attacking once victory was clear, which earned Meguri's approval. It suggested they could be reliable allies who valued fairness. He then looked at the IWA genin, and his expression grew serious. Two of them were beating the samurai badly even when they had already won the fight. There was no honor in the fight as they used cheap tactics like delivering a low blow or they would be pretending to lose and when the samurai seemed to think that he had won, they would attack them from behind. Such actions left a bad taste in Meguri's mouth. It showed a willingness to win at any cost, without regard for the spirit of combat. This kind of behavior made him question if IWA could truly stand as honorable partners. So we are going to choose Konoha, his lieutenant asked. Meguri thought carefully before answering. While honor and their aptitude for working with samurai was something they would be considering, they needed to be sure of these villages' strength. Strength to win the current or future wars that their village might face. If we are going to ally with Konoha, we need to be sure that they would be winning this war and their genin are strong enough for their future wars because if we are becoming ally with them, we are becoming an enemy of IWA and Konoha's other enemies. We need to be sure that our allies won't be on the losing side because if they lose our protection would also go with them. So strength is also a factor, he explained. The lieutenant began to reply, But his words stopped suddenly as they felt a massive amount of chakra pressure bearing on everyone present. All the other spars stopped at once as fighters turned to look at the source of this powerful energy. Shunsui stood calmly in the middle of his sparring area. The young samurai trainee in front of him had dropped his sword and was sitting on the ground, clearly terrified by the overwhelming presence. Shunsui walked forward. He picked up the fallen sword and gently placed its blade against the trainee's neck, not pressing hard enough to cut but close enough to show complete dominance. The chakra continued to flow out from him in waves, making everyone nearby feel small and powerless. Shunsui then spoke in a cool voice, "Can I get actual samurais to learn from? I mean spar with now. Would appreciate power stones if you can spare any. Thank you. Thank you for supporting me." Chapter 54, Chapter 53, Birth of a New Shimotsuki Ryuma. Outside the training area, everyone sensed the massive amount of chakra coming out of the training grounds. Inoichi looked at the room through a window and mumbled. Toru was not wrong when he said that the boy had mammoth amount of chakra and was pretty good using it to suppress others. He shook his head slightly in amazement. Shikaku stood nearby and turned to his friend. "Choza, you got yourself quite a handful of a genin." Han, who was standing opposite them, looked in the same direction. His surprise was hidden by his mask. "That's what. I was feeling off about that boy. This much chakra at his age without being a Jinchuriki. Incredible," he mumbled. Meguri looked at Shunsui who had now defeated his 13th trainee samurai. The young shinobi stood in the center of the sparring area, breathing steadily despite the long series of fights. He was asking for better opponents, not just trainees but real samurai who had completed their training. "You want to fight real samurai?" Meguri asked with a raised eyebrow. He studied the boy carefully, surprised by his boldness after so many victories. Was it overconfidence? He did not think so. Shunsui replied respectfully, "I mean no disrespect but I am a shinobi. These here are trainees who have not become fully fledged samurai but I am already a shinobi. It feels unfair to me that I am facing them for the test to show my skills. I would like to face real samurai." Meguri considered the request for a moment. As a samurai, he could respect the boy's words, but his gut feeling told him there was more to it. He nodded slowly and said, "That's why you were given the disadvantage of not using your regular shinobi skills, but very well, I might have underestimated the strength of the Genin shinobi from the great villages." He realized that these young visitors from the major hidden villages had more talent than he first thought. Their training was clearly very advanced. He then nodded toward a samurai who had recently become a full-fledged one. The chosen samurai stepped forward into the sparring area to face Shunsui. Shunsui smiled as he prepared for the new fight. He thought, "Good, that worked out well. I can now learn the flash step properly and also some other tricks from these samurais. I have already gotten some basics from the trainees, but I still have not learned flash step." This was a perfect chance for him to pick up new skills by watching and copying the movements of real samurai. The samurai that was now facing him bowed toward him, which Shunsui reciprocated with respect. The full-fledged samurai took out his swords, which started flowing with chakra. The blades were practically enveloped with chakra, just like how they were in the anime when the samurai fought in the Fourth Great Ninja War. Shunsui smirked as he thought, "Now that's what I am talking about. Show me the good stuff." He got into a ready stance, excited to face this stronger opponent and absorb as much as he could from the fight. Seeing Shunsui fight higher-level fighters, Guy asked for the same opportunity. He wanted to push himself against real samurai too. The IWA shinobi who did not want to let Konoha team outshine them also decided to ask for better opponents. Genma on the other hand did not ask for other opponents. He was very limited during the spar, and he understood that the real test was to see how long they would last, not how strong opponents they would be beating. As Meguri watched the spars, especially Shuinsui's, he recognized something as the boy dragged the fight longer than required against the samurai. The head samurai of the daimyo observed every movement closely from his position. Shunsui was not just fighting to win quickly. Instead, he seemed to be studying his opponent, matching moves, and learning in the middle of battle. Each exchange of blows lasted a bit longer than necessary, as if the genin was testing different approaches on purpose. In the next fight, Meguri noticed how Shunsui moved his feet with sudden bursts of speed. The boy was clearly trying to copy the samurai's special movement techniques. It was not perfect yet, but the effort was there. Meguri leaned forward slightly, his interest growing with every second. The other samurai in the match was skilled, using swordsmanship that had been taught through years of training. Yet Shunsui kept up remarkably well for someone so young. Meguri watched as Shunsui continued to adapt. The genin dodged and countered in ways that mirrored the samurai style more and more. It became obvious that this was not random luck. The boy was learning actively during the spar. This level of quick adaptation surprised Meguri greatly. "I have seen many fighters in my 3 decades as a samurai, but few have showed this kind of talent at such a young age," he thought. Shunsui would block a strike and then immediately try a similar move himself. The samurai opponent looked focused but also a bit taken aback by how fast the boy was improving. "There is no doubt about it. The boy is copying our techniques," Meguri thought with growing amazement. The boy was trying to learn their kenjutsu style, movement technique, as well as their unique sword chakra augmentation. Meguri was sure that the boy would not be able to learn it today by just sparring. But the progress that he had made was astonishing to say the least. It would take samurais years of work, but this boy might be able to learn these techniques in months' time at best. What talent! He thought. Meguri's lieutenant, who was also watching Shunsui, could not help but mumble, "A true prodigy. It is as if I am witnessing the birth of a new Shimatsuki Ryuma, the legendary samurai." Thank you Swagger and Giant Lardbadger for supporting me. Would appreciate power stones if you can spare any. Thank you. Thank you for supporting me.